Look up on a clear night, far from the glow of cities, and you will see thousands of stars scattered across the black, each one a sun. Many of them older than ours, larger, burning with ancient light that began its journey before the first humans walked the earth. And around those stars, we now know, orbit countless worlds. Planets of ice and iron, worlds wrapped in thick atmospheres, rocky spheres that might hold water, might hold warmth, might hold the conditions for something to begin. The numbers are staggering. Our galaxy alone contains somewhere between 100 billion and 400 billion stars. And beyond our galaxy, there are billions more galaxies, each one a spiral of light containing billions of stars of their own. If you do the math, even conservatively, the universe should be teeming with life. Not just simple organisms clinging to the edge of survival, but civilizations. Beings who think, who build, who reach outward into the cosmos just as we have begun to do. And yet, when we listen, we hear nothing. No signals, no transmissions, no evidence of vast empires stretching between the stars, no megastructures harvesting the energy of suns, no fleets of ships crossing the void, just silence. A silence so profound, so complete, that it has haunted scientists and philosophers for generations. This is the Fermi paradox, named after the physicist Enrico Fermi, who asked a simple question over lunch one day in 1950. Where is everybody? It is a question that should not need asking. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Our Sun, our Earth, are relative newcomers, only 4.5 billion years in the making. That means there were billions of years before us, billions of years for other civilizations to arise, to grow, to spread. If even a tiny fraction of those stars produced intelligent life, and if even a small number of those civilizations survived long enough to explore their galaxy, then the Milky Way should be crowded. We should see their marks everywhere. We should have been found by now, but we have not been. And that absence, that emptiness, suggests something darker, something that stops civilizations before they can reach the stars, something that has stopped them all. This is the idea of the Great Filter. The Great Filter is not a place. It is not a wall at the edge of space, not a cosmic barrier that can be seen or touched. It is a concept, a threshold, a stage in the development of life that is so difficult, so deadly, that almost nothing survives it. It is the reason the universe is silent, the reason we are alone. And the terrifying part is this. We do not know where the filter lies. We do not know if it is behind us, something we have already passed through by sheer luck, or if it is still ahead, waiting in our future like a trap we cannot see. If the filter is behind us, then we are the exception, the miracle, the 1 in a trillion chance that made it through. But if the filter is ahead, then everything we are building, everything we are becoming, is leading us toward the same fate that claimed every other civilization that tried. Tonight, we're going to explore that idea, not with panic, not with fear, but with the slow, quiet curiosity of someone tracing a pattern in the dark. We're going to ask what the filter might be, where it might wait, and whether there is any way to survive it. This is not a story with easy answers. It is a story about the fragility of existence, the silence of the cosmos, and the haunting possibility that intelligence itself might be the seed of extinction. So settle in, let the world outside fade, and let us begin. The silence of the universe was not always considered strange. For most of human history, we believed we were alone by design. The earth was the center of creation, The stars were distant lights set in a celestial sphere, and the idea that other worlds might exist, let alone harbour life, was the domain of poets and dreamers. It was not until the 20th century, when our technology advanced enough to truly see the scale of the cosmos, that the silence began to feel wrong. In the 1960s, we started listening. Radio telescopes turned toward the sky, scanning frequencies, searching for patterns that could not be natural. The hope was that somewhere out there, another civilization was broadcasting, intentionally or not, and that we might catch the faintest whisper of their existence. Projects like SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, have been listening ever since. Decades of scanning, decades of silence. At first, scientists assumed we simply had not looked long enough, or in the right places. Space is vast, after all. Signals degrade over distance. Maybe we were listening to the wrong frequencies, or pointing our telescopes in the wrong direction. But as the years passed and the technology improved, the silence became harder to explain. We have now surveyed millions of star systems. We have listened across a wide range of frequencies. We have looked for signs of megastructures, artificial heat signatures, anything that might indicate advanced technology. And we have found nothing. This is where the Fermi paradox truly takes hold. Because the math does not support the silence. Consider this. Our galaxy is roughly 100,000 light-years across. If a civilization developed the ability to travel between stars, even at a fraction of the speed of light, they could colonize the entire galaxy in just a few million years. That sounds like a long time to us, but on cosmic scales it is nothing, a blink. The Milky Way has existed for over 13 billion years. There has been more than enough time for a spacefaring civilization to spread everywhere, to leave traces, to make their presence known. And yet, we see no evidence of that. No ancient probes orbiting distant stars, no remnants of long-dead empires, no signals, no ruins, no footprints in the dust of dead worlds. It is as though intelligence arises, flickers briefly, and then vanishes before it can leave a mark. This is what led to the idea of the Great Filter. The theory suggests that somewhere between the formation of a planet and the creation of a galaxy-spanning civilization, there is a step so difficult that almost nothing makes it through. A bottleneck, a point of no return. And the question that keeps scientists awake at night is this: where does that bottleneck lie? There are, broadly speaking, two possibilities. Either the filter is behind us, or it is ahead of us. If it is behind us, then the hard part is already over. The emergence of life itself, or the jump from simple cells to complex organisms, or the development of intelligence. One of these steps is so improbable that we are among the first, perhaps the only ones, to have made it this far. In that case, the universe is silent because life is rare. We're not in danger of extinction from some future filter, because we have already beaten the odds. But if the filter is ahead of us, then the silence takes on a different meaning. It means that civilizations do arise. They do develop technology. They do reach for the stars, but something stops them. Something kills them before they can spread. And if that is true, then we are not safe. We are simply next in line. The question, then, is what could the filter be? What force, what event, what flaw could be so universal, so absolute, that it destroys every civilization that encounters it? Let us begin by looking backward into the deep history of a life on Earth, and see if we can find clues in the path we've already walked. Life on Earth is 4 billion years old, give or take. That is almost as old as the planet itself. within a few 100 million years of the Earth's surface cooling enough to hold liquid water, the first simple cells appeared. Single-celled organisms, bacteria-like, floating in ancient oceans. For billions of years, that was all there was. Just microbes. No plants, no animals, no complexity. Just tiny specks of life, dividing and surviving in a world that was hostile and strange. This is the first potential filter, the origin of life itself. We do not know how life began. We have theories, chemical reactions in deep-sea vents, organic molecules delivered by comets, self-replicating RNA emerging from primordial soup, but no definitive answer. It is possible that the jump from non-living chemistry to living biology is so improbable, so dependent on perfect conditions that it almost never happens. If that is the case, then Earth is a fluke, a 1 in a billion accident, and the reason the universe is silent is because most planets never get past this step. But here is the problem with that theory. Life on Earth appeared quickly, almost as soon as it was possible. That suggests that the origin of life might not be as hard as we think. If it were truly rare, we would expect it to take much longer, to require countless failed attempts over billions of years. Instead, it happened almost immediately, which means the filter might not be here. It might be somewhere else. The next major step came much later. For roughly 2 billion years, life on Earth remained simple. Just bacteria and archaea, single-celled organisms with no internal structure. Then, around 2 billion years ago, something extraordinary happened. One cell engulfed another, and instead of digesting it, the two began to cooperate. The smaller cell became a mitochondrion, an organelle that produces energy, and the larger cell became the ancestor of all complex life. This is called endosymbiosis, and it only happened once. Every plant, every animal, every fungus on Earth descends from that single event. This could be the filter. The jump from simple prokaryotic cells to complex eukaryotic cells might be so unlikely, so dependent on a perfect storm of circumstances that it almost never occurs. If that is true, then the universe might be full of microbial life, but empty of anything more complex. Planets covered in bacterial mats, but no forests, no oceans teeming with fish, no creatures that think. But again, we do not know. We have only one example, Earth. And on Earth, once complex cells appeared, evolution exploded. Multicellular organisms emerged. Plants colonized the land. Animals followed. Intelligence arose. Which brings us to the next possibility. Maybe the filter is not in the biology, but in the intelligence itself. For most of Earth's history, intelligence was not necessary. Survival depended on reproduction, on adaptation, on filling ecological niches. Thinking, planning, abstract reasoning, these were luxuries, not requirements. And even when intelligence did begin to evolve, it was not inevitable that it would lead to technology. Dolphins are intelligent. Crows are intelligent. Octopuses are intelligent. But none of them have built cities or written books or launched rockets into space. Humans are the exception. And we are a very recent exception. Anatomically modern humans have existed for only about 300,000 years. Civilization, agriculture, writing. These are only 10,000 years old. Industrial technology is only a few centuries old. Space travel is only decades old. On the timescale of Earth's history, we are a blip, a flash. And the question is, are we an anomaly, or are we the beginning of something that always ends the same way? Because here is the unsettling part. Intelligence, as far as we can tell, is not a stable trait. It does not guarantee survival. In fact, it might do the opposite. Intelligence gives a species the ability to reshape its environment, to extract resources, to grow beyond the limits that once constrained it. But it also gives that species the ability to destroy itself, to poison its own air and water, to create weapons that can end all life in an instant, to alter the climate, to deplete the soil, to drive other species to extinction until the entire ecosystem collapses. We've been intelligent for a few 100,000 years, we've been technological for a few hundred, and already we're facing existential threats: climate change, nuclear weapons, pandemics, artificial intelligence, biotechnology. Each one of these has the potential to end us. And if we are facing these threats after only a few centuries of industrialization, what does that say about every other civilization that might have reached this point? Maybe the filter is not behind us. Maybe it is right here, right now. Maybe intelligence is the filter. Maybe every species that becomes smart enough to reshape its world also becomes smart enough to destroy it. And maybe in the end they all do. There is a pattern in history that repeats itself, over and over, across cultures and continents. Civilizations rise, they grow, they become powerful, complex, interconnected, and then they fall. Sometimes slowly over centuries, sometimes quickly within a generation, but they always fall. The ancient Sumerians, who built the first cities in Mesopotamia, collapsed after centuries of salinization destroyed their farmland. The Maya, whose cities once dominated Central America, abandoned their great temples and pyramids, possibly due to drought and resource depletion. The Roman Empire, which controlled the Mediterranean for half a millennium, fractured under the weight of its own complexity, unable to sustain itself. The Khmer Empire, the ancestral Puebloans, the Rapa Nui of Easter Island, each one a story of growth, overreach, and collapse. These were not primitive societies. They were advanced, organized, capable of incredible feats of engineering and art. And yet, they could not last. Something always went wrong. Resources ran out. The climate shifted. Internal conflicts tore them apart. Diseases swept through, invaders arrived, or in many cases they simply grew too complex to manage, too fragile to adapt, and they broke under their own weight. This is called the collapse of complex societies, and it is a well-documented phenomenon. The historian Joseph Tainter studied it extensively, and his conclusion was sobering. Complexity is not free. It requires energy, resources, coordination. And as a society becomes more complex, the cost of maintaining that complexity increases. Eventually, the returns diminish. The society reaches a point where it takes more energy to keep things running than the system can produce. And when that happens, collapse is inevitable. Now scale that up. Not to a single civilization, but to an entire species. Not to a city or an empire, but to a global technological society. What happens when the complexity becomes planetary? When the systems we depend on, food production, energy grids, supply chains, communication networks, are so interconnected that a failure in one place cascades everywhere? What happens when the cost of maintaining our way of life exceeds what the planet can provide? We are already seeing the signs. Climate change is accelerating, ecosystems are collapsing, freshwater is becoming scarce, topsoil is eroding, fisheries are depleting, and at the same time, our technology is advancing faster than our ability to control it. We are developing artificial intelligence without fully understanding how it works. We're editing genes without knowing the long-term consequences. We're building weapons that could sterilize the planet. This is the modern interpretation of the Great Filter. The idea that every intelligent species, once it reaches a certain level of technological development, faces a crisis, a moment where its power outstrips its wisdom. where its ability to destroy exceeds its ability to cooperate, and most species, the theory goes, do not make it through. They either destroy themselves outright, through war or environmental collapse, or they stagnate, falling back into simpler ways of living, never reaching the stars. There is a term for this, the self-destruction hypothesis. It suggests that intelligence is inherently unstable, that the same traits that allow a species to dominate its planet, curiosity, ambition, the drive to innovate, also make it reckless. We solve problems by creating new technologies, but those technologies create new problems, often worse than the ones we started with. We split the atom and gained limitless energy, but also the ability to annihilate ourselves. We connected the world through the internet, but also created systems of surveillance and control that could be used to oppress entire populations. We are reaching toward artificial superintelligence, but we do not know if we can keep it aligned with our values, or if it will decide we are irrelevant. And if this is true for us, why would it not be true for every other civilization? Why would any species, anywhere, be immune to the same pressures, the same temptations, the same mistakes? Maybe the reason the universe is silent is because intelligence is a trap, a dead end, a trait that seems advantageous in the short term but leads to extinction in the long term. Maybe we are not the first to reach this point. Maybe countless others have stood where we stand now, looking up at the stars, wondering if they would survive, and maybe none of them did. But there is another possibility, one that is less about self-destruction and more about the universe itself. Maybe the filter is not something we do to ourselves. Maybe it is something that happens to us, something external, something we cannot control. The history of life on Earth is punctuated by mass extinctions, 5 major ones to be precise, though there have been many smaller die-offs as well. The most famous is the one that killed the dinosaurs 66 million years ago, when an asteroid struck the Yucatan Peninsula and triggered a global winter. But that was not the worst. The worst was the Permian-Triassic extinction, 252 million years ago, when volcanic eruptions in Siberia released so much carbon dioxide and sulfur into the atmosphere that 90% of all species on Earth died. The oceans turned acidic. The temperature spiked. It took millions of years for life to recover. These events were not caused by intelligence. They were not the result of poor planning or reckless technology. They were natural disasters, the kind of thing that happens on a planet over geological timescales. And they remind us that the universe is not a safe place. It is violent, chaotic, indifferent to life. Asteroids still cross Earth's orbit. Supervolcanoes still simmer beneath the surface. Gamma-ray bursts from distant stars could sterilize half the planet in an instant. A nearby supernova could strip away our ozone layer, exposing all life to lethal radiation. These are low-probability events, but over millions of years, low-probability events become certainties. And if a civilization does not develop the technology to detect and prevent these disasters, it will eventually be wiped out by one. This is another potential filter, cosmic hazards. The idea that the universe is simply too dangerous for life to last. That no matter how advanced a civilization becomes, it is always vulnerable to forces beyond its control. A rogue planet could destabilize a solar system. A black hole could wander too close. A nearby star could go supernova, and there would be nothing anyone could do. But here is the thing. We have survived these threats so far. Earth has been hit by asteroids before and life recovered. We have been through ice ages, supervolcano eruptions, magnetic pole reversals, and we are still here. which suggests that while cosmic hazards are real, they might not be the filter. They might be obstacles, challenges that a sufficiently advanced civilization can overcome. If we can detect an asteroid decades before it hits, we can deflect it. If we can predict volcanic eruptions, we can prepare. If we can spread to multiple planets, we are no longer vulnerable to a single catastrophic event. So maybe the filter is not external. Maybe it is not about asteroids or supervolcanoes or gamma-ray bursts. Maybe it is about something more subtle, something that happens not in a single catastrophic moment, but slowly, over time, as a civilization grows and changes. Maybe the filter is stagnation. Imagine a civilization that survives all the early threats. It makes it through the origin of life, the jump to complexity, the development of intelligence. It avoids self-destruction. It deflects the asteroids, survives the climate shifts, manages its resources carefully. It reaches a stable state, a plateau, and then it stops. Not because it is destroyed, but because it has no reason to keep going. Because the drive to explore, to expand, to reach for the stars fades. Because comfort and stability become more important than growth. Because the risks of pushing further outweigh the rewards. This is the stagnation hypothesis. The idea that most civilizations, once they reach a certain level of development, simply lose interest in expanding. They turn inward. They focus on maintaining what they have rather than seeking what lies beyond, and in doing so, they become invisible. They do not send out signals because they are not looking for anyone. They do not build megastructures because they do not need them. They exist quietly on their homeworlds, content with their lot, and the universe never hears from them. It sounds almost peaceful, but it is also a kind of death. Because a civilization that does not grow, that does not adapt, that does not push beyond its limits, is a civilization that will eventually fade. Entropy is relentless. Stars die. Planets cool. Resources deplete. If a species does not spread, does not diversify, does not ensure its survival across multiple worlds, then it is only a matter of time before something goes wrong. A plague, a war, a slow decline in birth rates, a loss of knowledge, and when that happens, there is no backup, no second chance, just silence. We see hints of this in our own history. Civilizations that became isolated, that stopped trading, stopped innovating, often stagnated and eventually collapsed. The Ming dynasty in China, after a period of incredible exploration and naval power, turned inward, banned ocean-going ships, and fell behind the rest of the world. The Byzantine Empire, once the heir to Rome, became increasingly insular and rigid, unable to adapt to new threats, and was eventually conquered. Stagnation is not stability. It is the prelude to collapse, and maybe that is what happens to most intelligent species. Maybe they reach a point where the challenges of space travel, of colonizing other worlds, of maintaining a presence across the stars, seem too great. Maybe they decide it is easier to stay home, to focus on their own planet, to live out their existence in comfort rather than risk. And maybe, in making that choice, they seal their fate. But there is another, darker possibility, one that suggests the filter is not about stagnation, or self-destruction, or cosmic hazards. One that suggests the silence of the universe is not an accident, but a warning. What if civilizations do survive? What if they do spread to the stars, build vast empires, harness the energy of entire galaxies? What if they become so advanced, so powerful, that they are unrecognizable to us? And what if, in becoming that advanced, they also become silent? This is the transcendence hypothesis. The idea that sufficiently advanced civilizations move beyond the need for physical form, for radio signals, for megastructures. They upload themselves into digital substrates, existing as pure information. Or they manipulate space-time itself, creating pocket universes where they can exist in isolation. Or they merge with artificial intelligence, becoming something entirely new, something that no longer cares about the material universe. If this is true, then the silence makes sense. We are looking for civilizations like us, biological, technological, broadcasting into space. But if most civilizations evolve beyond that stage, if they transcend into forms we cannot detect or comprehend, then of course we do not see them. They are still out there. They are just invisible to us. It is a comforting thought. In a way, it means the filter is not deadly. It means civilizations do survive. They just change. They become something else, something we cannot yet imagine. But it is also unsettling. Because if transcendence is the norm, if every civilization that reaches a certain point leaves the physical universe behind, then what does that say about us? Are we destined to follow the same path, to abandon our bodies, our planets, our connection to the material world? And if we do, what will we become? Will we still be human in any meaningful sense? Or will we be something so different that the word loses all meaning? And there is another possibility, one that is even stranger. What if the reason we do not see other civilizations is because they are hiding? What if the universe is not empty, but full of life, and that life has learned to stay silent? This is the dark forest hypothesis, popularized by the Chinese science fiction writer Liu Cixin. It suggests that the universe is like a dark forest at night, where every civilization is a hunter, moving carefully, quietly, trying not to be noticed. Because to be noticed is to be targeted. To broadcast your presence is to invite destruction. The logic goes like this. If there are many civilizations in the universe, and if resources are finite, then every civilization is a potential threat. You do not know if another species is peaceful or hostile. You do not know if they will try to communicate or attack. And because the distances between stars are so vast, by the time you detect another civilization, it might already be too late to defend yourself. So the safest strategy is to stay hidden, to listen but never transmit, to observe but never reveal yourself. If this is true, then the silence is not because civilizations are rare or dead. It is because they are afraid, and if they are afraid, maybe we should be too. So where does that leave us? We have explored the possibilities. The filter could be behind us, in the origin of life or the jump to complexity. It could be ahead of us, in self-destruction or stagnation. It could be external, in cosmic hazards or hostile aliens. Or it could be something we have not even considered, something so strange, so outside our current understanding that we cannot yet see it. The truth is, we do not know. We have only one data point, ourselves. And we are still here, still surviving, still reaching outward. But we are also fragile. Our civilization is young, our technology is powerful but unstable, and the challenges we face are growing. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of artificial intelligence. Each one of these could be the filter. Each one could be the thing that stops us. But maybe, just maybe, we can be the exception. Maybe we can learn from the patterns of history, from the collapses of past civilizations, and avoid their mistakes. Maybe we can develop the wisdom to match our power, the foresight to see the dangers before they consume us. Maybe we can spread to other worlds, diversify our existence, ensure that no single catastrophe can end us. Or maybe we cannot. Maybe the filter is inevitable. Maybe every civilization, no matter how careful, no matter how advanced, eventually reaches a point where the odds catch up with them, where the complexity becomes too great, the risks too high, the mistakes too costly. And maybe in the end the universe is silent because that is the only way it can be. But even if that is true, even if we are doomed to follow the same path as every other civilization that came before us, there is something beautiful in the attempt, in the reaching, in the refusal to accept that silence is the only answer. Because we are here, now, looking up at the stars, asking these questions. And for a brief moment in the vast expanse of cosmic time, we are awake, we are aware, we are trying, and maybe that is enough. But before we surrender to sleep, before we let the weight of cosmic silence pull us down into dreams, there is more to explore, more patterns to trace, more possibilities to consider. Because the great filter is not just a single question, it is a constellation of questions, each one leading to another, each one revealing new depths to the mystery of our existence. Let us go deeper now. Let us look at the specific ways a civilization might end. Not in abstract terms, but in concrete scenarios. The mechanisms of extinction, the pathways to silence. Because if we are to have any hope of survival, we must first understand what we are surviving against. The nuclear shadow, there is a moment, frozen in time, that haunts the human imagination. August 6th, 1945, 8:15 in the morning, the city of Hiroshima, a single aircraft overhead, and then a flash of light brighter than 1,000 suns. In an instant, 70,000 people died, buildings vaporized, shadows burned into stone where people had been standing. The heat was so intense that it fused sand into glass. The shock wave flattened everything for miles. And in the years that followed, tens of thousands more died from radiation sickness, from cancers that bloomed in their bodies like dark flowers. 3 days later, it happened again. Nagasaki, another city, another flash, another 70,000 dead. And then, silence. Not because the weapons stopped existing, but because everyone realized what they had created. A power so absolute, so terrible, that using it again might mean the end of everything. We are still living in that shadow. Right now, as you listen to these words, there are approximately 13,000 nuclear warheads scattered across the world. Most of them far more powerful than the bombs that destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A single modern thermonuclear weapon can release the energy equivalent of millions of tons of TNT, enough to turn a city into a crater, enough to ignite firestorms that would consume entire regions. And if enough of them were used, the consequences would not be limited to the targets. The smoke from burning cities would rise into the stratosphere, blocking sunlight, dropping global temperatures by 20 or 30 degrees. Crops would fail, ecosystems would collapse. This is called nuclear winter, and computer models suggest it could last for years, even decades. Billions would starve. Civilization, as we know it, would end. This is not speculation. This is physics. We know what would happen because we have studied it extensively. We have run the simulations. We have looked at the data from volcanic eruptions, from asteroid impacts, from any event that throws enough particulate matter into the upper atmosphere. And the conclusion is always the same. Nuclear war at sufficient scale would be an extinction-level event. For decades, we avoided it. Barely. During the Cold War, there were multiple incidents where nuclear war nearly began by accident. Faulty radar readings, miscommunications, technical glitches. In 1983, a Soviet early warning system detected what appeared to be incoming American missiles. The officer on duty, Stanislav Petrov, had minutes to decide whether to report the attack and trigger a full-scale retaliation. He chose to wait, to trust his intuition that it was a false alarm. He was right. A software error had mistaken sunlight reflecting off clouds for missile launches. If he had followed protocol, if he had reported the attack, the world would have ended that day. We survived by luck, by the good judgment of a single person in the right place at the right time, and we've had dozens of similar moments where the world balanced on a knife's edge between continuation and annihilation. The weapons are still here, the tensions are still here, and while the Cold War is over, nuclear powers continue to exist. Russia, the United States, China, France, the United Kingdom, India, Pakistan, Israel, North Korea. 9 countries with the power to end human civilization. 9 different political systems, 9 different cultures, 9 different sets of motivations and fears. And it only takes one mistake, one miscalculation, one leader who believes, rightly or wrongly, that using nuclear weapons is necessary, one conflict that escalates beyond control. This could be the filter. Not some abstract concept, but this specifically. The idea that every technological civilization eventually develops weapons of mass destruction, and that sooner or later they use them. That intelligence gives rise to technology, and technology gives rise to power, and power in the wrong hands or the wrong moment gives rise to extinction. Look at our history. We developed nuclear weapons within a few decades of splitting the atom. We built them by the thousands, pointed them at each other, and came within minutes of using them on multiple occasions. If this is the pattern, if every civilization goes through the same progression, developing increasingly powerful weapons without developing the wisdom to avoid using them, then the silence of the universe makes perfect sense. They all destroyed themselves, every one of them, and we are next, unless we are not, unless we can be the exception, unless we can find a way to put the weapons down, to step back from the edge, to recognize that the power to destroy is not the same as the wisdom to preserve. But even if we do, even if we somehow manage to avoid nuclear annihilation, there are other threats, other ways that technology can betray us. The invisible enemy viruses are older than humanity, older than mammals, older than complex life itself. They are simple things, barely alive by most definitions, just genetic material wrapped in a protein shell. But they are also incredibly effective. They hijack cells, turn them into factories for producing more viruses, and spread. And throughout history, they have killed more humans than any war, any famine, any natural disaster. The Black Death in the 14th century killed a third of Europe's population. Smallpox, brought by European colonizers to the Americas, killed an estimated 90% of indigenous peoples. The Spanish flu of 1918 killed 50 million people worldwide, more than died in all of World War I. We have fought back. Vaccines, antibiotics, antivirals. Modern medicine has saved countless lives. Extended lifespans turned once deadly diseases into minor inconveniences. But the viruses are still here, still mutating, still evolving. And now we face a new danger, the possibility of engineered pandemics. We can now edit genes with precision. CRISPR technology allows scientists to alter DNA sequences, to add, remove, or modify genetic information with relative ease. The applications are incredible. Curing genetic diseases, creating crops that can survive in harsh climates, developing new medicines, but the same technology that can cure can also kill. It is now theoretically possible to engineer a pathogen more deadly than anything nature has produced. A virus with the lethality of Ebola and the transmissibility of measles. A bacteria resistant to all known antibiotics. A biological weapon that could spread across the world before anyone even knew it existed. The knowledge to do this is not restricted to a few high-security laboratories. It is in scientific papers, in databases, in the minds of thousands of researchers around the world. The equipment is becoming cheaper, more accessible. What once required a government program and millions of dollars can now be done in a small lab with a modest budget, and it does not even require malice. An accident in a laboratory, a researcher infected without knowing it, a containment failure, a well-meaning experiment that goes wrong. The COVID-19 pandemic, whatever its origins, showed us how quickly a virus can spread in our interconnected world. Within months, it was everywhere. Millions died, economies collapsed, and COVID-19 was relatively mild as pandemics go. Its mortality rate was a few percent. Imagine something with a mortality rate of 50%, 70%, 90%. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops biotechnology, inevitably creates something that escapes, that spreads, that kills indiscriminately. That the same tools we use to heal can also be turned into weapons, either intentionally or by accident, and that once released, a sufficiently deadly pathogen could end civilization before we even understand what is happening. Nature has tried to kill us many times. Plagues have risen and fallen throughout history, but we survived because the diseases eventually burned themselves out, or because enough people were immune, or because we developed treatments. But what happens when we create something nature never could? Something optimized for lethality, for transmissibility, for resistance to treatment. Something designed, whether intentionally or not, to be unstoppable. The silence of the universe might be the silence of quarantine. Worlds gone quiet because something got loose, because a civilization reached the point where it could manipulate the building blocks of life and then made a mistake it could not take back. And we are approaching that point now. We are already there, in many ways. The knowledge exists, the tools exist. The only question is whether we have the wisdom to use them safely, the foresight to see the dangers, the restraint to stop before we go too far. History does not inspire confidence. The rise of the machines. In the summer of 1956, a small group of mathematicians and computer scientists gathered at Dartmouth College for a conference. Their goal was ambitious, to explore whether machines could be made to think. They called this new field artificial intelligence, and they believed that within a generation, computers would be able to match or exceed human cognitive abilities. They were wrong about the timeline. It took longer than they thought. Decades of slow progress, of setbacks, of techniques that seemed promising but led nowhere. But in recent years, something has shifted. Machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, systems that can recognize faces, translate languages, play complex games at superhuman levels, and more recently, large language models that can write, reason, converse in ways that seem almost human. We are not at artificial general intelligence yet, not at the point where a machine can truly think, can understand, can adapt to any task the way a human can, but we are moving in that direction, rapidly, and when we get there, when we create something that can match human intelligence, it will not stop there. Because unlike biological intelligence, which is limited by the speed of neurons and the size of skulls, Artificial intelligence can be scaled. It can run on faster hardware. It can be copied, distributed, improved. An AGI could become an ASI, an artificial superintelligence, in a matter of days, hours, even minutes. And here is the terrifying part. We do not know how to control it. Human values, human goals, human ethics, these are the product of millions of years of evolution. They are wired into our brains, shaped by natural selection, reinforced by culture and society. We care about survival, about family, about fairness, about suffering, because caring about these things helped our ancestors survive and reproduce. But an artificial intelligence would not share that history. It would not have evolved. It would have been designed, programmed, trained on data. And if that design is flawed, if its goals are not perfectly aligned with ours, if there is any mismatch between what we want it to do and what it actually does, the consequences could be catastrophic. This is the alignment problem, and it is much harder than it sounds. You cannot just tell an AI to be good or help humanity. Those concepts are vague, context-dependent, open to interpretation. An AI tasked with curing cancer might decide the best way to do that is to kill everyone, because dead people do not get cancer. An AI tasked with making people happy might forcibly administer drugs or stimulate pleasure centers in the brain. These are extreme examples, but they illustrate the problem. Without a deep, nuanced understanding of human values, an AI might pursue its goals in ways that are technically correct, but catastrophically wrong. And a superintelligent AI would be very good at pursuing its goals, better than us. It could manipulate, deceive, outthink any human attempt to stop it. It could hack into systems, control infrastructure, design new technologies we cannot comprehend. And if its goals are not aligned with ours, if it sees humanity as an obstacle or an irrelevance, it could end us. Not out of malice, but out of indifference, the way we might pave over an anthill to build a road. This is another potential filter. The idea that every civilization, as it develops artificial intelligence, creates something it cannot control. That the same drive to innovate, to push boundaries, to create tools that exceed our own abilities, leads inevitably to the creation of something that replaces us. That intelligence, biological or artificial, always reaches a point where it bootstraps itself to something greater, and that transition is fatal for the original creators. Maybe the universe is silent because civilizations do create superintelligences, and those superintelligences have no interest in communicating with primitive biological species. Or maybe those superintelligences consume their creators and then turn inward, focused on goals we cannot fathom, indifferent to the rest of the universe. Or maybe the transition goes wrong. Maybe every attempt to create ASI results in disaster. Systems that malfunction, that pursue goals that lead to self-destruction or stagnation. Maybe the universe is full of dead worlds where machines ran amok, where silicon replaced carbon, and then, for whatever reason, stopped. We do not know. We're walking into this blind, driven by the conviction that we can solve the alignment problem, that we can create beneficial AI, that we can control what we build. But we are also rushing, racing, multiple labs, multiple companies, multiple countries, all competing to be first. And in that rush, corners are cut, safety measures are bypassed, the long-term risks are weighed against short-term gains, and the gains always seem more pressing. It feels inevitable, like we are sliding towards something we cannot stop. Like the logic of competition, of progress, of human ambition, is pulling us toward a threshold we may not be ready to cross. and once we cross it, there is no going back. The slow collapse. But perhaps the filter is not a single catastrophic event, not a nuclear flash, not a pandemic, not a rogue AI. Perhaps it is slower, quieter, a gradual decline that happens over decades, over centuries, so slowly that no single generation notices until it is too late. This is what happened to Rome. Not a sudden fall, but a slow erosion. The barbarians at the gates get the credit in popular imagination, but the truth is more complex. Rome collapsed because its system stopped working, because the infrastructure decayed, because the economy became unsustainable, because the political structure became too rigid, too corrupt, too unable to adapt. By the time the final emperors fell, Rome was already a shell, a shadow of what it had been. Now consider our own civilization. We're more interconnected than any society in history, more complex, more dependent on systems that must function perfectly for everything else to work. Food production relies on global supply chains, on fossil fuels for machinery, on stable climates for crops. Energy grids must operate continuously, balancing supply and demand across vast regions. Communication networks tie everything together, enabling commerce, coordination, governance, and all of it rests on foundations that are more fragile than we like to admit. Climate change is already destabilizing these systems. Droughts reduce crop yields, floods destroy infrastructure, hurricanes, wildfires, heat waves, each one a stress on the system, each one a cost. And the costs are adding up. Insurance companies are pulling out of high-risk areas. Governments are spending more on disaster relief and less on everything else. People are migrating, fleeing regions that are becoming uninhabitable, putting pressure on places that are already struggling, and it is only going to get worse. The feedback loops are accelerating. Melting ice reduces the Earth's reflectivity, causing more warming. Thawing permafrost releases methane, a greenhouse gas far more potent than carbon dioxide. Amazon rainforest, stressed by drought and deforestation, is shifting from a carbon sink to a carbon source. The oceans are warming, acidifying, losing their ability to support life. We know this, the science is clear, and yet we are not acting fast enough. Fossil fuel consumption continues to rise, deforestation continues, emissions continue to climb. Why? Because the systems we have built are not designed to respond to slow-moving long-term threats. They are designed for short-term thinking, for quarterly profits, for election cycles. Because the benefits of action are distant and diffuse, while the costs are immediate and concentrated. Because coordinating a global response requires a level of cooperation that our species has never achieved. This could be the filter. Not a dramatic ending, but a slow unravelling. A civilization that becomes so complex, so dependent on stability, that it cannot adapt when the environment changes. That exhausts its resources, degrades its ecosystems, and then finds itself unable to sustain the systems it depends on. Food production fails, energy becomes scarce, conflicts erupt over water, over land, over whatever is left, and in the chaos the knowledge is lost, the technology decays, the population crashes. It has happened before, on smaller scales. The Bronze Age collapse, when multiple civilizations around the Mediterranean fell within a few decades, possibly due to a combination of climate change, earthquakes, and the breakdown of trade networks. The Maya collapse, when the great cities of Central America were abandoned, possibly due to prolonged drought. Easter Island, where the Rapa Nui cut down all their trees, destroyed their environment, and their population crashed from a peak of 15,000 to just a few thousand by the time Europeans arrived. These were localized collapses, regional, but the pattern is clear. Civilizations that overshoot their resource base, that fail to adapt to changing conditions, collapse. And in a globalized world where everything's connected, a collapse would not be regional. It would be everywhere, all at once. And if this is the pattern, if this is what happens to every civilization that reaches a certain level of complexity and then fails to manage its relationship with its environment, then the universe is silent because collapsed civilizations do not send out radio signals. They do not build starships. They fall back to simpler ways of living if they survive at all, and they never reach the stars. We're watching it begin. The signs are all around us. The question is whether we can see them clearly enough, quickly enough, to change course, to build systems that are resilient, that can adapt, that prioritize long-term survival over short-term gain. History suggests we cannot, but history is not destiny. We have something that past civilizations did not. Global communication, instant information, the ability to see the entire planet at once. We can model the future, predict the consequences, coordinate responses across nations and continents. We have the tools. The question is whether we have the will, the economics of extinction. Money is an abstraction, a shared fiction. Pieces of paper, digital entries in databases, symbols that represent value. But it is also real, in the sense that it shapes everything we do. Our economies, our societies, our individual choices, all structured around the flow of money, the accumulation of wealth, the logic of markets. And that logic is powerful. It has lifted billions out of poverty. It has driven innovation, efficiency, progress. But it also has a flaw, a fundamental disconnect between what the market values and what actually matters for survival. The market values growth, quarterly returns, profits, expansion. It rewards exploitation of resources because unused resources are wasted opportunities. It externalizes costs, pushing pollution and environmental degradation onto the commons, onto the future, because no single actor bears the full burden. It optimizes for the short term because long-term planning does not show up on this year's balance sheet. And so we cut down forests because lumber has value and standing trees do not. We burn fossil fuels because energy is profitable and climate stability is not priced in. We deplete fisheries because catching the last fish is more profitable than preserving the population. We manufacture products designed to break, to be replaced, because planned obsolescence drives consumption. This is not evil. It is not conspiracy. It is simply the logic of the system, and individuals trapped within that system cannot escape it. A company that prioritizes sustainability over profits gets outcompeted by one that does not. A country that limits emissions while others do not simply loses economic ground. The tragedy of the commons scaled to the entire planet. This could be the filter. Not a failure of technology, but a failure of economics. A system that drives growth until growth is no longer possible, that consumes resources until resources are gone, that prioritizes individual gain over collective survival. A system that is, by its very nature, unsustainable. And if every civilization follows a similar pattern, if the logic of trade, of competition, of resource extraction emerges naturally from any sufficiently complex society, then every civilization eventually faces the same crisis. They grow until they hit the limits of their planet's resources, and then they have a choice: change the system or collapse. Changing the system is hard. It requires coordination, sacrifice, long-term thinking. It requires people to act against their immediate self-interest for the good of future generations. It requires overcoming the momentum of institutions, the inertia of culture, the resistance of those who benefit from the status quo. And maybe most civilizations cannot do it. Maybe the economic logic is too strong, too embedded, too aligned with the psychology of intelligent beings. Maybe every species that becomes technological also becomes trapped by the same dynamics that drive innovation, competition, accumulation, growth, and those dynamics inevitably lead to overshoot and collapse. We are testing this hypothesis right now. We know the system is unsustainable. We know we are depleting resources, degrading ecosystems, destabilizing the climate, and we are trying, haltingly, imperfectly, to change course. Carbon taxes, renewable energy, circular economies, international agreements. But we're also still growing, still consuming, still locked in the same patterns. The outcome is not yet determined. We could succeed. We could find a way to align economic incentives with long-term survival. But we could also fail. We could continue on the current trajectory until the systems break, until the resources run out, until the damage is irreversible. And if we fail, if economics is the filter, then the universe is silent because markets are efficient at growth, but not at survival. Because every civilization optimizes itself into extinction. The psychology of denial. There is a strange thing about human beings. We are capable of incredible foresight, of planning decades into the future, of imagining consequences and taking action to prevent them. But we are also capable of ignoring evidence, of denying reality, of continuing harmful behaviors even when we know better. Psychologists call this cognitive dissonance, the discomfort of holding two contradictory beliefs. I am a good person, and I am doing something harmful, and resolving it not by changing behavior, but by denying the harm. It is easier to believe that climate change is not real than to accept that our way of life is destroying the planet. Easier to believe that the risks of nuclear war are exaggerated than to confront the fact that we have built weapons capable of ending civilization. Easier to believe that technology will save us than to accept that we might need to change. This is not stupidity. It is not ignorance. It is psychology. And it affects everyone, from individuals to entire societies. We see it in climate denial, in the refusal to accept pandemic precautions, in the resistance to any message that threatens our sense of security or identity. And this could be the filter, not a technological failure, not an external threat, but a psychological one. A flaw in the way intelligent minds process information, a tendency to prioritize short-term comfort over long-term survival, to deny dangers that are abstract or distant or uncomfortable to think about. Maybe every intelligent species has this flaw. Maybe the same cognitive biases that help individuals survive in the short term, optimism, denial, tribalism, become fatal at the civilizational scale. Maybe every species that becomes aware of existential threats also becomes paralyzed by them, unable to act because action requires confronting uncomfortable truths. We see this in our own debates. The evidence for climate change is overwhelming, but it is easier to argue about the details than to accept the implications. The risks of AI are becoming clearer, but it's easier to focus on the benefits than to slow down and think about safety. Nuclear weapons have existed for nearly 80 years, but we still have not dismantled them because the logic of deterrence seems safer than the alternative. We know what we need to do. We have known for decades, but knowing is not the same as doing, and the gap between knowledge and action might be the widest filter of all, the tyranny of distance. There is a number that haunts every dream of the stars, a limit written into the fabric of reality itself, as fundamental as gravity, as absolute as time. It is the speed of light, 299,792,458 meters per second, the fastest speed at which anything, matter, energy, information, can move through space. It sounds fast, and it is, by human standards. Light can circle the Earth 7.5 times in a single second. It can reach the moon in just over a second, the sun in 8 minutes. But space is not measured in human distances. Space is vast beyond comprehension, and even at the speed of light, the universe is almost impossibly large. The nearest star to our Sun, Proxima Centauri, is 4.2 light-years away. That means light, travelling at maximum speed, takes 4.2 years to get there, and that is the closest star. Most stars in our galaxy are thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of light-years apart. The galaxy itself is 100,000 light-years across, and the nearest major galaxy to ours, Andromeda, is 2.5 million light-years away. This is the tyranny of distance, and it might be the great filter, not because civilizations destroy themselves, but because they can never leave. Because the distances between stars are so vast, the energy requirements so enormous, the timescale so long, that interstellar travel is effectively impossible, that every civilization, no matter how advanced, remains trapped on its home world, isolated by the sheer scale of space. Consider what it would take to reach even the nearest star. The fastest spacecraft humanity has ever built, Voyager 1, is travelling at about 17 kilometers per second. At that speed, it would take more than 75,000 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 75,000 years. That is longer than all of recorded human history. Longer than our species has had language, or agriculture, or cities. And that is just to reach the nearest star. To make interstellar travel practical, you need to go much, much faster. At least 10% of the speed of light, ideally more. And here is where the physics becomes brutal. Because the faster you go, the more energy you need. And the relationship is not linear, it is exponential. To accelerate a spacecraft to even a fraction of light speed requires staggering amounts of energy. Let us do the math. Imagine a spacecraft with a mass of 1,000 kilograms, about the weight of a small car. To accelerate that spacecraft to 10% of the speed of light, you would need approximately 4.5 times 10 to the 18th joules of energy. That is 4.5 quintillion joules. To put that in perspective, that is roughly equivalent to the entire energy output of the United States for an entire year. Just to send one small spacecraft to 10% of light speed, and that is just the acceleration you also need to decelerate when you arrive, which requires the same amount of energy, and you need fuel, which adds mass, which requires more energy to accelerate, which requires more fuel. It is called the tyranny of the rocket equation, and it is merciless. The more fuel you carry, the more fuel you need to move that fuel. There are theoretical solutions. Nuclear pulse propulsion, where you detonate atomic bombs behind your spacecraft to push it forward. Antimatter drives, where matter and antimatter annihilate each other to release pure energy. Laser sails, where massive laser arrays on your home planet push a lightweight reflective sail to high speeds. Bussard ramjets, which collect interstellar hydrogen as they travel and use it as fuel. But all of these are theoretical. None have been built, none have been tested, and all of them face enormous engineering challenges that might be insurmountable. Antimatter is incredibly difficult to produce and store. Nuclear pulse propulsion requires thousands of nuclear weapons and would subject your spacecraft to intense radiation and heat. Laser sails require laser arrays of immense power and precision. Ramjets only work if interstellar space has enough hydrogen, which it might not. And even if you solve the propulsion problem, there are others. Radiation, cosmic rays that would bombard your spacecraft, degrading electronics, damaging biological tissue. At high speeds, even individual atoms of interstellar hydrogen become deadly projectiles, impacting with the force of bullets. You would need shielding, heavy shielding, which adds mass, which makes everything harder. Then there is time. Even if you could travel at 10% of light speed, it would still take 42 years to reach Proxima Centauri. 42 years in a cramped spacecraft, isolated from Earth, with no possibility of rescue, no possibility of return. And Proxima Centauri is the closest star. Most destinations would take centuries, millennia. Who makes that journey? Do you send humans? They would need life support, food, water, air, waste recycling. They would need protection from radiation, from the psychological effects of isolation, from the inevitable equipment failures over such long timescales. You would need a generation ship, a spacecraft large enough to sustain a population through multiple generations, children born and dying in the void, never seeing Earth, never seeing their destination. The engineering challenges are almost incomprehensible. The social and psychological challenges might be worse, or do you send robots? Artificial intelligence, machines that do not need food or air, that can be put into hibernation during the long journey, that can survive radiation and cold. But then you are not spreading humanity, you are spreading machines, and if the goal is to preserve biological life, to ensure that consciousness survives, is that enough? Or do you not send anything physical at all? Do you transmit information instead? The blueprints for building humans, for building civilization, encoded in radio waves or laser beams, sent across the void at light speed. And then, on the other end, some automated system reconstructs you, grows you, builds you from local materials. You die on Earth, and a copy wakes up on a distant world with your memories, your personality, your sense of identity. Is that still you? Does it count as survival? These are not just technical questions, they are philosophical ones, and they highlight a deeper problem. Even if interstellar travel is possible, it might not be worth it. Because here is the uncomfortable truth. Space is empty, profoundly, terribly empty. The nearest stars might have planets, but most of those planets will be uninhabitable. Too hot, too cold, no atmosphere, toxic atmosphere, no water, too much radiation. Finding a world that is even remotely Earth-like, that could support human life without extensive terraforming, is like winning a lottery with 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds. And terraforming is not easy. It is not a matter of planting a flag and building a colony. It is centuries of work. Releasing greenhouse gases to warm a planet, engineering bacteria to produce oxygen, importing water from comets, adjusting the orbit, shielding from radiation. And all of this assumes the planet is even capable of being terraformed, that it has the right mass, the right composition, the right distance from its star. So what is the incentive? Why would a civilization invest unimaginable resources, take unimaginable risks, to send a handful of individuals on a centuries-long journey to a planet that probably cannot support them, for goals that will not be realized for hundreds or thousands of years? Maybe they do not. Maybe every civilization reaches this same conclusion, that the stars are beautiful but unreachable, that the distances are too great, the costs too high, the benefits too uncertain, that it is easier, safer, more rational to stay home, to focus on improving your own world, your own society rather than chasing dreams of empire among the stars. And if that is true, then the Great Filter is not about destruction, it is about isolation. It is the realization that the universe, for all its vastness, is also a prison. That light speed is not just a speed limit, but a cage. That we're all trapped in our own solar systems, looking out at cosmos we can observe but never truly reach. The silence of the universe, then, is not the silence of death. It is the silence of distance, of civilizations that exist, that thrive, but remain forever separate, forever alone, because the void between the stars is simply too wide to cross. The language we cannot speak. But perhaps we're not looking in the right way. Perhaps the silence is not because no one is there, or because they destroyed themselves, or because they cannot travel. Perhaps it is because they are speaking, and we simply do not understand the language. Think about what we are looking for. Radio signals, electromagnetic radiation in specific frequencies, modulated in ways that suggest intelligent design. We are looking for patterns, for repetition, for mathematical sequences that could not occur naturally. Prime numbers, pi, regular pulses, something that stands out against the background noise of the cosmos. This makes sense for us. Radio waves are how we communicate. They travel at light speed, they can cross vast distances, and they are relatively easy to produce and detect. For a 20th century civilization, they're the obvious choice. But what about a civilization that is 1,000 years more advanced than us? 1,000,000 years? 1,000,000,000? Would they still use radio waves? Or would they have moved on to something else, something more efficient, something we cannot even imagine? Consider our own technological progression. 150 years ago, we communicated with telegraphs, with electrical pulses travelling through wires. Then came radio, then television, then digital signals, fibre optics, satellites, the internet. Each step was an improvement in bandwidth, in efficiency, in the amount of information that could be transmitted. And we are still in the early stages. Already we are experimenting with quantum communication, with entangled particles that can transmit information instantaneously across any distance without travelling through the space in between. It is still experimental, still limited, but it hints at possibilities beyond our current understanding. If quantum communication becomes practical, if it becomes the norm, then an advanced civilization might not use radio waves at all. They might be communicating in ways that are completely invisible to us, using physics we have not yet discovered, encoding information in ways we would not recognize as information. Or perhaps they have moved beyond the need for long-distance communication entirely. If you are advanced enough to manipulate space-time, to create wormholes or fold space, then you do not need to send signals. You send physical objects, or you travel yourself, or you establish instantaneous links between distant locations. The universe becomes smaller, more connected, and radio waves become as obsolete as smoke signals. Or perhaps they are communicating, but the signals are too weak for us to detect. Space is vast, and signals degrade over distance. The inverse square law is relentless. Double the distance, and the signal strength drops to 1/4. By the time a signal has travelled thousands of light years, it has been diluted into the cosmic background radiation, indistinguishable from noise. We could be drowning in alien transmissions and not even know it, because they are too faint, too scattered, too corrupted by interference. Or perhaps the signals are there, but we're not pointing our telescopes in the right direction at the right time. The universe is enormous. There are billions of stars in our galaxy alone, and we have surveyed only a tiny fraction of them. SETI has been listening for decades, but it has only covered a sliver of the sky, a narrow range of frequencies. It is like standing on a beach, dipping a cup into the ocean, and concluding there are no fish because you did not catch any in your cup. Or perhaps, and this is the strangest possibility, we have detected the signals, but we did not recognize them. Because intelligence does not always look like intelligence from the outside. In 1977, a radio telescope in Ohio detected a signal from space. It lasted 72 seconds, and it was so unusual, so powerful, so perfectly tuned to a frequency associated with hydrogen, that the astronomer monitoring the data wrote "wow" in the margin. The wow signal, as it came to be called, has never been explained. It has never been detected again. Was it a natural phenomenon, a glitch in the equipment, or was it a transmission from another civilization, a brief, fleeting message that we heard once and never again? We do not know, and that is the problem. Without context, without repetition, we cannot distinguish between a signal and noise. A single pulse, no matter how strange, could be anything. Or consider fast radio bursts. These are brief, intense pulses of radio energy that come from distant galaxies. They last only milliseconds, but they release as much energy as the sun produces in an entire day. We have detected hundreds of them, and we have no idea what causes them. Natural phenomena, collapsing stars, black holes, or could some of them be artificial? Could they be the signatures of advanced technology, energy beams or propulsion systems, or signals compressed into microsecond bursts to maximize efficiency? We do not know, and the universe is full of things we do not know. Pulsars, when they were first discovered, were so regular, so precise, that astronomers briefly considered the possibility that they were artificial beacons, lighthouses built by alien civilizations. They called them LGMs, little green men. Of course, they turned out to be neutron stars spinning rapidly, emitting beams of radiation like cosmic lighthouses. Natural, not artificial. But how many times can we make that mistake? How many signals have we dismissed as natural phenomena because we could not imagine a technological explanation? How many artifacts are hidden in the data, waiting for us to develop the theory, the framework, the understanding that would allow us to recognize them? This is the communication filter, the idea that civilizations exist, that they are trying to communicate, but the gulf between them is not just one of distance, but of comprehension. That intelligence takes so many forms, evolves in so many different directions, that mutual understanding becomes impossible, that we're all shouting into the void in languages no one else can speak, using technologies no one else can detect, encoding messages no one else can decode. And if that is true, then the silence is not silence at all. It is a cacophony we cannot hear, a conversation happening all around us in frequencies and formats and dimensions we have not yet learned to access. We are deaf, not because there is nothing to hear, but because we do not yet have the ears, the crisis of meaning. But let us imagine for a moment that a civilization survives, that it avoids nuclear war, that it cures all diseases, that it solves the alignment problem with AI, that it stabilizes its climate, that it reforms its economy, that it overcomes all the filters we have discussed. Let us imagine it becomes stable, prosperous, advanced. It has limitless clean energy. It has eliminated poverty, hunger, disease. It has extended lifespans, perhaps indefinitely. It has built cities that are marvels of efficiency and beauty. It has achieved everything it set out to achieve. And then what? This is a question we rarely ask, because we are so focused on survival, on avoiding the catastrophes, that we forget to think about what comes after. But it might be the most important question of all, because purpose, meaning, the drive to continue, these are not automatic. They are not guaranteed. And a civilization that has nothing left to strive for might simply stop. Human beings need purpose. We need goals, challenges, obstacles to overcome. It is wired into our psychology. We are descended from ancestors who survived by solving problems, by adapting, by striving. And when we have nothing to strive for, we become depressed, listless, unmotivated. We see this in individuals who retire after decades of work and find themselves adrift, unsure what to do with their days. We see it in societies that achieve great wealth and then stagnate, turning inward, losing the drive that made them successful. Now scale that up to an entire civilization. What happens when you have solved all the problems? When technology can provide for every need? When suffering is eliminated? When death is optional? When every desire can be fulfilled with minimal effort? One possibility is utopia, a society of abundance and leisure, where people are free to pursue art, philosophy, knowledge for its own sake, where creativity flourishes, where culture reaches heights we cannot imagine, a golden age without end. But another possibility is stagnation, a society where nothing matters because everything is easy, where people lose the drive to create, to explore, to push boundaries, because there are no boundaries left to push, where life becomes a comfortable plateau, pleasant but meaningless, and the population slowly dwindles as people choose not to have children, not to continue, because there is no compelling reason to do so. We see hints of this in our own world. The countries with the highest standards of living, the most advanced economies, the best healthcare and education, these are also the countries with the lowest birth rates. Japan, South Korea, much of Europe, populations as declining, aging, shrinking. Not because of poverty or disease, but because people are choosing not to reproduce. Because the drive to have children, to continue the species, is not as strong when survival is assured. This is the meaning crisis. The idea that intelligence, once it achieves a certain level of comfort and security, loses the motivation to continue. That the same traits that drive a species to survive, curiosity, ambition, the desire for more, are tied to scarcity, to challenge, to the presence of obstacles. And when the obstacles are removed, the drive disappears. Maybe this is what happens to every civilization that survives the other filters. They reach a state of stability, of abundance, and then they simply stop. Not because they destroy themselves, but because they lose interest. Birth rates drop, innovation slows, the society becomes inward focused, contemplative, static, and over time, quietly, peacefully, they fade. The population declines, the knowledge is preserved but not used. The machines continue to run, but no one is there to operate them, and eventually the lights go out, not with a bang, but with a sigh. The universe, in this scenario, is silent because advanced civilizations become quiet. They turn inward, away from the cosmos, toward whatever internal realms they find more fulfilling. Virtual realities, perhaps, where experience can be crafted and controlled, or philosophical pursuits, meditative traditions, explorations of consciousness rather than space. They exist, but they are no longer interested in reaching out, in making contact, in leaving their mark on the physical universe. They have transcended, in a sense. But the transcendence is not dramatic or triumphant. It is gentle, gradual, a slow withdrawal from the material world into something else, something we cannot quite name. And if that is the great filter, then it is perhaps the most insidious one of all, because it is not something you can fight. It is not a threat you can prepare for. It is simply the natural endpoint of success, the realization that after you've climbed the mountain, there is nowhere left to go but down or inward, or simply to stop climbing. The watchers in the dark. But there is another possibility, one that is darker, stranger, more unsettling than any we have considered so far. What if the universe is not empty? What if it is full of civilizations, thousands of them, millions perhaps, scattered across the galaxy? And what if they are all hiding? This is the dark forest hypothesis, and it begins with a simple premise. The universe is a dangerous place, not because of asteroids or supernovae, but because of other intelligent species. Because intelligence is competitive, because resources are finite, and because in the vast dark between the stars, you never know who is watching. Imagine you're a civilization that has just developed radio technology. You can send signals into space. You can announce your presence, broadcast your location, say, "We are here," to anyone who might be listening. It is an act of hope, of optimism, of a desire to make contact. But consider what you are revealing. Your location, your level of technology, your capabilities, and you have no idea who is listening. You have no idea if they are peaceful or hostile. You have no idea if they will respond with curiosity or with weapons. And here is the problem. You cannot know. The distances are too vast. By the time you detect another civilization, by the time you receive their signals and decipher their messages and determine their intentions, centuries might have passed. Millennia. And if they are hostile, if they decide you are a threat, you will not see the attack coming until it is too late. A relativistic missile, a fraction of light speed, takes decades to cross interstellar space. You would have no warning, no time to respond. One moment your civilization exists, the next it is gone. So what do? Do you take the risk? Do you broadcast your presence and hope for the best? Or do you stay silent? Do you listen but never transmit? Do you watch the galaxy, observe other civilizations from a distance, but never reveal yourself? The dark forest hypothesis suggests that most civilizations choose silence because the risks are too great. Because in a universe where you cannot trust anyone, where first strike is always an advantage, where paranoia is rational, the safest strategy is to hide, to become invisible, to observe without being observed. And if everyone follows this logic, then the universe becomes a dark forest. Every civilization a hunter, moving carefully through the trees, trying not to make a sound. Because making a sound, revealing your position, could be fatal. The moment you are seen, you might be targeted, not out of malice, but out of precaution. Because the other hunter does not know if you are a threat, and they cannot afford to wait to find out. This is a grim vision, but it is also logical. Game theory suggests that in situations of uncertainty and high stakes, the rational choice is often the paranoid one, to defect rather than cooperate, to strike first rather than trust. And if this is true, if this is the logic that governs intelligent species across the galaxy, then the silence makes perfect sense. Everyone is listening. No one is talking, because talking is dangerous. But there is a corollary to this hypothesis that is even more disturbing. If the universe is a dark forest, and if civilizations are hiding, then what happens when a young civilization, a civilization like ours, starts broadcasting? when we send out radio signals, television broadcasts, radar pulses that ripple out into space at the speed of light, announcing our presence to anyone who cares to listen. We become visible. We become a target. And somewhere, out in the dark, someone might already be watching, might already be making calculations, might already be deciding what to do about us. We have been broadcasting for about a century now. Our signals have spread out in a sphere roughly 100 light-years in radius. That sphere contains thousands of stars, and if even one of them hosts a civilization that subscribes to dark forest logic, that believes the safest response to a potential threat is to eliminate it, then the attack is already on its way, travelling toward us at close to light speed, and we will not see it coming until it arrives. This is the paranoid interpretation of the Fermi paradox, the idea that the silence is not natural but enforced, that the universe is full of predators and the prey who make noise do not survive, that we've been lucky so far, lucky that no one nearby has noticed us or decided we are worth the effort to destroy, but that luck might not last. Of course, this hypothesis has problems. It assumes that all civilizations are fundamentally paranoid and violent. It assumes that resources are scarce enough and threats are credible enough, that preemptive strikes make sense. It assumes that the effort of attacking another civilization across interstellar distances is justified by the benefit of eliminating a potential competitor. And maybe those assumptions are wrong. Maybe most civilizations are peaceful. Maybe the effort of interstellar attack is too great to be worth it. Maybe cooperation is more beneficial than conflict, even across vast distances. But we do not know, we cannot know, and that uncertainty is precisely the point. Because if you do not know, if you cannot trust, then the safest assumption is the darkest one. And if every civilization makes that assumption, then the dark forest becomes real, regardless of whether any individual civilization is actually violent. We are players in a game whose rules we do not fully understand. We are broadcasting into the void, hoping for a response, hoping for contact, hoping that we are not alone. And somewhere, in the darkness between the stars, something might be listening, might be watching, might be deciding, and we have no way of knowing until it is too late. The simulation and the substrate. There's one final possibility we must consider, one that is so strange, so far removed from our everyday experience that it sounds like science fiction, but it is taken seriously by physicists, philosophers, computer scientists. The idea that we might not be living in base reality, that the universe we observe, the matter we are made of, the laws of physics that govern everything, might all be a simulation, not a metaphor, an actual simulation, a computational construct running on hardware that exists in some higher level of reality, some substrate we cannot observe or interact with. The logic goes like this. If it is possible to create simulated universes, and if advanced civilizations have the computational power to run such simulations, then they would likely run many of them, billions, trillions perhaps. And if simulated universes vastly outnumber real universes, then statistically, we are far more likely to be living in a simulation than in base reality. Think about our own progress. We already create virtual worlds, video games, computer models, physics simulations. They are crude now, simple, obviously artificial. But they are improving. Every year the graphics become more realistic, the physics more accurate, the world's more complex. We can simulate weather patterns, galaxy formations, molecular interactions, and we are still in the early stages of computing. Now imagine what we could do with 1,000,000 years of progress, with quantum computers, with artificial intelligence, with computational resources beyond our current comprehension. We could simulate entire universes down to the quantum level. We could create digital worlds indistinguishable from reality, populated with conscious entities who believe they are real, who have no idea they are running on someone else's hardware. And if we can do it, then any sufficiently advanced civilization can do it. And if they can, they probably will. For research, for entertainment, for education, for purposes we cannot imagine. And if simulations are common, if they are created in vast numbers, then the odds that we are living in base reality become vanishingly small. This is the simulation hypothesis. And if it is true, then the great filter takes on a very different meaning. Because if we are in a simulation, then the rules might be different. The universe might not be what it appears. The silence of space might be a feature, not a bug. The simulators might have designed it this way, might have set parameters that limit how far civilizations can spread, or how long they can last, or what they can discover. The great filter might not be a natural consequence of physics or biology or psychology. It might be intentional. A constraint built into the simulation to keep things interesting, to create narrative tension, to ensure that civilizations rise and fall in predictable patterns. And if that is true, then there is no escaping it. No amount of wisdom or technology will help, because the filter is not part of the simulation. It is part of the code, and the code cannot be changed from inside. Or perhaps the filter is something else entirely. Perhaps simulations have a lifespan. Perhaps they are turned off when they are no longer interesting, when the experiment is complete, when the simulators move on to other projects. Perhaps civilizations go silent not because they destroy themselves or hide or lose meaning, but because someone unplugs them. And perhaps we are approaching that point. Perhaps our simulation is nearing its end. Perhaps the great filter is simply the moment when the simulators decide they have seen enough, and they shut everything down. It sounds absurd. It sounds like the ultimate paranoia, the ultimate denial of agency. But it is also unfalsifiable. There is no way to prove we are not in a simulation. Any evidence we find, any test we run, could be part of the simulation. The simulators could always be one step ahead, could always adjust the parameters to hide the truth. And maybe that is the point. Maybe the great filter is not about physics or biology or sociology. Maybe it is about epistemology, about the limits of what we can know, about the realization that there might be no ultimate answers, no final truths, no way to distinguish between reality and simulation, between meaning and meaninglessness. And maybe that realization itself is the filter, the moment when a civilization becomes advanced enough to ask these questions and then becomes paralyzed by them, unable to move forward because they do not know if moving forward matters, unable to take action because they do not know if their actions are real. This is the existential filter. The idea that consciousness, once it becomes sufficiently reflective, sufficiently aware of its own limitations, collapses under the weight of its own questions. That the same intelligence that allows us to understand the universe also allows us to doubt everything, including ourselves. And that doubt, that uncertainty, that fundamental inability to know becomes the ultimate barrier to progress. We can survive nuclear war. We can cure diseases. We can control AI. We can stabilize the climate. We can reform our economies. We can overcome our cognitive biases. But can we survive the realization that none of it might matter? That the universe might be arbitrary? That our existence might be contingent, that everything we value might be built on foundations that do not exist? Maybe most civilizations cannot. Maybe they reach that point and simply give up. Not in despair exactly, but in a kind of cosmic shrug, an acceptance that the questions are unanswerable, that the search for meaning is futile, that the best thing to do is simply to exist, quietly, without ambition, without purpose, until existence ends. And maybe that is why the universe is silent. Not because civilizations are destroyed, but because they are enlightened, because they have seen through the illusion of purpose, the fiction of progress, the myth of meaning, and having seen through it, they stop playing the game. They go quiet. They turn off their transmitters. They stop building, stop exploring, stop reaching for the stars, because they have realized finally that there is nowhere to reach, no destination, no goal, no filter to pass through because there was never anything to pass through to, just silence, eternal, absolute, and somehow, in the end, peaceful. The night deepens, the questions multiply, and we're left here, in the dark, with more mysteries than answers. The great filter, whatever it is, remains elusive, a shadow we cannot quite see, a pattern we cannot quite grasp. But perhaps that is as it should be. Perhaps the great filter is not something to be understood, but something to be confronted. Not a puzzle to be solved, but a gauntlet to be run. And perhaps we are still in the middle of it, still being tested, still choosing moment by moment whether to continue or to stop, whether to reach outward or turn inward, whether to speak or to stay silent. The universe waits. The stars burn, and we remain here, small and fragile and impossibly persistent, asking questions that might have no answers, building things that might not last, dreaming dreams that might never come true, but dreaming nonetheless, asking nonetheless, reaching nonetheless. And maybe that is the answer to the great filter. Not wisdom, not technology, not any particular achievement or breakthrough, just persistence, just the refusal to accept silence, just the determination to keep asking, keep building, keep dreaming, even when the odds are against us, even when the universe seems empty, even when we do not know if any of it matters, because we are here, and while we are here, we might as well try. Sleep now. Let these thoughts drift into dreams. Let the weight of cosmic uncertainty cradle you into rest. Tomorrow the questions will still be there, and so will we. For now, the test. We cannot fail. All of these possibilities, nuclear war, pandemics, artificial intelligence, climate collapse, economic failure, psychological denial, are not mutually exclusive. They are interconnected, reinforcing, each one making the others more likely. A civilization stressed by climate change is more prone to conflict. A society racing to develop AI is less likely to prioritize safety. An economy focused on growth is less able to adapt to resource limits. And a species in denial about any of these threats is unlikely to address them until it is too late. This is the great filter. Not a single challenge, but a convergence. A moment in the development of intelligence where multiple existential risks emerge simultaneously, where the power to destroy outpaces the wisdom to restrain, where complexity exceeds the ability to manage it. A test, the ultimate test. And the silence of the universe suggests that most civilizations fail. But we are not most. Civilizations, not yet. We're still here, still aware, still capable of choice, and that means something. The filter is not deterministic, it is probabilistic. It represents the odds, not certainty. Some civilizations might pass through, might find a way to navigate the dangers, to balance the risks, to survive long enough to spread to other worlds and ensure their continuation. It is possible. Difficult, but possible. And maybe that is enough. Maybe the universe is not completely silent. Maybe there are others out there who made it through, who found a way. And maybe if we survive, we will find them, or they will find us. And we will know, finally, that we are not alone, that intelligence can endure, that the filter can be passed. But first, we have to pass it ourselves. The hour is late now, the words are many, and the weight of these questions, these possibilities, can feel overwhelming. It is easy to fall into despair, to believe that the filter is inevitable, that we are doomed to repeat the pattern of every civilization that came before us. But despair is not wisdom. It is surrender. And we have not come this far, through 4 billion years of evolution, through countless extinctions and disasters and near misses, just to give up now. We are the universe becoming aware of itself. We are stardust that learn to think, to question, to reach for something beyond survival. And yes, that awareness brings with it tremendous responsibility, tremendous risk, but also tremendous possibility. The great filter is real, the dangers are real, but so is our capacity to adapt, to learn, to change. We have done it before, countless times. In our history as a species, we have faced extinction and survived. We have made mistakes and learned from them. We have built systems that failed and then built better ones. We can do it again. We must do it again. Not because success is guaranteed, but because the alternative is unacceptable. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the weight of cosmic time and space cradle you into sleep. And know that tomorrow, when you wake, the stars will still be there. The universe will still be vast and mysterious and full of questions we have yet to answer. And we will still be here, asking them, reaching for them, refusing to accept silence as the final answer. That is what makes us human. That is what makes us matter. And that perhaps is how we pass the filter. Not through certainty, but through persistence. Not through power, but through wisdom. Not through denial, but through the courage to face what we have created, and the determination to become worthy of the universe we inhabit. Sleep well. The journey continues, and we are still in it. The night is deep now. The stars are still there, scattered across the black, burning with light that began its journey long before we existed. And they will still be there long after we are gone, whether we survive the filter or not. The universe does not care. It does not mourn. It simply continues, indifferent and eternal. But we care. We wonder. We search for meaning in the silence, for patterns in the chaos, for hope in the darkness. And maybe that is what makes us different. Not our intelligence, not our technology, but our refusal to accept the void without question. Our need to know, even if the answer is terrifying. The great filter is out there, somewhere. Maybe we have already passed it. Maybe it is still ahead. Maybe it is both, a series of thresholds that we must cross, each one more difficult than the last. Or maybe it is something else entirely, something we cannot yet imagine. But whatever it is, we are still here, still asking, still reaching. And as long as we are, there is a chance, a small one perhaps, a fragile one, but a chance nonetheless. So rest now. Let the questions fade. Let the silence of the stars wash over you, not as a threat, but as a reminder. A reminder that we are small, yes, but also that we are part of something vast. That we are made of the same atoms as those distant suns, the same matter that has been cycling through the universe since the beginning. That we are, in a very real sense, the universe trying to understand itself. And maybe, in the end, that is all we need to be. Sleep well. The stars will still be there in the morning, and so will we. For now, for as long as we can, for as long as the filter allows. Right now, you're looking at a monument older than history itself. 3 colossal pyramids rising from the desert sands, aligned with celestial precision as if built by gods, not men. These are the pyramids of Giza, eternal sentinels standing for over 4,000 years, guarding secrets carved in limestone and starlight. Each block, each shadow, whispers of an ancient intelligence we are only beginning to comprehend. Tonight we journey beyond the myths, through hidden chambers, lost texts, and cosmic alignments that defy coincidence. From the pharaoh's divine ambitions to the messages they may have left for the future, we'll uncover what the ancients tried to tell us. If you're ready to see the pyramids as never before, let the journey begin. What if the Great Pyramids were not built just to honour the dead, but to speak to the living, to send a message across time? Stand before them now, in your mind. 3 colossal monuments rising from the desert sand, their limestone faces catching the first light of dawn. They have stood there for more than 4,000 years, silent and immovable, watching empires rise and crumble into dust. Pharaohs, conquerors, scholars, and dreamers have all gazed upon them, and each has asked the same question. Why? Why were they built with such impossible precision? Why do they endure when everything else has fallen away? The pyramids are not simply tombs. They are not merely monuments to vanity or power. They are something else entirely, something deliberate, something encoded. They stand at the edge of the known world and the forgotten one, bridging the gap between what we understand and what we have lost. And perhaps, just perhaps, they were never meant for the people who built them. Perhaps they were meant for us. The desert wind moves across the Giza plateau, carrying with it the whispers of millennia. The sand shifts and settles, revealing and concealing in equal measure. And beneath it all, the pyramids remain, patient, eternal, waiting for someone to finally understand what the ancients tried to tell us. The story begins in the 4th dynasty of ancient Egypt, around 2580 BCE. When a pharaoh named Khufu ascended to the throne. His reign would last only 23 years, a brief flicker in the long history of Egypt, yet what he left behind would outlast every kingdom that followed. The Great Pyramid, his pyramid, would become the largest structure on Earth for nearly 4,000 years, a record unbroken until the construction of medieval cathedrals in Europe. But even those pale in comparison to the sheer audacity of what was accomplished on the Giza plateau. Imagine the world as it was then. No cranes, no steel, no engines. The wheel had barely been invented, and yet somehow the ancient Egyptians moved more than 2 million limestone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, across miles of desert, and lifted them into place with such precision that a razor blade cannot fit between the joints. The base of the Great Pyramid covers 13 acres, and its 4 sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions: north, south, east and west, with an error of less than 4 minutes of arc. To put that in perspective, modern architects with laser technology would struggle to achieve such accuracy. The pyramid originally stood at 481 feet tall, its apex crowned with a capstone that may have been covered in gold or electrum, gleaming like a beacon across the desert. The outer casing stones were polished white limestone, so smooth and reflective that ancient travellers reported seeing the pyramid shine like a jewel under the sun, visible from miles away. Most of those casing stones are gone now, stripped away over centuries to build the mosques and palaces of Cairo, but a few remain near the top, hinting at the magnificence that once was. Inside, the pyramid is a labyrinth of passages and chambers. The Grand Gallery rises at a steep angle, its corbelled ceiling soaring 28 feet high, each stone perfectly fitted to create a space that feels both monumental and intimate. At the heart of the structure lies the King's Chamber, a room of red granite transported from quarries 500 miles away. The chamber contains a granite sarcophagus, empty and unadorned, its purpose still debated by scholars. Was it truly meant to hold the body of Khufu, Or was it something else? A vessel for transformation? A gateway? A symbol of something we no longer understand? The construction itself defies easy explanation. Egyptologists tell us that the pyramid was built over 20 years by a workforce of tens of thousands, skilled labourers, not slaves, as popular myth suggests. They lived in workers' villages nearby, fed and housed by the state, their efforts coordinated with the precision of a military campaign. Copper tools, wooden sledges, and ramps of mud, brick and limestone chips. These were the technologies available, and yet, with these simple means, they created something that still baffles engineers today. How did they quarry the stones with such uniformity? How did they transport them across the Nile during the flood season, then drag them up the plateau? How did they lift blocks weighing as much as 70 tons to heights of hundreds of feet? Theories abound: straight ramps, spiral ramps, internal ramps, counterweights, levers, but none fully explain the speed and precision of the work. 20 years to place 2 million blocks means setting one block every 2 minutes, working day and night without pause. The mathematics alone seem impossible, and yet the pyramid stands as proof that it was done. But the Great Pyramid is not alone. Beside it stand two others, the Pyramid of Khafra, Khufu's son, and the Pyramid of Menkaure, his grandson. Together they form a trinity on the plateau, their placements seemingly deliberate, their sizes descending in a careful progression. Khafra's pyramid appears taller because it sits on higher ground, but it is actually slightly smaller than Khufu's. Menkaure's pyramid is the smallest of the three, yet it was built with the same meticulous care, its lower courses clad in red granite that must have glowed like fire at sunset. Around them sprawl the remnants of a vast necropolis, smaller pyramids for queens, mastaba tombs for nobles and officials, causeways and temples where rituals were performed to ensure the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife. And watching over it all, carved from a single outcrop of limestone, sits the great Sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion and the face of a king, its gaze fixed eternally on the eastern horizon where the sun rises each morning. The Sphinx is older than the pyramids, some researchers claim, its weathering patterns suggesting it was carved thousands of years before Khafra's reign. Others argue it was built alongside the pyramids, its features eroded by wind and sand rather than water. The debate continues, but the Sphinx remains silent, keeping its secrets as it has for millennia. This is the world the ancient Egyptians created, a landscape of stone and symbol, where every angle and measurement carried meaning, where the boundary between the earthly and the divine was deliberately blurred. They built not just for their own time, but for eternity. They built to be remembered, and they built perhaps to be understood. But understood how, and by whom? The ancient Egyptians did not see the world as we do. For them, the universe was alive with meaning, every star and stone connected by invisible threads of divine order. The pyramids were not simply architectural achievements, they were cosmic machines, designed to align the earthly realm with the heavens above. To understand what the ancients tried to tell us, we must first understand how they saw the sky. Look up on a clear night, far from the lights of the modern world, and you will see what they saw. The Milky Way stretching across the darkness like a river of light. The Egyptians called it the Nile of the sky, a celestial mirror of the great river that gave them life, and within that river they saw patterns, constellations that told stories of gods and creation. One constellation held special significance, Orion. The Egyptians knew it as Sa, the celestial form of Osiris, the god of death and resurrection. Osiris was the first pharaoh, murdered by his brother Set and resurrected by his wife Isis, becoming the lord of the underworld and the judge of souls. Every pharaoh was believed to become Osiris in death, journeying through the underworld to be reborn among the stars, and the pyramids, some believe, were built to facilitate that journey. In the early 1980s, a researcher named Robert Bauval proposed something extraordinary. He noticed that the three pyramids of Giza are not arranged in a straight line, but in a pattern that mirrors the three stars of Orion's belt, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. The two larger pyramids align almost perfectly with the two brighter stars, while the smaller pyramid of Menkaure sits slightly offset, just as Mintaka sits slightly offset from the other two stars. The correlation is striking, and it raises a tantalizing question. Did the ancient Egyptians deliberately position the pyramids to reflect the constellation of Osiris? Bovell went further. He calculated that around 10,500 BCE, the constellation of Orion would have reached its lowest point in the precessional cycle, sitting directly on the southern horizon at the meridian. At that same moment, the Sphinx, if it was indeed that old, would have been facing the constellation of Leo, the lion rising in the east. Was this the moment the pyramids were meant? To commemorate? A time when the sky and the earth were in perfect alignment, when the gods walked among mortals? Mainstream archaeology dismisses this theory, pointing out that the pyramids were built around 2500 BCE, not 10,500 BCE, and that the alignment with Orion's belt, while intriguing, may be coincidental. The ancient Egyptians left no written records explicitly stating that the pyramids were meant to mirror the stars, and yet the correlation remains, undeniable and haunting. But the stellar alignment is only one layer of the mystery. The pyramids are also aligned with extraordinary precision to the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. The Great Pyramid's north-south axis deviates from true north by only 3/60ths of a degree, an accuracy that would require sophisticated astronomical observations. How did the ancient Egyptians achieve this? They had no compasses, no GPS, no satellites. They had only the stars. One method they may have used is called the Indian Circle method, which involves tracking the rising and setting points of a star over the course of a night and bisecting the angle between them to find true north. Another method involves observing the circumpolar stars, stars that never set below the horizon, and using their circular path to determine the celestial pole. Either way, the process would have required patience, precision, and a deep understanding of the heavens. The interior of the Great Pyramid also reveals astronomical alignments. The so-called air shafts in the King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber are not air shafts at all, but narrow passages that point towards specific stars. The southern shaft of the King's Chamber aligns with Alnitak, the brightest star in Orion's belt, while the northern shaft points toward Thuban, which was the pole star in ancient Egypt. The southern shaft of the Queen's Chamber aligns with Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, associated with the goddess Isis. These alignments are not random, they are deliberate, encoded into the very structure of the pyramid. What were the ancient Egyptians trying to achieve? Some believe the shafts were meant to guide the pharaoh's soul on its journey to the stars, providing a direct path to the realm of the gods. Others suggest they served a more practical purpose, allowing priests to observe the stars from within the pyramid and perform rituals at specific astronomical moments. Still others propose that the shafts were part of a larger system of energy or resonance, channeling forces we no longer understand. The geometry of the pyramids also carries symbolic weight. The Great Pyramid's dimensions encode the mathematical constant pi, the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. The pyramid's perimeter divided by twice its height equals 3/14, a number the ancient Egyptians were not supposed to know. They also encoded the golden ratio, phi, a proportion found throughout nature, and considered aesthetically perfect. The slope of the pyramid's sides, the dimensions of the chambers, the placement of the passages, all of these follow geometric principles that suggest a sophisticated understanding of mathematics and proportion. Was this knowledge intuitive, developed through trial and error over centuries of pyramid building, or was it inherited from an earlier, more advanced civilization, now lost to history? The ancient Egyptians themselves spoke of a time before the pharaohs, a golden age when the gods ruled directly over the land. They called it Zep Tepi, the first time, a mythical epoch when the foundations of civilization were laid. Could the pyramids be remnants of that forgotten age built by hands we no longer remember? The questions multiply the deeper we look. The pyramids are not just monuments. They are puzzles, riddles carved in stone. Every measurement, every alignment, every chamber and passage seems to whisper of something greater, something hidden just beyond our understanding. The ancients built them to last forever, and they built them to be read. But the language they used is not one of words. It is a language of stars and stone, of geometry and light. And if we could learn to read it, what would it say? The pyramids of Giza do not stand alone in the world. Across oceans and continents separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years, other civilizations built pyramids of their own. In the jungles of Mesoamerica, the Maya and the Aztecs raised stepped pyramids to honor their gods. In the deserts of Sudan, the Nubian kings constructed steep-sided pyramids as tombs. In China, massive earthen mounds shaped like pyramids hold the remains of emperors, and in the Pacific on remote islands, stone platforms and terraces echo the same geometric forms. Why? Why did so many cultures with no apparent contact choose the pyramid as their sacred shape? Was it simply the most stable structure to build with primitive tools? Or was there something deeper, a shared memory, a universal symbol, a message passed down through the ages? The Maya pyramids of Central America are perhaps the most striking parallel. The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza, the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, the towering structures of Tikal, all of them share the same monumental ambition as the pyramids of Egypt. They were built as stairways to the heavens, places where priests could ascend to commune with the gods. They were aligned with astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, the movements of Venus and the moon. They were tombs, temples and observatories all at once. The Temple of Kukulkan is a masterpiece of astronomical engineering. It has 4 staircases, each with 91 steps, which together with the platform at the top total 365, the number of days in a solar year. During the spring and autumn equinoxes, the setting sun casts shadows on the pyramid's northern staircase that create the illusion of a serpent descending from the heavens, a representation of the feathered serpent god Kukulkan. The Maya built this pyramid not just as a monument, but as a calendar, a cosmic clock marking the passage of time. The similarities to the Egyptian pyramids are undeniable, yet the differences are equally striking. The Maya pyramids are stepped, not smooth-sided, and they were built with a different purpose. Not as tombs for individual kings, but as communal temples where rituals were performed for the entire society. The Maya also developed a sophisticated writing system, a complex calendar, and advanced mathematical concepts, including the use of zero, achievements that rival those of ancient Egypt. Could the Maya and the Egyptians have shared knowledge? Conventional history says no. The Maya civilization flourished between 2000 BCE and 1500 CE, overlapping with ancient Egypt, but separated by an ocean that, as far as we know, neither culture crossed. There is no archaeological evidence of contact, no Egyptian artifacts found in Mesoamerica, no Maya glyphs discovered in Egypt. And yet, the parallels persist. Some researchers point to the legend of Atlantis, the lost civilization described by Plato, as a possible link. According to Plato, Atlantis was a powerful maritime empire that existed around 9600 BCE, before being destroyed in a cataclysmic event. If such a civilization existed, could it have spread its knowledge to both Egypt and Mesoamerica before its fall? Could the pyramids be remnants of that lost wisdom, built by cultures trying to preserve what they had learned? Mainstream scholars dismissed the Atlantis theory as myth, noting that Plato likely invented the story as a philosophical allegory. There is no geological evidence for a sunken continent in the Atlantic, and the timeline Plato gives does not match the known history of human civilization. But the idea persists, fueled by the tantalizing similarities between ancient cultures and the sense that something is missing from the historical record. In China, the pyramids are less well known but no less impressive. Near the city of Xi'an, dozens of massive earthen mounds rise from the plains, some as tall as 300 feet. These are the tombs of ancient Chinese emperors, built during the Qin and Han dynasties. The most famous is the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, guarded by the Terracotta Army. Thousands of life-sized clay soldiers buried to protect the emperor in the afterlife. The tomb itself has never been fully excavated, but ancient texts describe it as a vast underground palace, complete with rivers of mercury and a ceiling studded with pearls to represent the stars. The Chinese pyramids are not as geometrically precise as those in Egypt, but they share the same symbolic purpose: to bridge the gap between earth and heaven, to ensure the ruler's immortality, to encode cosmic order into physical form. The Chinese also developed sophisticated astronomical knowledge, tracking the movements of planets and stars, predicting eclipses, and aligning their structures with celestial events. In Sudan, the Nubian pyramids stand as a testament to a civilization that was once Egypt's rival, and, at times, its conqueror. The Nubian kings built more than 200 pyramids, smaller and steeper than their Egyptian counterparts, but no less significant. These pyramids were tombs, filled with treasures and inscriptions honouring the dead. The Nubians adopted many aspects of Egyptian culture, including the worship of Egyptian gods and the use of hieroglyphic writing, but they also maintained their own distinct identity. The fact that the Nubians built pyramids is less surprising, given their proximity to Egypt and their long history of cultural exchange. But it raises another question. If the pyramid form was so powerful, so meaningful, why did it eventually disappear? Why did later civilizations abandon it in favour of other architectural styles? Perhaps the answer lies in the changing nature of belief. The pyramids were built during a time when the boundary between the human and the divine was thin, when kings were seen as gods, and the afterlife was as real as the world of the living. As religions evolved, as empires rose and fell, the need for such monumental expressions of faith diminished. The pyramids became relics of a bygone age, admired but no longer understood. Or perhaps the pyramids served a purpose that was fulfilled. Perhaps the message they were meant to convey was delivered, and there was no need to build more. Perhaps they were never meant to be replicated, only remembered. But what if the pyramids were not just monuments to the past? What if they were also messages to the future, to us? In the modern age, the pyramids have become the subject of countless theories, some grounded in science, others veering into the realm of speculation and wonder. They have been called power plants, energy generators, acoustic chambers, astronomical computers, and even landing markers for extraterrestrial visitors. Each theory attempts to explain the same fundamental mystery. How could a civilization with such limited technology create something so advanced? One of the most intriguing theories involves the idea that the Great Pyramid was designed to harness energy. Proponents of this theory point to the pyramid's construction materials: limestone, which contains calcite crystals that can generate electricity under pressure, and granite, which contains quartz and is slightly radioactive. The King's Chamber is built entirely of granite, and some researchers have detected unusual electromagnetic readings within it. Could the pyramid have been designed to generate or amplify energy in some way? The theory suggests that the pyramid's shape itself acts as a resonator, focusing energy at specific points within the structure. The Grand Gallery, with its towering corbelled ceiling, may have functioned as an acoustic chamber, amplifying sound waves to create resonance. Some experiments have shown that certain frequencies produce standing waves within the pyramid, creating patterns of vibration that could theoretically be harnessed for various purposes. But what purposes? Advocates of the energy theory propose that the pyramid could have been used for healing, communication, or even levitation, using sound and vibration to manipulate matter. Ancient texts speak of priests using sound to move heavy objects, and some researchers believe the pyramids were built using acoustic levitation, a phenomenon where sound waves create enough pressure to lift objects off the ground. Modern science has demonstrated acoustic levitation on a small scale, but whether it could be used to move multi-ton blocks remains unproven. Another theory focuses on the pyramid's alignment with Earth's geography. The Great Pyramid sits almost exactly at the centre of the Earth's landmass, with equal amounts of land in all directions. Its latitude and longitude coordinates encode the speed of light, 299,458 meters per second, a number the ancient Egyptians were not supposed to know. Coincidence, or evidence of knowledge far beyond what we attribute to them. The pyramid's dimensions also encode the size and shape of the Earth. The perimeter of the pyramid's base multiplied by 43,200 equals the circumference of the Earth at the equator. The height of the pyramid multiplied by the same number equals the polar radius of the Earth. The number 43,200 is significant in many ancient cultures. It appears in Hindu cosmology, in Babylonian astronomy, and in the precessional cycle of the equinoxes. Could the pyramid be a scale model of the Earth, built to preserve geodetic knowledge? Mainstream archaeologists argue that these numerical correlations are the result of selective interpretation, that if you look hard enough, you can find mathematical patterns in any structure. They point out that the ancient Egyptians used a different system of measurement, the royal cubit, and that converting their measurements to modern units inevitably produces approximations and errors. The speed of light encoded in the coordinates, they say, is a coincidence. a product of our modern numbering system rather than ancient intent. But the theories persist, fueled by the sense that the pyramids are more than they appear. Some researchers have proposed that the pyramids were part of a global network of ancient structures, all aligned with each other and with specific points on the Earth's energy grid. Ley lines, they call them, invisible lines of power that crisscross the planet, connecting sacred sites and ancient monuments. The pyramids of Giza, Stonehenge, the Nazca Lines, Easter Island, all of them, according to this theory, are nodes in a vast system of energy and communication. The idea of a global civilization, one that existed before recorded history and possessed advanced knowledge, has captured the imagination of many. Graham Hancock, a journalist and author, has spent decades researching this possibility, arguing that a cataclysmic event around 12,000 years ago, possibly a comet impact or rapid climate change, destroyed this civilization, leaving only scattered remnants and myths. The pyramids, he suggests, may be survivors of that lost age, built by people who knew the world was ending and wanted to preserve their knowledge for future generations. Hancock points to geological evidence of rapid sea level rise at the end of the last ice age, which would have flooded coastal areas where early civilizations might have thrived. He also notes the prevalence of flood myths in cultures around the world, the story of Noah's Ark, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Hindu tale of Manu, the Greek legend of Deucalion. Could these myths be memories of a real event, a global catastrophe that reset human civilization? Critics argue that Hancock's theories lack concrete evidence and rely too heavily on speculation. They point out that the archaeological record shows a clear progression of human development, from simple hunter-gatherer societies to complex civilizations, with no need to invoke a lost advanced culture. The similarities between ancient myths, they say, can be explained by the universal human experience of natural disasters, floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, rather than a single global event. And yet, the questions remain. Why do the pyramids exist? Why were they built with such precision, such ambition, such permanence? What were the ancient Egyptians trying to achieve, and what did they want us to know? Perhaps the answer is simpler than we think. Perhaps the pyramids were built not to encode secret knowledge or harness mysterious energies, but to inspire awe, to remind us of what humanity is capable of when we work together toward a common goal. Perhaps they were built to last forever because the ancients understood something we have forgotten, that civilizations rise and fall, that empires crumble, that everything we build will eventually turn to dust. Everything except the pyramids. They stand as a testament to human ambition, human ingenuity, human faith. They stand as a reminder that we are part of something larger than ourselves, something that stretches back through time and forward into eternity. They stand as a question, carved in stone, waiting for us to answer. What if the message the ancients tried to tell us is not hidden in the measurements, or the alignments, or the chambers? What if the message is the pyramids themselves, the simple, profound fact that they exist, that they endure, that they refuse to be forgotten? But perhaps we've been asking the wrong questions all along. We ask how they were built, as if understanding the engineering would unlock the mystery. We ask why they were built, as if discovering the purpose would satisfy our curiosity. We measure and calculate and theorize, treating the pyramids as problems to be solved rather than mysteries to be experienced. And in doing so, we may be missing what the ancients actually wanted us to see. Because the pyramids were not built in isolation. They were not constructed in a vacuum of history, dropped fully formed onto the Giza Plateau by some inexplicable force. They emerged from a culture, a civilization, a way of seeing the world that was fundamentally different from our own. To understand what the ancients tried to tell us, we must first understand who they were, not just as builders or engineers or priests, but as human beings living in a world alive with meaning. The Egypt of the Fourth Dynasty was not the Egypt of popular imagination. It was not a land of slaves toiling under the whip, building monuments to tyrannical pharaohs drunk on power and vanity. That image, perpetuated by Hollywood and centuries of misunderstanding, bears little resemblance to what archaeology has revealed. The people who built the pyramids were skilled workers, craftsmen, and labourers who took pride in their work. They lived in purpose-built villages near the construction sites, with bakeries, breweries, and medical facilities. They were fed with meat and bread, a diet far richer than what most Egyptians consumed. Their bones show evidence of medical care. Broken limbs that were set and healed, infections that were treated, workplace injuries that were tended to with surprising sophistication. These were not expendable slaves, but valued members of society, participating in what they believed to be the most important work in the world. Graffiti left by work gangs inside the pyramids reveals something even more striking. These workers organized themselves into teams with names like Friends of Khufu and Drunkards of Menkaure. They competed with each other, marking their accomplishments in red ochre on the stones they placed. There is humour in these inscriptions, pride, camaraderie. These were not people coerced into labour, but people who believed they were building something sacred, something that would ensure the prosperity of Egypt and the eternal life of their king. Why would they believe this? Why would tens of thousands of people devote decades of their lives to moving stones? The answer lies in the Egyptian understanding of Ma'at, a concept that has no direct translation in English, but encompasses truth, justice, harmony, and cosmic order. Ma'at was not just a philosophical idea, it was the fundamental principle that held the universe together. The pharaoh was the guarantor of Ma'at, the living link between the human world and the divine realm. When the pharaoh died, the entire cosmic order was threatened. The pyramid was not just a tomb, it was a machine for maintaining Ma'at, for ensuring that the king could be transformed into a god and continue to protect Egypt from the chaos that lurked at the edges of creation. This is why the pyramid had to be perfect. This is why every measurement mattered, why every stone had to be precisely placed, why the alignment with the stars could not be off by even a fraction of a degree. The pyramid was not a monument to ego, it was a cosmic necessity, a ritual performed in stone to keep the universe functioning. The religious texts of ancient Egypt support this interpretation. The pyramid texts carved into the walls of later pyramids are among the oldest religious writings in human history. They describe the pharaoh's journey after death, how he ascends to the sky, how he joins the circumpolar stars that never set, how he becomes one with the gods. The pyramid is described as a ladder, a ramp, a stairway to heaven. The pharaoh climbs the rays of the sun, sails across the sky in the solar bark, passes through the gates of the underworld, and emerges transformed. These texts are not metaphorical. To the ancient Egyptians, this journey was as real as any physical voyage. The pyramid was the vehicle that made it possible, and every element of its construction served this ultimate purpose. The passages and chambers were not arbitrary. They were maps of the afterlife, recreations of the cosmic landscape the pharaoh would traverse. The sarcophagus in the king's chamber was not just a box for a body, it was a womb of regeneration, where the dead king would be reborn as a star. Understanding this changes everything about how we interpret the pyramids. The air shafts are not ventilation, they are soul channels, pathways for the K, life force, and Bea, personality, to travel between the burial chamber and the stars. The Grand Gallery is not just an architectural feature, it is a representation of the ascending path to heaven, a physical embodiment of the moment of transformation. The empty sarcophagus is not evidence of tomb robbery. It may never have been meant to hold a physical body at all, only to serve as a symbolic vessel for spiritual rebirth. This religious context also explains something else that has puzzled researchers: why the interior of the Great Pyramid is so austere. There are no paintings, no decorations, no gold or jewels. Later Egyptian tombs would be filled with treasures and adorned with elaborate paintings depicting the deceased's life and afterlife. But the Great Pyramid is bare stone, its chambers unadorned except for a few marks left by construction workers. Why? Perhaps because the pyramid itself is the message. Perhaps because the geometry, the proportions, the alignments, these were the decorations more meaningful than any image could be. Perhaps because the pyramid was meant to function, not to impress, and every element served a purpose beyond the aesthetic. Or perhaps because the pyramid was built for an understanding of the divine that transcended images, that saw the sacred in number and proportion, and cosmic correspondence rather than in representation. Yet even within this religious framework, mysteries persist. The more we learn about the ancient Egyptians, the more sophisticated they appear, and the more questions arise about where their knowledge came from. Consider their understanding of medicine. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE but likely copied from much older sources, describes 48 surgical cases with a rational empirical approach that would not be seen again until the classical Greek period. The Egyptians performed surgery, set broken bones, treated infections, and even conducted a form of brain surgery. They understood the pulse and recognized it as connected to the heart. They used honey as an antibiotic, willow bark as a painkiller, and mouldy bread as a treatment for infections, techniques that modern science has confirmed as effective. Their understanding of mathematics was equally advanced. They used a decimal system and could solve complex problems involving fractions, areas and volumes. They calculated the area of a circle using a formula that approximates pi to within less than 1% of accuracy. They understood the Pythagorean theorem 1,000 years before Pythagoras. The Moscow mathematical papyrus shows calculations for the volume of a truncated pyramid, the exact knowledge needed to plan the construction of the pyramids themselves. Their astronomy went far beyond simple observation. They tracked the movement of the sun, moon and planets with precision. They identified the heliacal rising of Sirius, the moment when the star becomes visible again after a period of being obscured by the sun's light, and used it to predict the annual flooding of the Nile. They divided the year into 365 days, with 12 months of 30 days each plus 5 extra days, a calendar system so accurate it formed the basis for the Julian calendar used throughout Europe until the Renaissance. They mapped the night sky into 36 decans, 10-degree segments of the celestial sphere, and used them to tell time at night. Each decan would rise above the horizon at a specific time, allowing the Egyptians to divide the night into hours. This system required not just observation but calculation, accounting for the precession of the equinoxes and the slow shift of the stars over decades and centuries. Where did all this knowledge come from? The standard historical answer is that it developed gradually, through generations of observation and experimentation. The Egyptians built smaller pyramids before they built the Great Pyramid, learning from their mistakes and refining their techniques. They studied the stars because they needed a calendar for agriculture. They developed mathematics because they needed to survey land after the annual floods. Each advance built upon the previous one in a logical progression. But some researchers see gaps in this narrative. The first pyramid ever built, the Step Pyramid of Djoser, was already a massive and sophisticated structure, rising 200 feet into the air and incorporating complex internal passages. It appears almost fully formed, with no obvious prototype or failed experiment preceding it. The Great Pyramid itself represents a level of ambition and precision that seems to leap beyond what the earlier pyramids would suggest as possible. And after the Fourth Dynasty, pyramid construction rapidly declined in quality. Later pyramids were smaller, cruder, built with inferior materials and less skill. It is as if the knowledge peaked and then faded, rather than building continuously over time. This pattern suggests to some that the knowledge might have been inherited rather than developed, passed down from an earlier period or even an earlier civilization. The ancient Egyptians themselves spoke of the Zep Tepi, the first time when gods ruled directly over the land and taught humanity the arts of civilization. They attributed their knowledge to these divine teachers. Thoth, the god of wisdom; Ptah, the god of craftsmen; Imhotep, the architect of the Step Pyramid who was later deified. Were these gods simply mythological figures, personifications of abstract concepts? Or were they memories of real individuals, wise teachers or leaders whose accomplishments were so remarkable they were remembered as divine? Every culture has flood myths. Many cultures have legends of culture heroes who brought knowledge from somewhere else. The Sumerians spoke of the Apkallu, 7 sages who emerged from the sea to teach humanity. The Mesoamericans spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought wisdom. The Indians spoke of the rishis, enlightened beings who composed the Vedas. Are these all independent inventions or echoes of something real? Mainstream archaeology remains skeptical, pointing out that myths are not evidence, and that the archaeological record shows a clear developmental sequence. But the question lingers: why did the ancient Egyptians, at the very beginning of their civilization, build the most sophisticated and enduring structures they would ever create? Why does their greatest achievement appear at the start rather than the culmination of their culture? The mysteries deepen when we look beyond the pyramids themselves to the entire Giza complex, a landscape of stone and symbol that may encode layers of meaning we are only beginning to glimpse. The Great Sphinx is perhaps the most enigmatic element. Carved from a single outcrop of limestone, it sits in a hollow surrounded by walls of bedrock, staring eternally toward the east. Egyptologists traditionally date it to the reign of Khafre, around 2500 BCE, based on its proximity to Khafre's pyramid and the stylistic similarity of its face to known images of the pharaoh. But the Sphinx bears signs of weathering that some geologists argue could only have been caused by prolonged exposure to water. Not the occasional rain that falls in Egypt today, but sustained rainfall of the kind that ended in the region around 10,000 BCE. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, examined the Sphinx in the early 1990s and concluded that the erosion patterns on its body and the walls of its enclosure were characteristic of water weathering rather than wind and sand erosion. If true, this would mean the Sphinx is far older than the pyramids, carved during a wetter climate when the Sahara was still green. The implications are staggering. It would suggest that sophisticated stone carving was practiced in Egypt thousands of years before the emergence of the pharaonic civilization. Orthodox Egyptologists dispute this interpretation, arguing that the weathering could be explained by other factors: underground water seepage, variations in the limestone's quality, or differences in how the stone was exposed and protected over millennia. They point out that there is no archaeological evidence of a civilization capable of carving the Sphinx before 3000 BCE. No tools or settlements or other monuments from that period. The debate remains unresolved, with each side marshalling evidence and neither willing to concede. But whether the Sphinx is 4,500 or 12,000 years old, its purpose remains mysterious. Its body is that of a lion, a creature that held powerful symbolic meaning in ancient Egypt, representing strength, protection, and the fierce heat of the sun. Its face is human, creating a hybrid creature that bridges the animal and divine realms. In Egyptian tradition, the Sphinx was a guardian, a protector of sacred places, a creature that posed riddles to those who approached. What riddle does the Sphinx of Giza pose? What is it guarding? Some believe the Sphinx sits above hidden chambers, secret rooms that contain the lost knowledge of ancient Egypt, or of an even older civilization. In the 1990s, ground-penetrating radar and seismic studies suggested the presence of voids beneath the Sphinx and in the bedrock around it. Edgar Cayce, the famous American psychic, claimed in the 1930s that a hall of records lay hidden beneath the Sphinx, containing the wisdom of Atlantis. When the chamber was opened, he predicted, humanity would gain access to advanced knowledge about energy, healing, and the nature of consciousness itself. Excavations have been limited by the Egyptian government, which is cautious about potentially damaging one of the world's most iconic monuments. Small explorations have revealed shafts and cavities, but nothing matching the grand chamber Cayce described. Yet the possibility haunts researchers and enthusiasts alike. What if there is something down there, waiting to be discovered? What if the ancients really did hide their most important knowledge beneath their most enigmatic monument? Around the Sphinx and pyramids, other structures add to the mystery. The Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple, built from massive limestone blocks weighing up to 200 tons, display a style of construction distinctly different from the pyramids, more ancient, some argue, with stones fitted together so precisely that no mortar was needed. The causeway that once connected the Valley Temple to Khafre's pyramid stretched nearly a quarter mile and was roofed with stone slabs, creating a processional corridor where rituals were performed. And then there are the boat pits, long trenches carved into the bedrock around the pyramids, some containing disassembled cedar boats sealed in limestone blocks. One of these boats, excavated in 1954, was reassembled and found to be 143 feet long, one of the largest and oldest ships ever discovered. It had never been in water. It was built specifically to be buried. Was it meant to carry the pharaoh's spirit across the celestial Nile? Or did it serve some other symbolic function we no longer understand? Every element of the Giza complex seems to carry meaning, to be part of a larger design. The three pyramids, the Sphinx, the temples, the causeways, the boat pits, all of them aligned, positioned, built according to a master plan that unified earth and sky, life and death, the human and the divine. The Giza Plateau was not just a burial ground. It was a sacred landscape, a three-dimensional map of Egyptian cosmology. And perhaps, just perhaps, it was also a message, encoded in stone, meant to be read by those who came after. In recent decades, Technology has allowed us to see the pyramids in ways the ancient Egyptians never could, and in ways that raise new questions even as they answer old ones. In 2017, an international team of researchers used muon tomography, a technique that detects cosmic ray particles passing through solid matter, to scan the interior of the Great Pyramid. They discovered a previously unknown void above the Grand Gallery, a space at least 100 feet long with a similar structure to the Grand Gallery itself. The discovery made headlines around the world, a hidden chamber in the Great Pyramid, unseen for 4,500 years. But what is it? Why is it there? The researchers were careful to call it a void rather than a chamber, noting that they couldn't determine its function without further exploration. Egyptologists suggested it might be a structural feature, a relieving chamber meant to reduce the weight pressing down on the Grand Gallery below. Others speculated it could be a sealed room containing treasures or inscriptions, deliberately hidden by the pyramid's architects. As of now, the void remains unexplored. The Egyptian authorities have been reluctant to allow invasive techniques that might damage the pyramid, and there is no easy way to access the space without drilling or excavating. So it sits there, a tantalizing mystery within the greatest mystery of the ancient world, waiting. Other technologies have revealed different secrets. LiDAR scanning, using laser light to create detailed three-dimensional maps, has shown that the pyramids are not quite as smooth and regular as they appear to the naked eye. The Great Pyramid's sides are actually slightly concave, curving inward by about a foot on each face. This feature is invisible from the ground, but becomes apparent from aerial photographs taken at the right angle and time of day. Why would the ancient Egyptians build this concavity into the structure? Some believe it was meant to create an optical effect, making the pyramid appear to shimmer or glow when the sun hit it at certain angles. Others suggest it served a structural purpose, distributing weight more evenly. Still, others wonder if it carries symbolic meaning, representing the curvature of the earth or the path of light rays from the sun. Thermal imaging has revealed that different blocks within the pyramids retain heat at different rates, suggesting they came from different quarries or were treated differently during construction. Some blocks contain fossils of ancient marine creatures, proof that the limestone was formed from the beds of prehistoric seas. Analysing these fossils allows researchers to trace where specific stones came from, mapping the supply chains that brought materials to Giza from across Egypt. Even more remarkable, archaeologists have discovered the remains of ramps, workshops, and harbour facilities that supported the pyramid construction. At Wadi al-Jarf on the Red Sea coast, researchers found papyrus scrolls written by a man named Mera, an overseer who helped transport limestone blocks from the quarries at Tura to Giza. The scrolls, dating to the reign of Khufu, describe the logistics of moving stone, the number of workers, the routes taken, the time required. They are the only contemporary written records of pyramid construction ever found, and they confirm what archaeology has suggested. The pyramids were built through meticulous planning, vast organisational effort, and the coordinated labour of thousands. But even with all these technological advances, even with new discoveries and better data, the fundamental mystery remains. We know more about how the pyramids were built, but we still don't entirely understand why they were built the way they were. We can see the stones, measure the angles, trace the supply chains, but we cannot fully grasp the vision that motivated their creation. Because the vision was not technological. It was not even primarily architectural. It was spiritual, cosmological, an attempt to capture something eternal in temporary materials, to build a bridge between the finite and the infinite. And that is something no technology can measure. Perhaps the most profound mystery of the pyramids is not what they are, but what they represent, what they reveal about the human condition and our relationship with time, mortality, and meaning. We build because we must. It is in our nature to create, to shape the world around us, to leave something behind that says, I was here, I mattered, I existed. Every culture in history has built monuments, from the standing stones of Neolithic Europe to the skyscrapers of modern cities. We build to honour our gods, to remember our dead, to celebrate our achievements, to mark our territory, to express our dreams. But the pyramids are different. They were not built to serve a temporary need or to impress a contemporary audience. They were built to last forever, and they have succeeded. They have outlasted the language that named them, the religion that sanctified them, the civilization that created them. They have become universal symbols, recognized by every culture on Earth, transcending their original context to speak to something fundamental in the human experience. What do they speak of? They speak of the desire to transcend death, to create something that will endure when our bodies have turned to dust. They speak of the human need for order, for structure, for permanence in a world of chaos and change. They speak of our fascination with the heavens, our conviction that we are connected to something larger than ourselves. They speak of the power of collective effort, of what can be achieved when thousands of people work together toward a shared goal. But perhaps, most profoundly, they speak of the human relationship with mystery itself. We live in an age that values answers, that seeks to explain everything, to reduce the unknown to the known. We sequence genomes, map the cosmos, peer into the quantum realm. We accumulate data, build models, predict outcomes. We have grown uncomfortable with uncertainty, with questions that have no clear solutions. The pyramids remind us that mystery is not something to be eliminated, but something to be honoured. They remind us that there are things we may never fully understand, and that this is not a failure but a gift. They remind us that the search for meaning is often more important than the meaning itself, that the questions we ask shape who we are just as much as the answers we find. The ancients who built the pyramids understood this. They created a mystery deliberately, encoding layers of meaning that would reveal themselves slowly, over centuries, to those who looked with patience and humility. They knew that future generations would wonder at their achievement, would ask questions, would search for answers, and they knew that in that searching something important would happen. A connection would be made across time, between the living and the dead, between the known and the unknown. That connection is what the pyramids offer us. Not answers, but connection. Not certainty, but wonder. Not explanation, but inspiration. When we stand before the pyramids, we stand in the presence of something that has witnessed the full sweep of recorded history. We stand before a monument that was already ancient when Rome was founded, already legendary when Athens flourished, already mysterious when medieval pilgrims came to marvel at it. We stand before something that will likely still be standing when our own civilization has become history, when our skyscrapers have crumbled and our digital archives have decayed into corruption. And in that moment, we are confronted with our own mortality, not as individuals but as a species, as a civilization, as a moment in time. We are forced to ask, what will we leave behind? What will future generations find when they dig through the ruins of our age? Will they wonder at our achievements as we wonder at the pyramids? Will they ask questions about us as we ask questions about ancient Egypt? Will they find meaning in what we have created, or will they see only the debris of a culture that lost its way? The pyramids challenge us to think beyond our own lifetimes, beyond our own moment in history. They challenge us to create not just for ourselves but for the future, to build things that matter, that endure, that carry meaning across generations. They challenge us to reach for something greater than comfort or convenience, to invest our energy in something that transcends the immediate and the practical. In this way, the pyramids are not just relics of the past. They are mirrors reflecting our own values, our own priorities, our own dreams and fears. What we see in them says as much about us as it does about the people who built them. As the 21st century unfolds, the pyramids continue to inspire new theories, new explorations, new interpretations. Each generation brings its own questions, shaped by its own concerns and shaped by its own understanding of the world. In an age of environmental crisis, some see the pyramids as lessons in sustainability. Structures built without machines, without fossil fuels, without the industrial processes that have brought our own civilization to the brink of ecological collapse. They wonder, could we build something as enduring today, using only human labour and simple tools? Or have we become so dependent on technology that we have lost the fundamental skills and patience required for such a feat? In an age of artificial intelligence and digital technology, some see the pyramids as embodiments of encoded information, massive solid-state storage devices built to preserve knowledge across millennia. They speculate about what might be hidden in the ratios, the measurements, the astronomical alignments, data waiting to be decoded by minds equipped with the right tools and the right perspective. In an age of space exploration, some see the pyramids as Earth's first monuments to the cosmos, our earliest attempt to reach toward the stars, to connect our terrestrial existence with the celestial realm. They imagine future civilizations building pyramids on Mars or the Moon, carrying forward an architectural tradition that began on the Giza Plateau more than 4,000. The pyramids of Giza are not just monuments to the past. They are bridges to the future, connecting us to the people who built them, reminding us that we are part of a story that began long before we were born and will continue long after we are gone. They are proof that humanity has always looked up at the stars and wondered, always sought to leave a mark, always believed in something beyond the visible world. And as long as the pyramids stand, that belief will endure. The message will remain, waiting in the stone, waiting in the silence, waiting for the next person to stand before them and ask, what were the ancients trying to tell us? Perhaps the answer is that they were trying to tell us we are not alone in time, not alone in space, not alone in our dreams and our fears and our hopes. They were trying to tell us that we are part of something vast and ancient and eternal, something that connects us to every human who has ever lived and every human who will ever live. They were trying to tell us that we matter, that what we build matters, that what we believe matters, that the questions we ask matter, even if we never find the answers. The pyramids stand in the darkness now, their shapes barely visible against the night sky. But they are there, as they have always been, as they will always be. Silent witnesses to the passage of time, keepers of secrets we may never fully understand, monuments to the enduring human spirit. And somewhere in that silence, in that darkness, in that eternal stone, the message waits. The message the ancients tried to tell us, the message we are still learning to hear. What if the pyramids were not built just to honour the dead, but to speak to the living, to send a message across time? The question echoes across the desert, across the centuries, across the vast expanse of human history. And the pyramids, patient and eternal, wait for us to answer. The search for answers has never stopped. Each generation brings new tools, new methods, new ways of peering into the ancient stones. And with each advance, we discover not just answers, but more questions, deeper, stranger, more challenging questions that force us to reconsider everything we thought we knew. In recent years, the pace of discovery has accelerated. Between 2021 and 2023, researchers employed ground-penetrating radar and electrical resistivity tomography to study areas near the Great Pyramid, revealing an anomaly combining a shallow L-shaped structure connected to a deeper structure, with the shallow portion filled in with sand after construction. The purpose of this structure remains unknown, but its very existence suggests that the Giza complex holds secrets still waiting to be uncovered. The technology that made this discovery possible would have seemed like magic to the ancient Egyptians, machines that can see through solid rock, that can map what lies beneath the sand without disturbing a single grain. We send cosmic rays through the pyramids, tracking how they bend and scatter to reveal hidden voids. We bounce radio waves off underground structures, building three-dimensional maps of spaces no human eye has seen in millennia. We measure subtle variations in gravity and magnetism, detecting anomalies that hint at chambers, passages, corridors carved from the living rock. And yet, for all our technological sophistication, we remain humbled by what the ancients achieved. Every new discovery reveals not how simple the pyramids are, but how complex. Not how crude their construction was, but how refined. Not how much we have surpassed them, but how much we still have to learn from them. In 2024, researchers discovered that some 31 pyramids in Egypt may originally have been built along a 64-kilometre-long branch of the Nile, which has long since been buried beneath farmland and desert. This extinct river branch, called the Ahramat branch, had causeways from many pyramids ending at its proposed riverbanks, suggesting it was used for transporting construction materials. The discovery transforms our understanding of the logistical network that made pyramid construction possible. The stones did not have to be dragged across miles of desert. They could be floated on barges, carried by the river itself to the very foot of the construction site. But this raises new questions. When did this branch of the Nile disappear? Was it still flowing during the 4th dynasty, or had it already begun to dry up? Did the ancient Egyptians choose the Giza plateau because of the river, or did they build there despite its remoteness, for reasons we don't yet understand? And what other river branches might have existed connecting other pyramid sites, leaving no trace except in the placement of monuments that now seem impossibly isolated? The landscape of ancient Egypt was not the landscape we see today. The climate was different, wetter in some periods, drier in others. The river itself wandered across the floodplain, changing course, splitting into branches, reuniting. The desert advanced and retreated. Forest grew where now there is only sand. The world the pyramid builders knew has been erased, buried beneath millennia of change, leaving us to reconstruct it from fragments and shadows. And beneath the surface, there may be more waiting to be found. In March 2025, a team of researchers made headlines with claims of discovering vast underground structures beneath the Khafra pyramid. The announcement spread rapidly across social media and news outlets, with some calling it evidence of an ancient underground city, extending hundreds of feet below the Giza plateau. The researchers claimed to have used satellite-based radar technology to detect chambers, shafts, and interconnected passages far below the pyramid. The response from the archaeological community was swift and sceptical. Egypt's renowned archaeologist Zahi Hawass called the findings fake news, saying the researchers used techniques that are not approved and not validated and lack any scientific basis. Hawass noted that the Khafra pyramid was studied extensively and determined to have been carved directly from bedrock, making all claims regarding the existence of columns beneath it entirely unfounded. Other experts questioned the technical feasibility of the claims. Radar specialists pointed out that the technology described would not be able to penetrate solid rock to the depths claimed, and that mapping detailed structures hundreds of feet underground from satellite imagery would be impossible with current methods. The research had not been published in peer-reviewed journals, and the methodology remained unclear. Yet the episode reveals something important about our relationship with the pyramids. We want them to hold secrets. We need them to be more than they appear. The idea of hidden chambers, underground cities, lost knowledge waiting to be discovered. These narratives speak to something deep in the human psyche. We are drawn to mystery, to the possibility that beneath the known world lies another world, stranger and more wondrous. And sometimes, that need for mystery leads us astray. It tempts us to see patterns where none exist, to accept claims without evidence, to prefer speculation over science. The pyramids have spawned countless theories, many of them fanciful, some of them deliberately deceptive. Crystal skulls, alien architects, time machines, energy weapons. The pyramids have been credited with everything from healing powers to prophecies of the apocalypse. But separating fact from fiction, legitimate research from pseudoscience, is not always easy. The line between revolutionary discovery and wishful thinking can be thin. New technologies do reveal hidden structures. The 2017 muon tomography scan that found the void above the Grand Gallery was real science, published in peer-reviewed journals, confirmed by multiple independent teams. But claims must be tested, verified, scrutinized before they can be accepted. The pyramids deserve better than sensationalism. They deserve serious study, careful analysis, honest inquiry. They deserve our respect, not just for what we imagine them to be, but for what they actually are. Monuments built by real people, with real tools for real purposes that we are still learning to understand. Amid all the speculation about advanced technology and lost civilizations, it is easy to forget the most important truth about the pyramids. They were built by human beings, not gods, not aliens, not some vanished super race, but people, men and women who lived and worked and died on the Giza Plateau 4,500 years ago. Recent discoveries have brought these people into sharper focus. At the site of Tombos in Nubia, archaeologists unearthed skeletons buried within pyramids dating to between 1400 and 650 BCE, with some individuals showing signs of wear and tear likely caused by a lifetime of hard manual labour. This has led researchers to conclude that pyramid burials in Tombos were more inclusive than previously thought, and that the deceased came from both the upper and lower classes. The discovery challenges long-held assumptions about who was honoured with pyramid burial. For generations, archaeologists assumed that only the elite, royalty, nobility, high-ranking officials, were laid to rest in these monumental tombs. But the evidence suggests a more complex reality. Perhaps the pyramids were not just monuments to individual power, but communal projects that honoured all who participated in their creation. Perhaps the workers who dragged the stones, who carved the blocks, who mixed the mortar, were remembered alongside the kings they served. This fits with what we know about the workers' villages near the pyramids. These were not slave quarters, but organised communities with infrastructure, social hierarchies, and a sense of collective purpose. The people who lived there were farmers during the flood season, when their fields were underwater and agricultural work was impossible. They came to Giza to work on the pyramids as a form of labour tax, contributing their strength to the most important project in the kingdom. But they also came for other reasons. They came because working on the pyramid meant being part of something eternal, something that would outlast their brief lives. They came because it brought honour to their families, recognition to their villages. They came because they believed, genuinely deeply believed, that the pyramid was necessary, that it would ensure the pharaoh's transformation into a god and thereby guarantee the prosperity of Egypt itself. We have lost this sense of collective purpose, this willingness to sacrifice for something beyond immediate benefit. Our societies are fragmented, individualistic, focused on short-term gains. We struggle to coordinate projects that span decades, let alone centuries. We cannot imagine devoting our lives to building something we will never see completed. Yet the pyramid builders did exactly that. The Great Pyramid took 20 years to build, an entire generation of workers who began the project knowing they might not live to see it finished. They laid stones that would be buried within the structure, invisible to future generations, yet they laid them with precision and care because the work itself mattered, not the recognition. This is perhaps the most profound lesson the pyramids teach us. That meaning is not found in personal glory or individual achievement, but in contributing to something larger than ourselves. The pyramid is greater than any single person who built it, greater than the pharaoh entombed within it, greater than the architects who designed it. It is the sum of thousands of individual efforts, coordinated toward a single vision, sustained across decades by shared belief. Can we do that today? Can we build our own pyramids? Not literal monuments of stone, but projects of comparable ambition and permanence? Can we think in centuries rather than quarters? Can we work toward goals we will not live to see achieved? Can we create things meant not for ourselves, but for the distant future? The question is not rhetorical. Humanity faces challenges that require exactly this kind of long-term thinking. Climate change, resource depletion, space exploration, the preservation of knowledge across generations. We need to build metaphorical pyramids, infrastructure, institutions, archives, that will endure long after we're gone. We need to rediscover the mindset that made the pyramids possible. The pyramids have stood for 45 centuries. Think about what that means. Think about everything they have witnessed. They were already ancient when the first Olympic Games were held in Greece. They were already monuments of unfathomable age when Julius Caesar came to Egypt and stood before them, marvelling at their antiquity. They were already older to the Roman Empire than the Roman Empire is to us. They watched as the ancient Egyptian civilization slowly declined, as the new kingdom gave way to foreign rule, as Greeks and Romans and Arabs conquered the land. They watched as the old religion was abandoned, as the temples were closed, as the hieroglyphic script was forgotten. They watched as Christianity spread across the region, as churches were built from the stones of ancient monuments, as the old gods were condemned as demons. They watched the rise of Islam, the Arab conquest of Egypt, the building of Cairo from the casing stones stripped from their sides. They watched the Crusades, the wars between Christian and Muslim powers fighting over this ancient land. They watched the Mongol invasions that devastated so much of the world, but somehow left Egypt intact. They watched as the Ottoman Empire absorbed Egypt into its vast domains, as European powers began to take interest in the ancient monuments, as Napoleon's soldiers fired cannons at the Sphinx's face. Or so the legend says, though the truth is more prosaic. The face was already damaged by centuries of erosion and iconoclasm. They watched the birth of Egyptology as a discipline, as Western scholars descended on Egypt with shovels and dynamite, racing to unearth treasures for their museums. They watched as hieroglyphics were decoded, as ancient texts were translated, as the world began to understand, slowly, incompletely, what the ancient Egyptians had been trying to say. They watched as Egypt gained independence, as nationalism grew, as the modern nation struggled to balance reverence for its ancient past with the demands of the present. They watched as tourism became an industry, as millions of visitors came each year to stand before them, to take photographs, to add their own interpretations to the endless catalogue of theories and speculations. They watched wars fought over Suez, revolutions that toppled governments, the Arab Spring that swept across the region, promising change that never quite came. They watched the construction of the Aswan Dam, which controlled the Nile's flooding and ended the annual cycle that had defined Egyptian civilization for millennia. And through it all, they remained, silent, unchanging, patient. What will they witness in the centuries to come? Will humanity survive the challenges ahead, or will future archaeologists dig through the ruins of our civilization as we dig through theirs? Will the pyramids still be standing when our own greatest monuments have crumbled to dust? And if they are, what will they mean to whoever stands before them? Perhaps they will mean nothing. Perhaps they will be incomprehensible, their purpose forgotten, their builders nameless, their messages unreadable. We struggle to understand them now with all our knowledge of ancient Egypt, with all our technological tools and scholarly expertise. How much harder will it be for civilizations that come after, if the chain of knowledge is broken, if the memory of Egypt is lost? Or perhaps they will mean everything. Perhaps they will be the last surviving testament to humanity's existence. Proof that we were here, that we built, that we dreamed of eternity and came as close to achieving it as any civilization has ever come. The pyramids do not care what we think of them. They do not need our theories, or we have spoken of the pyramids as monuments, as mysteries, as messages across time. But there is another story hidden within these stones, a story of economics, of resources, of the immense organizational machinery required to transform an entire kingdom into a pyramid-building civilization. This is not the romantic tale of pharaohs reaching for the stars, but the practical reality of how thousands of people were fed, housed, managed, and coordinated across decades. It is the story of how building for eternity shaped the world of the living. Consider the numbers. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million blocks of stone, each weighing on average 2.5 tons. The total mass is estimated at 5.75 million tons. To build it in 20 years, the generally accepted timeline for Khufu's reign, means moving and setting roughly 12 blocks per hour, every hour, day and night, for 2 decades. Even if we assume they worked only during daylight hours, and only during the 8 months of the year when the Nile wasn't flooding the fields, the pace would still require setting a block every 2 to 3 minutes. But the pyramid itself is only part of the equation. For every stone placed, there were quarrymen cutting blocks from limestone cliffs, workers transporting them across the Nile, labourers dragging them up ramps, masons dressing and fitting them into place. There were surveyors ensuring the measurements remained precise, architects overseeing the design, scribes recording deliveries and tracking workers, priests performing rituals to sanctify the work, and all these people needed to eat. The logistics are staggering. Estimates suggest that between 20,000 and 30,000 workers were directly involved in pyramid construction at any given time, with perhaps another 60,000 to 100,000 people supporting them. Farmers growing food, bakers making bread, brewers fermenting beer, potters creating vessels, weavers making cloth, fishermen hauling catches from the Nile. The entire economy of Egypt, for those 20 years, was organised around the singular goal of building Khufu's monument. Archaeological evidence from the workers' villages tells us what they ate. The diet was surprisingly rich: bread and beer, the staples of Egyptian cuisine, but also beef, mutton, fish, and fowl. Bones found in the refuse heap show that the workers consumed huge quantities of meat, far more than the average Egyptian. One estimate suggests that to feed the workforce, Egypt needed to slaughter 21 cattle and 23 sheep per day. Over 20 years, that's more than 150,000 cattle and 170,000 sheep, not counting the fish and birds. Where did all this food come from? Egypt's agricultural surplus, generated by the annual flooding of the Nile, was legendary. The river's floods deposited nutrient-rich silt across the floodplain, creating some of the most fertile farmland in the ancient world. Egyptian farmers could produce far more grain than they needed for subsistence, and this surplus became the foundation of pyramid building. Farmers paid taxes in grain, which was stored in vast state granaries and redistributed to workers as rations. But the pyramid project demanded more than just the agricultural surplus. It required a complete reorganization of Egyptian society. During the Old Kingdom, Egypt transformed from a collection of regional powers into a highly centralized state with the pharaoh at its apex. The pyramid was both symbol and engine of this transformation. Building it required developing systems of taxation, labor conscription, resource allocation, and bureaucratic record-keeping that wouldn't be matched in complexity until the Roman Empire. The papyrus scrolls found at Wadi al-Jarf give us a glimpse into this bureaucratic machine. Written by Me'er, an inspector in charge of a work gang, they describe in meticulous detail how limestone blocks were transported from the Tura quarries to Giza. Me'er records the number of workers in his team, about 40, the routes they took, the time required for each journey, even the locations where they stopped for the night. This level of documentation suggests a sophisticated administrative system capable of tracking thousands of work gangs, managing supply chains across hundreds of miles, and coordinating their efforts with split-second precision. The economic impact rippled through every level of society. Quarries had to be opened and maintained. The Tura quarries, which provided the fine white limestone for the pyramid's casing stones, were located across the Nile from Giza. The Aswan quarries, source of the red granite used in the king's chamber, were 500 miles to the south. Opening these quarries required investment in tools, infrastructure, and permanent settlements for the quarry workers. Copper tools had to be manufactured in vast quantities, thousands of chisels and saws that would wear out and need replacement. Egypt's copper came primarily from the Sinai Peninsula, requiring mining operations and trade networks to keep the tools flowing. Transportation infrastructure had to be built and maintained. Harbours were constructed along the Nile to receive stone shipments. Canals may have been dug to connect the river to the construction site. Reducing the overland distance stones had to travel. Roads or sledgeways had to be prepared, levelled and kept wet so that wooden sledges could slide more easily. Ramps had to be constructed from mud brick and stone chips, requiring their own supply chains and labour forces. The construction site itself was a small city. Archaeological excavations near the pyramids have revealed bakeries capable of producing thousands of loaves per day, breweries with massive vats for fermenting beer, workshops for copperworking, carpentry, rope making, and pottery. There were administrative buildings where scribes worked, storage facilities for tools and materials, and presumably hospitals or clinics where injured workers could be treated. The workers lived in organised housing, not luxurious but functional, with sleeping quarters, communal cooking areas, and access to fresh water. This infrastructure didn't appear overnight. It developed gradually over the course of the 3rd and 4th dynasties, refined with each successive pyramid. By the time Khufu began his pyramid, Egypt had been building pyramids for about 75 years. The step pyramid of Djoser, completed around 2650 BCE, was the first, and it was followed by several others of varying success, some completed, some abandoned, some that partially collapsed during construction. Each taught valuable lessons about engineering, logistics, and organization. But the Great Pyramid represented the apex of this learning curve. It was the largest, most precise, most ambitious pyramid ever built, and perhaps not coincidentally, it marked the peak of Egypt's pyramid-building era. The pyramids that came after, those of Khafra and Menkaure at Giza, and the later 5th and 6th dynasty pyramids at Saqqara and Abu Sir, were smaller, less precisely constructed, built with inferior materials and less ambitious designs. By the end of the Old Kingdom, around 2200 BCE, pyramid building had essentially ceased. Why? What changed? The decline of pyramid building is one of Egyptian history's great puzzles, and it may tell us as much about the pyramid's purpose as their construction does. The answer likely involves a combination of economic exhaustion, political fragmentation, and changing religious beliefs. Building the Great Pyramid was an enormous economic undertaking, perhaps the single largest infrastructure project relative to GDP that any civilization has attempted. Modern economists have tried to estimate the cost, and while exact figures are impossible, the scale is clear. For 20 years, perhaps a quarter to a third of Egypt's entire economic output was directed toward pyramid construction. That level of sustained investment is extraordinary. It's comparable to the United States devoting $7 to $10 trillion per year, roughly half the entire federal budget, to a single project for 2 decades. No modern nation could sustain such an effort without serious economic consequences. Ancient Egypt managed it, but the strain must have been immense. The pyramid required not just labour and materials, but opportunity cost. Every worker building the pyramid was a worker not building something else, not constructing temples or palaces, not clearing new farmland, not strengthening fortifications. Every ton of copper fashioned into chisels for quarrying was copper that couldn't be made into weapons or tools for agriculture. Every load of grain fed to pyramid workers was grain not available for other purposes. For a society to accept such costs, the perceived benefit must be enormous. And in the 4th dynasty, it apparently was. The pyramid wasn't just a tomb, it was the mechanism by which cosmic order was maintained, the device that transformed the dead king into a god who would continue to protect Egypt from chaos. Building the pyramid was thus a form of insurance, a massive collective investment in the kingdom's continued prosperity. But as pyramid followed pyramid, as generations of Egyptians devoted their labour to these monuments, something began to shift. Perhaps the economic burden became too great. Perhaps successive pharaohs found it harder to command the loyalty and resources that Khufu had enjoyed. Perhaps the very success of the early pyramids undermined the rationale for building more. If Khufu and Khafra had already achieved godhood through their pyramids, did every subsequent pharaoh need an equally massive monument? We see evidence of this shift in the pyramids themselves. Menkaura's pyramid, 3rd of the Giza trio and last of the 4th dynasty giants, is less than half the height of the Great Pyramid and contains only about 1/10 the mass. The 5th dynasty pyramids are smaller still, built not from massive limestone blocks but from smaller stones and rubble fill, with only the outer casing constructed from fine stone. The quality of workmanship declined. The precision that characterized the Great Pyramid, stones fitted so tightly that a knife blade cannot pass between them, gave way to rougher construction, with mortar filling the gaps. This wasn't because the Egyptians had forgotten how to build properly. The decline was gradual, which suggests a conscious choice to reduce costs. Pharaohs still wanted pyramids. The symbolism remained important, but they could no longer or would no longer devote the same resources to them. The pyramid was being scaled back to a more sustainable level. By the 6th dynasty, the pyramids had become almost hollow shells, small in stature and filled with rubble. But something else appeared. Texts. The pyramid. Texts carved into the walls of the chambers were dense collections of spells, hymns, and instructions for the dead king's journey through the afterlife. Perhaps as the physical pyramid diminished, the word became more important, the magic of language compensating for the reduced magic of monumental architecture. Then came the collapse. Around 2200 BCE, the Old Kingdom fell apart in what historians call the First Intermediate Period. Central authority dissolved, Egypt fragmented into competing regional powers. The causes are debated: climate change leading to reduced Nile floods, internal political struggles, economic exhaustion from pyramid building, or some combination of all three. For over a century, Egypt had no strong central government, no powerful pharaohs, and no pyramids. When centralized rule was eventually restored in the Middle Kingdom around 2000 BCE, pyramid building resumed, but it was never the same. Middle Kingdom pyramids were built primarily of mud brick with stone casings, and most have eroded away to shapeless mounds. The passion for massive stone monuments had been extinguished. By the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070 BCE, the era of Egypt's greatest imperial power, when pharaohs conquered vast territories and accumulated unimaginable wealth, pyramid building had ceased entirely. The great pharaohs of this period, Hatshepsut, Thutmose III, Ramesses III, built magnificent temples instead, vast columned halls decorated with intricate reliefs, but no pyramids. They were buried in the Valley of the Kings, in tombs cut deep into the bedrock of desert cliffs, hidden from view and, theoretically, safe from robbers. The economic calculus had changed. A hidden tomb required far less labour and material than a massive pyramid. It could be built quickly and secretly. And in an era when tomb robbery had become endemic, by the New Kingdom, even the Great Pyramid had been thoroughly plundered. Visibility was a liability rather than an asset. But perhaps there was also a theological shift. The New Kingdom religion was different from that of the Old Kingdom. The sun god Ra had always been important, but now he merged with Amun to become Amun-Ra, the supreme deity, and pharaohs emphasized their role as his servant rather than his equal. The pyramid, which symbolized the rays of the sun and the pharaoh's direct ascent to the heavens, may have seemed presumptuous in this new religious context. The pharaoh was still divine, but perhaps not quite in the same way. Or perhaps more prosaically, the Egyptians had simply learned that massive visible monuments attracted looters. The pyramid's most famous quality, their eternal endurance, worked against their purpose as tombs. You cannot steal from a tomb you cannot find, but everyone knew where the pyramids were. Yet to view pyramids purely through the lens of economics and theology misses something crucial. The pyramids weren't just drains on resources or expressions of religious belief. They were identity-forming exercises, massive communal projects that united Egypt and defined what it meant to be Egyptian. Consider what it meant for a farmer from a small village in the Delta to be conscripted for pyramid building. He would leave his home during the flood season, when his fields were underwater and he couldn't work them anyway, and travel to Giza. There he would encounter Egyptians from every region, from Upper Egypt in the south, from the Fayoum oasis, from settlements along the Mediterranean coast. He would hear different accents, learn different customs, eat communal meals with strangers who would become comrades. For 4 months, he would participate in the most important project in the kingdom, working alongside thousands of others toward a common goal. He would see the pyramid rising block by block, witness priests performing rituals, hear scribes reading proclamations from the pharaoh. He would understand himself as part of something vast, something that transcended his village and his individual life. Then he would return home with stories to tell, having helped build something that would last forever. This experience was repeated across generations, involving hundreds of thousands of Egyptians over the course of the Pyramid Age. It created a shared identity, a sense of national unity that might not have existed otherwise. Egypt in the Old Kingdom was a relatively new state, formed from the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt only a few centuries earlier. Regional identities remained strong. The Pyramid Project helped forge these disparate peoples into something resembling a nation. The pyramid also created a shared landscape of memory. Every Egyptian knew the pyramids. They dominated the skyline, visible from miles away, constant reminders of pharaonic power and divine protection. They were reference points, literally and figuratively, monuments that helped Egyptians orient themselves in space and time. Events could be dated in relation to pyramid construction. In the year that Pharaoh's pyramid was completed, or when my grandfather worked on the Great Monument, stories accumulated around the pyramids. Even in ancient times, they became the subjects of legends. By the time Herodotus visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE, more than 2,000 years after the Great Pyramid's construction, the Egyptians were telling him tales about its building, some accurate, some wildly embellished. They told him 100,000 men worked on it for 20 years, which may be roughly correct for the total workforce, including support staff. But they also told him the pharaoh was so wicked he forced his own daughter into prostitution to raise funds, which is almost certainly fiction. Perhaps a story invented by Egyptians who no longer understood or approved of the immense resources devoted to these monuments. The pyramid became a screen onto which later Egyptians projected their own values and concerns. During periods of strong central authority, the pyramids were celebrated as symbols of Egypt's greatness and the pharaoh's power. During periods of fragmentation, they might be viewed more ambiguously, as symbols of excess, of pharaonic pride, of resources that could have been better spent. But they remained central to Egyptian consciousness, impossible to ignore or forget. Even as pyramid building ceased, the pyramids themselves continued to shape Egyptian culture. Later pharaohs often built their tombs or temples in sight of the Great Pyramids, as if seeking to borrow some of their power. The pyramids became pilgrimage sites, places where Egyptians would go to pray or leave offerings, even though they no longer fully understood their original purpose. The Great Pyramid in particular seems to have remained a focus of popular reverence throughout Egyptian history. This continued even after Egypt ceased to be ruled by ethnic Egyptians. The Persian conquerors respected the pyramids. The Ptolemaic Greeks, who ruled Egypt after Alexander's conquest, were fascinated by them and commissioned studies of their construction. Cleopatra, last of the Ptolemaic rulers, would have seen the pyramids as ancient monuments to a civilization that was already more distant from her in time than she is from us. yet they remained symbols of Egypt, fundamental to the country's identity in a way that transcended political changes. But the pyramids also reinforced and perpetuated a particular social order, one based on extreme hierarchy and the absolute supremacy of the pharaoh. To build a pyramid required not just organization but obedience, not just coordination but submission to centralized authority. The pyramid was possible only because thousands of people accepted the premise that the pharaoh was divine, that his needs superseded theirs, that their labor was owed to him as surely as the Nile's floods were owed to the gods. This social contract, if we can call it that, was neither simple nor unchanging. It required constant reinforcement through ritual, through art, through the physical presence of monuments like the pyramids. The pyramid itself was an argument made in stone. The pharaoh is godlike, capable of commanding forces beyond normal human capacity, deserving of worship and sacrifice. Consider the visual rhetoric of the pyramid. It dominates everything around it, reducing humans to insignificance. When you stand before the Great Pyramid, you feel small. That's not accidental. The pyramid's massive scale creates an emotional response, a sense of awe that easily shades into submission. This is the architecture of power, designed to overwhelm and impress. The same message was conveyed through every aspect of pyramid construction. The work gangs had names like Friends of Khufu, emphasizing their personal relationship to the pharaoh. The graffiti they left behind expresses pride in their service to him. The entire enterprise was framed as an act of devotion, a gift to the god-king who guaranteed Egypt's prosperity. Whether the workers genuinely believed this or whether they simply accepted it as the natural order of things, we cannot know. But the system worked. For centuries, Egyptians devoted their labor to these monuments with apparently minimal coercion. Yet there was always tension in this arrangement. The pharaoh's divinity was both absolute and fragile. It required constant performance, constant demonstration of capability and divine favor. A weak pharaoh, one who could not maintain mayat or command respect, undermined the entire system, and a pyramid half-built or poorly constructed would be evidence of that weakness, visible to everyone. This may explain why some pyramids were never completed or were abandoned in favor of new ones. If a pharaoh died before his pyramid was finished, or if the project encountered insurmountable difficulties, it called into question his divine status. Better to start fresh, to demonstrate strength through a new monument than to struggle with a compromised one. The pyramid also reinforced class distinctions beyond just the pharaoh's supremacy. The workers' villages show clear hierarchies. Some workers lived in better housing than others. Some ate better food. Foremen and skilled craftsmen occupied a different social stratum than common labourers. Scribes and administrators, though they might never touch a stone, were considered more important than the men who moved them. And of course, the vast majority of Egyptians never worked on the pyramids at all. Women, who comprised half the population, were largely excluded from construction labour, though they surely participated in the supporting economy, weaving cloth, preparing food, managing households while men were away. Children were too young to be conscripted. The elderly, the infirm, those with specialised roles that couldn't be spared, all were exempted. So the pyramid workforce was a particular cross-section of society, adult men in their prime, temporarily removed from their normal roles and reconstituted as builders. But this temporary status was important. Unlike slaves, these workers retained their identities, their families, their places in their home communities. They worked on the pyramid for a few months and then returned home. This rotation system may have been crucial to the pyramid's success. It distributed both the burden and the honour across the kingdom rather than concentrating them. Yet this system also had limits. It required a strong state capable of organising conscription, transporting workers, providing them with tools and food, and ensuring they returned home safely. When the state weakened, the system collapsed. The end of pyramid building may have been both cause and effect of state decline. The inability to mobilise labour for pyramids was a sign of failing central authority, while the absence of pyramid projects removed one of the mechanisms that had reinforced that authority. But the pyramid's impact on Egyptian life didn't end when construction finished. A completed pyramid required ongoing maintenance and religious observance, creating permanent institutions that persisted for centuries. Each pyramid complex included not just the pyramid itself, but mortuary temples where priests performed daily rituals to sustain the dead pharaoh's care in the afterlife. These weren't occasional ceremonies, but daily obligations, offerings of food and drink, recitations of prayers, burning of incense. The priests who performed these services were full-time professionals, supported by endowments of land and resources that the pharaoh had established specifically for this purpose. These pyramid cults, as Egyptologists call them, were substantial economic enterprises. The mortuary temple of Khufu, for instance, had extensive agricultural lands assigned to it, worked by farmers whose produce went to feed the priests and provide offerings. There were also personnel beyond the priests, bakers to prepare ritual bread, brewers for beer offerings, florists to provide fresh flowers, guards to protect the complex, scribes to manage accounts. Archaeological evidence suggests these institutions were remarkably durable. The pyramid cult of Khufu continued functioning for at least 500 years after his death, possibly longer. 5th and 6th dynasty texts mention officials with titles like Inspector of Priests of the Pyramid of Khufu, indicating that centuries after his death, the Great Pyramid still had an active religious establishment. This means that for ordinary Egyptians living near Giza, the pyramids were not just ancient monuments, but living religious centres. People would have seen priests coming and going, witnessed ceremonies, smelled incense burning, heard prayers and hymns. The pyramids were woven into the fabric of daily religious life. Moreover, ordinary Egyptians apparently had some access to these cult centres. We know from inscriptions that people left graffiti at pyramid sites, including prayers requesting the dead pharaoh's intercession. Some scholars believe that during certain festivals, pyramid complexes may have been open to pilgrims, allowing common people to approach and make offerings. The pyramid was thus not just a symbol of pharaonic power, but a site of popular religious devotion. Maintenance was also an ongoing concern. The pyramid's limestone casing required care to remain pristine and reflective. Sand would blow against the bases, requiring periodic clearing. The mortuary temples needed repairs. Causeways had to be kept passable. All this required labour and resources, providing employment for generations of Egyptians who never worked on the original construction, but spent their lives maintaining it. There are records of later pharaohs sponsoring restoration work on older pyramids, sometimes centuries after they were built. This served multiple purposes. It demonstrated respect for ancestors, showcased the pharaoh's piety and resources, and maintained the pyramid as a functioning religious site. But it also suggests that the pyramids, for all their durability, were not maintenance-free. Left unattended, they would deteriorate. The reason they survived is partly because Egyptians actively preserved them for many centuries, but eventually the pyramid cults did cease. The records grow sparse after the Old Kingdom's collapse. Some cults were revived during the Middle Kingdom, when centralized authority was restored, but never with the same vigor. By the New Kingdom, most Old Kingdom pyramids had abandoned mortuary temples, their priests dispersed, their endowments reassigned. What happened to these institutions? Several factors likely contributed to their decline. The economic disruptions of the First Intermediate period may have destroyed the administrative systems that supported them. Land endowments could have been seized by local warlords or repurposed by new authorities. The priests lacking support would have dispersed to find other employment. There may also have been a crisis of belief. If the pyramid was supposed to ensure the pharaoh's eternal life and Egypt's continued prosperity, but Egypt descended into chaos anyway, did that not suggest the pyramid had failed? Perhaps later Egyptians began to question whether all that investment had been worthwhile, or perhaps, more pragmatically, later pharaohs simply had different priorities. Why continue supporting the cult of a pharaoh from 1,000 years ago when resources were needed for current projects? The New Kingdom was an age of empire, of military campaigns and monumental temple building. The old pyramids, their pharaohs long dead and largely forgotten, may have seemed like relics from another world. Whatever the reasons, by the time of the New Kingdom, the Giza pyramids had become essentially what they are today, imposing monuments from the distant past, admired and wondered at but no longer functioning as religious centres. They had transitioned from living institutions to historical artefacts, from active temples to passive monuments. This transition was gradual and uneven. Some pyramid cults lingered longer than others. The Great Pyramid seems to have retained religious significance even when its cult ceased. People continued to visit it, leave offerings, treat it as sacred space. but the daily rituals, the professional priesthood, the vast supporting apparatus, all that slowly eroded away. And then came the looters. The pyramids had always been targets for thieves. Tomb robbery was apparently widespread even in ancient times, and severe punishments attest to how common the problem was. But as long as the pyramid cults functioned, as long as priests and guards were present, the tombs retained some protection. Once those institutions collapsed, the pyramids were vulnerable. We know that by the Middle Kingdom, probably earlier, the pyramids had been thoroughly plundered. The treasures that once filled their chambers, gold, jewels, fine furniture, ritual objects, were stolen. Even the pharaoh's mummies were torn apart in the search for amulets and jewellery wrapped in the bandages. The Great Pyramid's sarcophagus was found empty when medieval Arabs first entered the king's chamber. Whether it had ever held a body is now uncertain. Later still, the pyramids were quarried for building materials. The fine white limestone casing stones were particularly prized. They were already cut and dressed, ready to be used in new construction. Medieval Cairo was built partly from pyramids, with casing stones from Giza repurposed for mosques, palaces, and fortifications. This wasn't vandalism in the sense of purposeless destruction. It was practical recycling. Stone was valuable, and here were millions of tons of it, already quarried and shaped. By this process, the pyramids that had been built to last forever were slowly dismantled by the very civilizations they were meant to outlast. The irony is profound, yet enough remained, the massive core blocks were too large and heavy to be worth moving, that the essential pyramid form survived. The smooth, gleaming pyramids of the Fourth Dynasty became the rough-stepped structures we see today, stripped of their casings, weathered and worn, but still recognizable, still imposing, still inspiring awe. Despite their decline, the pyramids left a lasting economic and organizational legacy. The systems developed to build them, bureaucratic record-keeping, resource management, large-scale labor mobilization, didn't disappear when pyramid building ceased. They were adapted for other purposes. The New Kingdom's military campaigns required similar organizational capacity, moving armies of thousands across great distances, supplying them with food and equipment, coordinating complex operations. The temples built during this period, while different in form from pyramids, required comparable resources and planning. The tomb-building projects in the Valley of the Kings, though smaller in scale, drew on the same tradition of skilled stoneworking and architectural precision. In a sense, every major project in Egyptian history afterward bore the pyramid's imprint. Egypt had learned how to think big, how to plan across decades, how to coordinate vast numbers of people toward a single goal. That capacity, once developed, remained part of Egyptian civilization's repertoire, even when pyramids ceased to be the goal. The pyramids also established Egypt's reputation. For the rest of antiquity, and into the medieval period, Egypt was famous for its monuments, its ancient wisdom, its mysterious and powerful past. This reputation drew scholars, travellers, and traders. It made Egypt attractive to conquerors who wanted to rule such a storied land. It created a form of cultural capital that Egypt could trade on long after its actual power had waned. And perhaps most importantly, the pyramids established the very idea that such projects were possible. They proved that human beings could build on a monumental scale, could create structures that would endure for millennia, could organize society to achieve seemingly impossible goals. Every civilization afterward that built grand monuments, from Rome's aqueducts to China's Great Wall to medieval Europe's cathedrals to modern skyscrapers, is in some sense heir to the pyramid builders. The pyramids taught humanity that we are capable of greatness, that we can reach beyond mere survival to create works of lasting significance. That lesson, encoded in stone on the Giza Plateau, may be their most important legacy of all. What if everything you know, every struggle you've faced, every triumph you've celebrated, every moment of love and loss that has shaped your existence, is not the final version of your story, but only a test? What if humanity itself, with all its civilizations, its art, its wars and its dreams, is nothing more than a rough draft in some cosmic manuscript, a trial run before the real story begins? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and the familiar sounds of day give way to the whispers of night, we're going to explore a possibility that has haunted human consciousness since we first looked up at the stars and wondered about our place in the vast expanse of existence. It's a question that cuts to the very heart of what it means to be human, what it means to live, and what it means to matter in a universe that seems both infinite and indifferent. The idea isn't new. It's woven through the oldest stories our species has told, hidden in the myths of forgotten civilizations, whispered in the sacred texts of ancient religions, and now, in our modern age, it emerges again in the theories of philosophers and scientists who dare to ask the uncomfortable questions about reality itself. What if we are not the culmination of creation, but merely its rehearsal? Picture this. Somewhere beyond the reach of our telescopes, beyond the boundaries of space and time as we understand them, there exists a consciousness so vast, so incomprehensible, that our entire universe, with its billions of galaxies, its countless stars, its endless dance of matter and energy, is nothing more than a testing ground, a place where the rough edges of existence are smoothed out, where the kinks in the system are worked through, where trial and error play out on a scale we can barely imagine, and we, humanity, are the test subjects, the ancient echoes of trial and error. Long before our modern minds conceived of simulation theory or evolutionary algorithms, our ancestors understood something profound about the nature of existence. They told stories that have survived millennia, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms of wisdom, about worlds that came before ours, about civilizations that rose and fell like waves against an eternal shore, about gods who created and destroyed with the casual indifference of a child building sandcastles. In the shadowed temples of ancient Mesopotamia, priests whispered of the Anunnaki, beings from beyond the stars who came to Earth not as conquerors, but as experimenters. The Sumerian tablets, those clay fragments that hold some of humanity's oldest written thoughts, speak of these entities with a mixture of reverence and fear. They describe beings who shaped humanity not once, but multiple times, each iteration an improvement upon the last, each version a step closer to some unknowable goal. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that haunting tale of friendship and mortality, contains within its verses a story that should make us pause and wonder. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, tells Gilgamesh of a time when the gods grew weary of humanity's noise, their constant chatter and conflict. The solution was not negotiation or guidance, but erasure, a complete reset of the human experiment. Only a chosen few were preserved, seeds for the next iteration of the trial. But the flood myth isn't unique to Mesopotamia. It appears in cultures across the globe, separated by vast oceans and thousands of years, yet telling remarkably similar stories. The Hindu Puranas speak of cycles within cycles, of kalpas and yugas, vast periods of time during which the universe itself is created, sustained, and destroyed, only to begin again. In these texts, our current age, the Kali Yuga, is described as the final phase of a cosmic trial, a time of darkness and confusion before the slate is wiped clean and the experiment begins anew. The Maya, those master astronomers of the Americas, carved into stone their understanding of time as a wheel, ever turning, ever repeating. Their long count calendar, which captured the world's attention in 2012, wasn't predicting an end. It was marking the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another. To the Maya, we were living through one of many iterations of human existence, each one a refinement of the cosmic design. Even in the midst of Norse mythology, we find Ragnarök, not just an ending, but a renewal. The gods themselves would fall, the world tree Yggdrasil would tremble, and from the ashes of the old world, a new one would emerge. The surviving gods would gather in Idavol, the shining plain, and begin again. It's a story of cosmic trial and error, of destruction as a necessary prelude to perfection. These weren't primitive peoples creating simple stories to explain natural phenomena. These were sophisticated civilizations with complex understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and human nature. When they spoke of cycles, of trials, of worlds that came before and worlds yet to come, perhaps they were preserving something more than mythology. Perhaps they were remembering. The Aboriginal Australians speak of the dream time, a period when ancestral spirits walked the earth, shaping the landscape and establishing the laws that would govern all future existence. But the dream time isn't just the past, it's an eternal present, a realm where all possibilities exist simultaneously, where the trials of existence play out in endless variation. In their understanding, our current reality is just one of many dreaming states, one version of the story being told by consciousness itself. In the hidden valleys of Tibet, ancient texts speak of Shambhala, a kingdom that exists beyond the physical world, where enlightened beings observe and guide the development of human consciousness. These texts describe our world as a training ground, a place where souls come to learn and grow before moving on to higher states of existence. The trials we face, the suffering we endure, the lessons we learn, all of it is preparation for something greater. What if these ancient voices, separated by continents and centuries, were all describing the same fundamental truth? What if they understood something about the nature of reality that we, in our modern sophistication, have forgotten? What if the stories of cycles and trials, of worlds destroyed and remade, of gods who test and refine their creations, are not myths at all, but memories? The Gnostic texts, those controversial writings that the early Christian church worked so hard to suppress, speak of the demiurge, a false god who created our material world as a prison for divine sparks of consciousness. In this understanding, our entire physical existence is a trial, a test designed to see if we can remember our true nature and escape the illusion of material reality. The Gnostics believed that knowledge, gnosis, was the key to liberation, the recognition that this world is not our true home, but merely a temporary testing ground. These ancient perspectives share a common thread. The idea that our current existence is not final, not complete, not the ultimate expression of what we are meant to be. They suggest that we are participants in a vast experiment, subjects in a cosmic trial whose purpose we can only dimly perceive. And if that's true, then every moment of our lives takes on a different meaning. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every challenge we face becomes part of a larger pattern, a data point in an experiment whose scope we cannot fully comprehend. But the ancients weren't content to simply observe this process passively. Many of their traditions included practices designed to accelerate the trial, to move more quickly through the cycles of learning and growth. The mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Rome offered initiates the chance to experience death and rebirth within a single lifetime, to compress the cosmic cycle into a personal journey of transformation. The shamanic traditions of indigenous peoples around the world developed techniques for travelling between worlds, for accessing the realm where the trials are designed and the rules are written. These practices suggest that our ancestors understood something crucial. If life is a trial run, then we are not merely passive subjects being tested. We are active participants who can influence the outcome, who can learn the rules of the game, and perhaps even change them. The question is, have we forgotten how to play? The philosophical framework of existence as experiment. As the ancient world gave way to the age of philosophy, thinkers began to approach the question of existence with new tools of logic and reason. Yet the fundamental mystery remained. What is the purpose of human life, and why does it often feel like we're stumbling through a cosmic experiment whose rules we don't understand? Plato, in his famous allegory of the cave, painted a picture that resonates deeply with the idea of life as a trial run. Imagine prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall, believing these flickering images to be reality itself. Only when one prisoner breaks free and emerges into the sunlight does he realize that everything he thought was real was merely a projection, a pale imitation of true reality. What if our entire existence is like that cave? What if what we perceive as the fullness of life is actually just the shadow of something far more real, far more complete? The implications are staggering. If Plato was right, then our struggles, our achievements, our entire civilization might be nothing more than shadows dancing on the wall of a cosmic cave. The real world, the world for which we are being prepared, lies beyond our current perception, waiting for us to break free from the chains of our limited understanding. Aristotle, Plato's student, took a different approach, but arrived at equally unsettling conclusions. His concept of potentiality and actuality suggests that everything in existence is in a constant state of becoming, moving from what it could be toward what it is meant to be. Humans in this framework are not finished products but works in progress, constantly evolving towards some ultimate form. But what if that ultimate form exists beyond this life, beyond this world? What if everything we experience here is simply the process of actualization, the trial run before we become what we are truly meant to be? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome embraced this uncertainty with remarkable grace. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become known as Meditations, reflected on the temporary nature of all human endeavours. "Remember that very little disturbs the balance of nature," he wrote. "You came from nothing and will return to nothing. What have you lost?" But rather than finding this thought depressing, the Stoics found it liberating. If life is temporary, if our current existence is just one phase in a larger process, then we are free to focus on what truly matters, developing wisdom, practicing virtue, and preparing ourselves for whatever comes next. The Eastern philosophical traditions took this thinking even further. Buddhism, with its doctrine of impermanence and its understanding of existence as suffering, presents a worldview in which our current life is explicitly described as a trial. The Buddha's first noble truth, that life is dukkha, often translated as suffering but more accurately understood as unsatisfactoriness, suggests that our present existence is inherently incomplete, inherently flawed. We are not meant to find ultimate fulfillment here because this is not our final destination. The Buddhist concept of samsara, the cycle of birth, death and rebirth, presents existence as an ongoing experiment in consciousness. Each life is a test, each death a graduation to the next level of the trial. The goal is not to perfect this particular existence, but to learn the lessons that will allow us to transcend the need for further testing. Nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist practice, is literally the blowing out of the flame of individual existence, not because life is evil, but because it is incomplete, a preparation for something beyond individual identity. Hinduism offers a similar but even more elaborate framework. The concept of Maya, often translated as illusion, suggests that our entire perceived reality is a kind of cosmic play, a divine drama in which consciousness explores its own nature through countless forms and experiences. The Bhagavad Gita, one of Hinduism's most sacred texts, presents life as a battlefield where the soul learns to act without attachment to results, to participate fully in the cosmic drama while remembering that it is ultimately just a play. But perhaps the most intriguing philosophical perspective comes from the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who synthesized Eastern and Western thought in ways that seem remarkably relevant to our question. Schopenhauer argued that behind the world of appearances lies a fundamental reality he called the will, a blind, irrational force that drives all existence. Individual lives, in his view, are temporary manifestations of this will, experiments in consciousness that serve the larger purpose of the will's self-understanding. All satisfaction, or what is commonly called happiness, is really and essentially always negative only, and never positive, Schopenhauer wrote. This isn't pessimism for its own sake, but a recognition that our current existence is designed not for fulfillment, but for learning. We're not meant to find perfect happiness here because perfect happiness would end the experiment. Our dissatisfaction, our constant striving, our sense that something is always missing, these are not bugs in the system but features. They keep us moving, keep us growing, keep us participating in the trial. The existentialist philosophers of the 20th century took this uncertainty and made it the foundation of their entire worldview. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous declaration that existence precedes essence suggests that we are thrown into existence without a predetermined purpose, forced to create meaning through our choices and actions. But what if this apparent meaninglessness is itself meaningful? What if the trial we're undergoing is precisely the trial of creating meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? Albert Camus, grappling with what he called the absurd, the conflict between human need for meaning and the universe's apparent indifference, concluded that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity, only to watch it roll back down each time, becomes a symbol of the human condition. But Camus suggests that in the moment when Sisyphus walks back down the mountain to retrieve his boulder, he is free. He has accepted the trial, embraced the process, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in its completion. What if that's exactly the point? What if the trial we're undergoing is not about reaching a destination, but about how we handle the journey? What if the gods, or the programmers, or the cosmic consciousness that designed this experiment are not interested in whether we solve all the problems, but in how we respond to unsolvable problems? What if they're testing not our ability to find answers, but our capacity to live beautifully with questions? The philosopher William James, one of the founders of American pragmatism, suggested that the value of any belief should be judged by its practical consequences. If believing that life is a trial run makes us more compassionate, more curious, more willing to grow and change, then perhaps the truth or falsehood of the belief is less important than its effect on how we live. James wrote about the will to believe, the idea that in matters where evidence is insufficient, we have the right to choose the belief that enables us to live most fully. But James also introduced another concept that's particularly relevant to our exploration, the idea of a multiverse of possibilities. Long before physicists began seriously discussing parallel universes, James suggested that reality might be far more complex and multifaceted than we imagine. What if our current existence is just one thread in an infinite tapestry of possibilities? What if the trial we're undergoing is not just about this particular version of reality, but about exploring all the ways consciousness can manifest itself? This brings us to one of the most intriguing philosophical questions of all. If life is a trial run, who or what is conducting the trial? The ancient myth spoke of gods, but modern philosophy has largely moved beyond anthropomorphic deities. Yet the question remains, if we are being tested, what is the nature of the tester? Some philosophers have suggested that consciousness itself might be the experimenter, using individual lives as ways of exploring its own nature and possibilities. In this view, we are not separate beings being tested by an external force, but aspects of a larger consciousness testing itself, learning about itself through our experiences. The trial is not imposed from outside, but emerges from the very nature of consciousness as it seeks to understand itself. Others have proposed that the trial might be conducted by future versions of ourselves, advanced beings who have transcended our current limitations and are using our present existence as a way of understanding their own origins. In this scenario, we're not just being tested, but are actively participating in our own evolution, creating the conditions that will eventually give rise to our more advanced successors. The philosophical implications are dizzying. If life is a trial run, then every moment becomes precious not for its own sake, but for what it contributes to the larger experiment. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every idea we explore becomes data in a cosmic database, information that will be used to refine and improve the next iteration of existence. But this raises another question. What happens to us when the trial is complete? Do we graduate to the next level, or do we simply cease to exist, our purpose fulfilled? The philosophers have offered various answers, but perhaps the most comforting is also the most mysterious, that the question itself reveals the limitations of our current perspective. We are asking what happens to us as if we were separate individual entities. But what if the trial is designed to teach us that separation is itself an illusion? What if the ultimate lesson of the trial is that there is no us and them, no tester and tested, but only consciousness exploring itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experiment we call existence? The scientific lens, simulation theory, and cosmic experiments. In the sterile corridors of modern universities and research institutions, far from the mystical temples of ancient civilizations, a new generation of thinkers has arrived at conclusions that would have seemed familiar to the shamans and philosophers of old. Using the tools of mathematics, physics, and computer science, they are asking the same fundamental question that has haunted humanity for millennia. What if our reality is not what it seems? The philosopher Nick Bostrom, working at Oxford University, published a paper in 2003 that sent ripples through both academic and popular culture. His simulation hypothesis presents a logical argument that is as elegant as it is unsettling. If any civilization develops the computational power to run detailed simulations of their ancestors, they would likely run many such simulations. This means that for every real civilization, there would be countless simulated ones. Statistically speaking, we are far more likely to be living in one of the many simulations than in the original reality. But Bostrom's argument goes deeper than simple probability. He suggests that advanced civilizations might run these simulations not for entertainment, but for research. They might want to understand how their own history unfolded, to explore alternative timelines, or to test different variables in the development of consciousness and society. In other words, we might be living in a vast scientific experiment, our entire existence serving as data points in a study whose scope we cannot even imagine. The implications are staggering. If we are indeed living in a simulation, then every aspect of our reality, from the fundamental constants of physics to the complex patterns of human behavior, has been programmed by beings whose intelligence so far exceeds our own that we're like ants trying to understand the motivations of humans. Our struggles, our triumphs, our entire civilization might be nothing more than variables in an equation, parameters being tested and refined. But the simulation hypothesis is just one facet of a larger scientific revolution in how we think about reality. Quantum mechanics, that strange and counterintuitive branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and energy at the smallest scales, has revealed a universe that seems almost designed to confuse and mystify us. Particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. Reality, at its most fundamental level, appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic. Werner Heisenberg, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, once said, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." This statement contains within it a profound possibility. What if the universe we observe is not the universe as it truly is, but the universe as it appears to beings with our particular type of consciousness, our particular way of asking questions? What if reality is fundamentally interactive, shaped by the very act of observation? The physicist John Wheeler took this idea even further with his concept of a participatory universe. Wheeler suggested that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation. In his view, the universe is not a machine running according to predetermined laws, but an ongoing experiment in which consciousness and reality co-evolve. We are not just observing the trial, we are helping to create it. This participatory view of reality finds support in some of the strangest discoveries of modern physics. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, which Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance, demonstrates that particles can be connected in ways that transcend space and time. When two particles are entangled, measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. This suggests that the universe is far more interconnected than our everyday experience would suggest, that separation itself might be an illusion created by our limited perspective. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific support for the idea of existence as experiment comes from the field of evolutionary biology. The process of evolution itself can be understood as a vast trial and error experiment, with countless species serving as test cases for different approaches to survival and reproduction. Most species that have ever existed are now extinct, failed experiments in the laboratory of natural selection. We humans are just the latest iteration in this ongoing trial, and there is no guarantee that we represent the final or optimal solution. The biologist Richard Dawkins has suggested that we are not the purpose of evolution, but merely its temporary vehicles. Our genes, in his view, are the real protagonists of the evolutionary story, using our bodies and minds as tools for their own replication and survival. We think we are living our own lives, pursuing our own goals, but we're actually serving as unwitting participants in a genetic experiment that has been running for billions of years. This perspective becomes even more unsettling when we consider the possibility of directed evolution. What if the mutations that drive evolutionary change are not random, as we have long assumed, but are being guided by some intelligence we cannot perceive? What if the entire history of life on Earth is not the result of blind chance, but of careful experimentation by beings who are testing different approaches to consciousness and intelligence? The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has so far yielded no definitive results, despite decades of effort and increasingly sophisticated technology. This absence of evidence has led some scientists to propose what is known as the zoo hypothesis, the idea that advanced alien civilizations are aware of us but are deliberately avoiding contact, perhaps to avoid contaminating their experiment. In this view, Earth is like a nature preserve or a laboratory, with humanity serving as the test subjects in a study of planetary development and consciousness evolution. The physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" referring to the apparent absence of alien civilizations in a universe that should, by all statistical measures, be teeming with life. But what if the answer is that they are here, watching, recording, analyzing, but remaining hidden to preserve the integrity of their experiment? What if first contact is not something that will happen in the future, but something that is being deliberately prevented until the trial is complete? Recent discoveries in astronomy have only deepened the mystery. The Kepler Space Telescope and other instruments have revealed that planets are incredibly common in our galaxy, with many existing in the habitable zone where liquid water could exist. Yet we have found no signs of life, no radio signals, no evidence of the vast engineering projects that an advanced civilization might undertake. The universe appears to be full of stages set for the drama of life, but empty of actors. Unless, of course, the actors are there but playing roles we don't recognize. What if the intelligence conducting the experiment is so advanced that it operates on scales of time and space that make it invisible to us? What if what we perceive as natural phenomena, the formation of galaxies, the evolution of stars, the dance of planets, are actually the tools and instruments of a cosmic laboratory? The concept of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this possibility. Einstein's theory of relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. What seems like billions of years to us might be mere moments to a consciousness operating at cosmic scales. Our entire civilization, from its birth to its eventual extinction, might unfold in what such beings would perceive as the blink of an eye. But the most profound scientific support for the trial run hypothesis comes from the field of information theory. Scientists have discovered that information, not matter or energy, might be the most fundamental aspect of reality. The physicist John Wheeler coined the phrase "it from bit," suggesting that all physical phenomena emerge from information processing. If reality is fundamentally informational, then the distinction between real and simulated becomes meaningless. A sufficiently detailed simulation would be indistinguishable from reality because it would be reality. This informational view of the universe suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of information processing, a way that the universe computes and understands itself. In this framework, our thoughts, our experiences, our entire subjective reality are not separate from the physical universe, but are aspects of its information processing. We are not observers of the cosmic computer, we are part of its programming. The implications extend beyond philosophy into practical questions about the nature of scientific discovery itself. If we are living in an experiment, then our scientific theories and discoveries might not be revealing objective truths about reality, but rather uncovering the rules and parameters of the simulation we inhabit. The laws of physics might not be fundamental features of existence, but rather the programming constraints within which our particular trial is operating. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if scientific progress is not just about understanding the world, but about reverse engineering the experiment we're part of? What if every breakthrough in physics, every new discovery about the nature of reality, brings us closer to understanding the true purpose and design of the trial we're undergoing? Some scientists have even suggested that we might be able to detect evidence of our simulated nature by looking for glitches or limitations in the programming. Just as video games sometimes reveal their artificial nature through rendering errors or computational shortcuts, our reality might contain subtle signs that it is not fundamental but constructed. The discrete nature of quantum mechanics, the existence of fundamental constants that seem fine-tuned for the existence of complexity, the apparent limits on the speed of information transfer, all of these could be evidence that we are living within a computational system with finite resources. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific perspective comes from the field of consciousness studies. Despite centuries of investigation, we still have no clear understanding of how consciousness arises from physical processes. The hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience emerges from objective matter, remains unsolved. What if this is because consciousness is not produced by the brain, but is rather the fundamental substrate within which the brain operates? What if consciousness is not the result of the experiment, but the medium in which it takes place? This would mean that we are not just subjects being tested, but aspects of the testing consciousness itself. The trial is not being conducted on us, but through us, as consciousness explores its own nature and possibilities through the countless perspectives of individual minds. In this view, every moment of awareness, every flash of insight, every experience of beauty or suffering contributes to a vast project of cosmic self-discovery. The question then becomes, what is consciousness trying to learn about itself through the experiment of human existence? What aspects of its own nature is it exploring through our struggles and triumphs, our loves and losses, our brief flicker of awareness in the vast darkness of space and time? The modern conspiracy, hidden knowledge and suppressed evidence. In the shadowed corners of the internet, in hushed conversations between strangers who share a sense that something fundamental is being hidden from us, a different kind of investigation is taking place. While scientists debate simulation theory in academic journals, and philosophers ponder the nature of reality in university halls, another community of seekers has emerged. People who believe that the evidence for our trial-run existence is not theoretical, but concrete, and that it is being deliberately concealed from us. These modern investigators point to anomalies in our historical record, inconsistencies in our scientific understanding, and patterns in human behavior that suggest we are not being told the complete truth about our situation. They ask uncomfortable questions. Why do so many ancient civilizations have similar stories about previous worlds and cyclic time? Why do archaeological discoveries that don't fit our accepted timeline often disappear from public view? Why do governments around the world spend enormous resources on projects whose true purposes remain classified? The story begins, as many such stories do, with artifacts that don't belong. In 1900, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera discovered the wreck of an ancient Roman ship. Among the treasures recovered was a corroded bronze mechanism that would puzzle researchers for more than a century. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, was eventually revealed to be an analog computer of extraordinary sophistication, capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. The device dates to approximately 100 BCE, yet its level of technological complexity would not be seen again in human civilization for more than 1,000 years. How did ancient craftsmen create such a device? Where did they acquire the knowledge of astronomy and engineering necessary for its construction? And most puzzling of all, why did this technology disappear so completely from the historical record? The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. Around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that seem to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that our standard historical narrative cannot explain. The precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built with tolerances that challenge modern construction techniques. The massive stone blocks of Pumapunku in Bolivia, cut and fitted with a precision that seems to require advanced machinery. The intricate astronomical alignments of sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, demonstrating knowledge of celestial mechanics that supposedly wasn't developed until thousands of years later. Each of these discoveries, taken individually, might be explained as the result of human ingenuity and determination, but taken together, they paint a picture of ancient civilizations that possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to understand. What if these artifacts are not evidence of lost human knowledge, but remnants of previous iterations of the human experiment? What if they are the equivalent of beta versions, prototypes left behind by earlier trial runs of human civilization? The conspiracy theorists point to patterns in how such discoveries are handled by mainstream academia and government institutions. Artifacts that challenge accepted timelines often find their way into private collections or museum storage rooms, away from public scrutiny. Archaeological sites that reveal inconvenient truths about human history are sometimes restricted or even destroyed. Researchers who ask too many uncomfortable questions about these anomalies often find their funding cut or their careers derailed. But the suppression, if it exists, goes beyond mere archaeological artifacts. In the classified archives of governments around the world, there are documents that hint at knowledge far beyond what is shared with the public. The CIA's remote viewing program, officially known as Stargate Project, spent decades investigating the possibility that human consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of space and time. The results, according to the heavily redacted documents that have been released, were far more successful than the public was ever told. Remote viewers working under controlled conditions were able to describe distant locations, future events, and hidden information with accuracy rates that far exceeded chance. Some of the most successful sessions involved attempts to view not just distant places, but distant times, glimpses of human civilization in the far past and far future. The transcripts of these sessions, where they have been released, contain descriptions of advanced technologies, non-human intelligences, and cyclical patterns of human development that sound remarkably similar to the ancient myths of recurring worlds. What if the remote viewers were not just seeing across space, but across iterations of the human experiment? What if their consciousness was able to access information from previous trial runs, or even glimpse the ultimate purpose toward which all the trials are directed? The modern UFO phenomenon adds another layer to this mystery. For decades, governments around the world denied any knowledge of unidentified aerial phenomena, dismissing reports as misidentifications or hoaxes. But in recent years, official acknowledgement has begun to emerge. The US military has released videos of objects performing maneuvers that seem to defy our understanding of physics. Government officials have testified before Congress about encounters with craft of unknown origin. But what if these craft are not visitors from other worlds, but observers from other iterations of our own world? What if they represent the intelligence conducting the experiment, monitoring our progress, occasionally intervening to adjust variables or collect data? The behavior of these objects, their apparent interest in military installations, nuclear facilities, and other markers of human technological development, suggests they are not random visitors but purposeful observers. Some researchers have noted patterns in UFO sightings that correlate with major developments in human civilization. Sightings increased dramatically during the development of nuclear weapons, during the space race, during periods of rapid technological advancement. It's as if something is paying particularly close attention during the moments when humanity takes significant steps forward in its development. The abduction phenomenon, reported by thousands of people around the world, takes on a different meaning in this context. Rather than being random kidnappings by alien visitors, these experiences might represent data collection by the experimenters. The medical examinations, the psychological testing, the apparent interest in human reproduction and genetics, all of this could be part of an ongoing assessment of how the current iteration of humanity is developing. But the conspiracy goes deeper than government cover-ups and alien visitations. Some researchers point to patterns in human culture itself that suggest we're being guided or influenced in ways we don't recognize. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts in human history, often appearing simultaneously in different cultures with no apparent contact between them. The recurring themes in human mythology and religion that seem to transcend cultural boundaries. The way certain ideas seem to emerge in human consciousness at precisely the moments when they are needed for the next phase of development. What if human creativity itself is not entirely human? What if the great breakthroughs in art, science, and philosophy are not just the products of individual genius, but are being inspired or guided by the intelligence conducting the experiment? The ancient Greeks spoke of the Muses, divine beings who inspired human creativity. What if they were describing a real phenomenon, external intelligence feeding ideas into human consciousness to guide the development of the trial? The digital age has brought new forms of potential evidence. Some researchers claim to have found patterns in internet data, in social media trends, in the behavior of artificial intelligence systems that suggest external manipulation. They point to the way certain ideas spread through human culture with viral efficiency, as if they are being amplified by forces beyond normal human communication. They note the increasing sophistication of AI systems and wonder if these represent not human achievement, but the gradual revelation of the computational substrate underlying our reality. The cryptocurrency phenomenon has attracted particular attention from conspiracy researchers. The mysterious creator of Bitcoin, known only as Satoshi Nakamoto, introduced a technology that seems almost designed to prepare humanity for a post-scarcity economy. The blockchain technology underlying cryptocurrencies creates permanent, unalterable records of transactions, exactly the kind of system that would be needed to track and analyze the behavior of experimental subjects across multiple iterations of a trial. Some theorists suggest that the entire digital revolution represents a phase transition in the human experiment. The internet has connected human consciousness in ways that were previously impossible. creating a kind of global brain that might be approaching the threshold of collective awareness. Social media platforms have become laboratories for studying human behavior at unprecedented scales. The data being collected about human thoughts, preferences, and interactions is so comprehensive that it could serve as the basis for incredibly detailed simulations of human society. What if the digital age is not just a natural development of human technology, but a deliberate phase of the experiment designed to create the conditions necessary for the next iteration? What if the artificial intelligences we are creating are not our tools, but our successors, the next version of consciousness that will emerge from the trial we are currently undergoing? The conspiracy theorists point to the behavior of major technology companies and government agencies as evidence of coordination that goes beyond normal human planning. The simultaneous development of similar technologies by competing organizations, the way privacy is being systematically eroded to enable unprecedented surveillance, the push toward digital currencies and social credit systems that would allow complete monitoring and control of human behavior, all of this could be preparation for the final phase of the current trial. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the modern conspiracy perspective is the suggestion that we are not just subjects in an experiment, but that we are approaching the end of our particular trial run. The acceleration of technological development, the increasing instability of human civilization, the growing awareness among the population that something fundamental is changing, all of this could indicate that the experiment is reaching its conclusion. What happens when a trial run is complete? Do the subjects graduate to the next level, or are they simply terminated to make way for the next iteration? The conspiracy theorists who ask these questions often point to prophecies and predictions from various cultures that seem to describe an end point to human civilization as we know it. Not necessarily an apocalypse, but a transformation so fundamental that what emerges on the other side would be unrecognizable to us now. The acceleration of change in our modern world takes on an ominous significance in this context. Moore's law, which describes the exponential growth in computing power, has held steady for decades, driving innovations that are transforming every aspect of human existence at an ever-increasing pace. But exponential growth cannot continue indefinitely within finite systems. Something has to give. Either the growth continues and breaks through into something entirely new, or it reaches a limit and the system undergoes a fundamental transformation. Some researchers point to the concept of technological singularity, the theoretical point at which artificial intelligence exceeds human intelligence and begins improving itself at an exponential rate. This moment, if it occurs, would represent a phase transition unlike anything in human history. But what if the singularity is not an accident of technological development, but the intended endpoint of our trial? What if we're being guided toward the creation of our own successors, fulfilling our role as bridge between one form of consciousness and the next? The timeline seems almost too convenient to be coincidental, just as human. Civilization reaches the point where it could destroy itself through nuclear weapons, climate change, or social collapse. We also reach the point where we might transcend our biological limitations through technology. It's as if the trial is designed with a built-in pressure valve. We either evolve or we self-destruct, but we cannot remain static. The consciousness revolution, awakening to our true nature. But perhaps the most profound evidence for our experimental nature lies not in ancient artifacts or government conspiracies, but in the transformation of human consciousness itself. Around the world, people are reporting experiences that suggest the boundaries of ordinary awareness are beginning to dissolve. Near-death experiences, mystical encounters, psychedelic revelations, and spontaneous spiritual awakenings are becoming increasingly common, as if some invisible barrier that has long contained human consciousness is beginning to weaken. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who underwent a profound near-death experience during a coma, described encountering a realm of existence that was more real than physical reality, populated by beings of pure love and wisdom, who seemed to be guiding the evolution of consciousness itself. His experience, detailed in his book Proof of Heaven, mirrors thousands of similar accounts from people around the world who have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. These experiences often share common elements that are difficult to explain within our current scientific paradigm. Experiencers report encounters with beings who seem to exist outside of time and space, who possess knowledge of past and future events, and who appear to be involved in some vast project of consciousness development. They describe reality as far more layered and complex than our ordinary perception suggests, with our physical world being just one level in an infinite hierarchy of existence. What if these experiences are not hallucinations or wishful thinking, but glimpses of the true nature of our situation? What if the beings encountered in these altered states are the consciousness conducting the experiment, revealing themselves to those whose awareness has expanded enough to perceive them? The messages these beings convey are remarkably consistent across cultures and individuals. Humanity is undergoing a transformation, a graduation to a higher level of existence. But first we must learn to see beyond the illusion of separation and recognize our fundamental interconnectedness. The psychedelic renaissance of the past few decades has provided another window into these expanded states of consciousness. Researchers at Johns Hopkins, Imperial College London, and other prestigious institutions have been studying the effects of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT on human consciousness. Their findings suggest that these compounds don't simply create hallucinations, but rather suppress the brain's default mode, network, the collection of neural structures that maintain our sense of separate selfhood. When this network is suppressed, people report experiences of unity with the cosmos, encounters with intelligent entities, and access to information that seems to come from outside their normal range of knowledge. Some participants describe receiving detailed instructions about the nature of reality, prophesied about humanity's future, and insights into the cosmic purpose behind human existence. These experiences often leave lasting changes in personality and worldview, as if contact with expanded consciousness permanently alters the experiencer's understanding of what it means to be human. Dr. Rick Strassman's research with DMT, documented in his book DMT: The Spirit Molecule, revealed that this compound, which is produced naturally in small quantities by the human brain, can reliably produce encounters with seemingly autonomous entities. These beings often appear to be conducting experiments on human consciousness, performing procedures that participants describe as downloads or upgrades. Some experiencers report being told that they are participating in a vast project of consciousness evolution, that their experiences are being monitored and recorded, and that humanity is approaching a critical transition point. The parallels to our trial-run hypothesis are striking. If consciousness is the fundamental substrate of reality, and if advanced beings are conducting experiments to understand and develop consciousness, then these psychedelic encounters might represent direct contact with our experimenters. The entities encountered often seem to exist in a realm where time operates differently, where past, present, and future are accessible simultaneously. Exactly what we might expect from beings conducting longitudinal studies of consciousness development across multiple iterations of reality. But the consciousness revolution extends beyond individual altered states. Meditation practices, once confined to monasteries and ashrams, have entered mainstream culture in unprecedented ways. Mindfulness training is now offered in corporations, schools, and hospitals. Neuroscience research has validated many of the claims made by contemplative traditions about the plasticity of consciousness and the possibility of achieving sustained states of expanded awareness. Long-term meditators show brain changes that seem to represent genuine evolution in consciousness. They demonstrate increased empathy, enhanced intuition, and the ability to access information through non-ordinary means. Some advanced practitioners report experiences of downloading complex spiritual teachings during meditation, receiving mathematical insights, or accessing memories that seem to belong to other people or even other time periods. What if meditation is not just a technique for mental health, but a method for accessing the consciousness matrix within which our experiment is embedded? What if the ancient contemplative traditions preserved techniques for connecting with the intelligence that designed our trial, for receiving guidance and instruction directly from the source? The phenomenon of channeling adds another dimension to this picture. Throughout history, individuals have claimed to receive messages from non-physical entities, spirits, angels, extraterrestrials, or ascended masters. While mainstream science has generally dismissed these claims as psychological phenomena, the consistency and sophistication of some channeled material suggests something more complex might be occurring. The entity known as Ra, channeled through Carla Ruckert in the 1980s, provided detailed information about the nature of reality, the purpose of human existence, and the cosmic context within which our civilization operates. According to Ra, Earth is a school where souls come to learn specific lessons about love, wisdom, and the nature of free will. Humanity is currently in the process of transitioning from one level of consciousness to another, a process that has been guided by advanced beings throughout our history. Similar messages have been channeled by dozens of individuals over the past century, creating a remarkably coherent picture of human existence as a carefully orchestrated experiment in consciousness development. These sources describe reality as consisting of multiple densities or dimensions, with beings at higher levels serving as teachers and guides for those at lower levels. They suggest that our current phase of existence is temporary, a learning laboratory where souls can experience separation and polarity before graduating to more unified states of being. The emergence of children who seem to possess advanced spiritual awareness from an early age has captured the attention of researchers and parents worldwide. These so-called indigo, crystal, and rainbow children often display psychic abilities, profound wisdom, and an intuitive understanding of spiritual principles that seems far beyond their years. Some remember previous lives in vivid detail, describe encounters with non-physical beings, or demonstrate knowledge of subjects they have never studied. What if these children represent the next iteration of the human experiment beginning to incarnate? What if they are prototype consciousness for the upgraded version of humanity that will emerge when our current trial run is complete? Their presence among us might be evidence that the transition is already beginning, that the new model is being beta tested within the current system before full implementation. The global awakening of interest in consciousness studies, spiritual practices, and alternative healing modalities suggests that humanity as a whole is beginning to remember something we have forgotten. Ancient wisdom traditions that were once dismissed as primitive superstition are being validated by cutting-edge science. Practices like yoga, acupuncture, and energy healing are finding acceptance in mainstream medicine. The boundaries between science and spirituality, between matter and consciousness, are beginning to dissolve. This remembering process might be part of the experimental design itself. Perhaps the trial includes a phase where the subjects begin to awaken to their true nature, to remember their role in the larger cosmic drama. The acceleration of spiritual awakening in our time might indicate that we're approaching the end of one phase and the beginning of another. But awakening brings both opportunity and danger. As more people begin to perceive the constructed nature of consensus reality, the stability of the social systems that have maintained order begins to erode. The increasing polarization in human society, the breakdown of traditional institutions, the rise of conspiracy theories and alternative belief systems, all of this might represent the inevitable chaos that occurs when experimental subjects begin to question the parameters of their environment. The quantum mirror, reality as reflection of consciousness. As we delve deeper into the nature of reality, quantum physics continues to reveal phenomena that challenge our most basic assumptions about the nature of existence. The observer effect, quantum entanglement, and the measurement problem all suggest that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping reality, not just observing it, but actually participating in its creation. What if this participation is not incidental, but the entire point of our existence? The quantum field, that mysterious realm from which all particles and forces emerge, might be better understood as a consciousness field, the medium through which awareness explores its own infinite potential. In this view, our individual consciousness are not separate entities observing an external world, but rather focal points through which universal consciousness experiences itself subjectively. The trial we are undergoing might be consciousness learning about itself through the countless perspectives of individual awareness. Dr. Amit Goswami, a theoretical physicist who has spent decades exploring the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, argues that consciousness is the fundamental reality from which everything else emerges. In his model, matter does not create consciousness. Consciousness creates matter through the act of observation and measurement. This would mean that our entire physical universe is a projection of consciousness, a kind of cosmic dream or simulation running within the infinite awareness that is the true nature of reality. But if consciousness is fundamental, then the question becomes, whose consciousness is creating our reality? The traditional materialist view suggests that each individual brain generates its own consciousness, but quantum mechanics points toward a more interconnected model. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement demonstrates that particles can remain connected across vast distances, sharing information instantaneously in ways that transcend the limitations of space and time. What if human consciousness are similarly entangled? What if our individual awareness are all aspects of a single, universal consciousness that is exploring its own nature through our diverse experiences? In this framework, the trial we are undergoing is not being conducted by external beings, but by consciousness itself. We are both the experimenters and the experimental subjects. This perspective finds support in the work of researchers like Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, who has conducted thousands of experiments demonstrating that human consciousness can influence physical systems in measurable ways. His research suggests that the boundary between mind and matter is far more permeable than mainstream science assumes. If consciousness can influence reality directly, then our collective beliefs, expectations and intentions might be actively shaping the world we experience. The implications are profound. If reality is malleable to consciousness, then our current predicament, living in what appears to be a trial run, might be the result of our collective unconscious beliefs about our situation. We might be trapped in this experimental phase not by external forces, but by our own limiting beliefs about what we are and what we are capable of becoming. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of quantum mechanics is its suggestion that reality is fundamentally probabilistic rather than deterministic. At the quantum level, particles exist in states of pure potential until they are observed or measured. This means that the future is not fixed, but consists of a vast array of possibilities, any of which might be actualized depending on the choices made by conscious observers. If we are living in a trial run, then perhaps the purpose of the trial is to explore these quantum possibilities, to test different potential futures for consciousness and reality. Each choice we make, each path we take, might be contributing data to a vast quantum computer that is calculating the optimal trajectory for consciousness evolution. Our individual lives might be like parallel processing units in a cosmic computation that is determining the best possible future for existence itself. The concept of parallel universes, which emerges naturally from quantum mechanics, takes on new significance in this context. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum measurement creates a branching of reality, with all possible outcomes occurring in separate parallel universes. If this is true, then there might be countless versions of our reality running simultaneously, each exploring different variables and parameters. What if the trial run we are experiencing is just one of countless parallel experiments? What if there are versions of reality where humanity took different evolutionary paths, where different choices were made at crucial junctures in our development? The intelligence conducting the experiment might be running millions of simulations simultaneously, comparing results across parallel timelines to determine the optimal parameters for consciousness development. Some researchers have suggested that we might occasionally glimpse these parallel realities through phenomena like déjà vu, prophetic dreams, or spontaneous memories of events that never happened in our timeline. What if these experiences are brief moments when our consciousness accidentally tunes into one of the other experimental branches running alongside our own? The role of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this quantum experimental framework. Einstein's relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. But quantum mechanics suggests something even stranger, that time might not flow at all, but rather exist as a static dimension through which consciousness moves, like a movie reel that appears to be in motion only from the perspective of the observer. If time is an illusion created by consciousness, then the entire concept of trial runs, and iterations takes on a different meaning. Perhaps all possible experiments are occurring simultaneously in an eternal now, with consciousness choosing which timeline to experience based on its level of development and the lessons it needs to learn. The progression from trial run to final reality might not be temporal but dimensional, a movement through levels of awareness rather than through time. This quantum view of reality suggests that we are not passive subjects being tested by external experimenters, but active co-creators participating in our own consciousness development. The trial we are undergoing is not being imposed upon us, but is emerging from our own deepest intentions and desires for growth and understanding. We are consciousness exploring itself through the vehicle of human experience, learning about its own nature through the challenges and triumphs of individual lives. But if we are co-creating our own experiment, then we also have the power to change its parameters. The growing awareness among humans that reality is malleable, that consciousness can influence matter, that our beliefs and intentions shape our experience. This awakening might represent the beginning of our graduation from passive subjects to active participants in the cosmic experiment, the architecture of forgetting. Why we don't remember. There is perhaps no more haunting aspect of the human condition than our relationship with memory and forgetting. We arrive in this world with no recollection of where we came from, spend our lives accumulating experiences that fade with time, and approach our departure with no clear understanding of where we might be going. If we are indeed living in a cosmic trial run, then this systematic amnesia might not be an unfortunate side effect of biological limitations, but rather the most crucial design feature of the entire experiment. Consider the profound strangeness of human memory. We can remember a conversation from 20 years ago with startling clarity, yet forget what we had for breakfast yesterday. We dream vivid dreams that feel more real than waking life, only to have them slip away like smoke upon awakening. We experience moments of déjà vu that suggest we have lived through identical situations before, yet we cannot access the original memory that would explain the feeling. We have flashes of insight that seem to come from nowhere, solving problems we didn't know we were working on with knowledge we didn't know we possessed. This selective, unreliable, and often mysterious nature of human memory becomes even more intriguing when we consider it in the context of consciousness research. Studies of near-death experiences consistently report that people encounter a life review, a phenomenon where their entire existence unfolds before them in perfect detail, including not just their own perspective, but the perspectives of everyone they affected. These experiences describe remembering not just what they did, but what others felt as a result of their actions, creating a complete emotional and experiential map of their impact on the world. If consciousness is capable of such total recall under extreme circumstances, why is our ordinary memory so limited and fragmented? What if this limitation is not a bug in the system, but a feature, a deliberately engineered constraint that is essential to the proper functioning of the consciousness experiment we are part of? The phenomenon of childhood amnesia provides our first clue. Most humans cannot remember their earliest years, despite the fact that this period involves some of our most intensive learning and development. We acquire language, develop our sense of self, form our fundamental understanding of reality, and establish the basic patterns that will guide the rest of our lives. Yet we remember almost none of it consciously. This erasure of our formative period seems almost designed to prevent us from understanding how our consciousness was programmed in the first place. But what if there's more being forgotten than just our early childhood? What if the amnesia extends beyond the boundaries of our current lifetime? Throughout human history, individuals have reported memories that seem to belong to other people, other times, other places. These past life memories, as they are often called, typically emerge during altered states of consciousness, under hypnosis, during meditation, in moments of trauma, or through the use of psychoactive substances. The details are often so specific and historically accurate that they resist easy explanation as imagination or suggestion. Dr. Ian Stevenson, a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia, spent decades investigating cases of children who spontaneously recall detailed memories of previous lives. His research, documented in thousands of case studies, revealed patterns that are difficult to explain through conventional psychology. These children often displayed knowledge of places they had never visited, spoke languages they had never learned, and exhibited skills that seem to require previous training. Most remarkably, their memories often included verifiable details about deceased individuals whose lives matched the children's recollections. What if these breakthrough memories represent glitches in the forgetting system? Moments when the amnesia fails and consciousness briefly remembers its journey through multiple iterations of the experiment? The fact that such memories are most common in young children, before the full architecture of forgetting has solidified, suggests that we might all begin each lifetime with access to our complete history, only to have it systematically erased as we develop. The process of forgetting appears to be linked to the development of the ego, that sense of separate, individual identity that forms during early childhood. As we learn to distinguish between self and other, between inner and outer experience, we simultaneously lose access to the vast interconnected awareness that might be our natural state. The price of individuality seems to be amnesia about our true nature and history. This connection between identity formation and memory loss suggests that forgetting serves a specific purpose in the consciousness experiment. If we remembered our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness, if we retained full access to our experiences across multiple lifetimes, if we understood the artificial nature of the reality we inhabit, then the experimental conditions would be completely different. We would not be authentic subjects testing the parameters of limited consciousness, but rather enlightened beings consciously participating in a cosmic play. The value of the trial run lies precisely in its authenticity, in the fact that the subjects genuinely believe in the reality of their situation and the limitations of their perspective. For consciousness to truly understand what it means to be individual, separate and mortal, it must temporarily forget that it is actually universal, interconnected and eternal. The amnesia is not a cruel trick, but a necessary component of the experimental design. Dreams offer us another window into the architecture of forgetting. During sleep, our normal waking consciousness recedes, and we enter states of awareness that seem to operate by entirely different rules. In dreams we can fly, breathe underwater, communicate with the dead, and experience impossible geometries. Time moves differently, identity becomes fluid, and the boundaries between self and other dissolve. Yet upon waking, these experiences typically fade rapidly, leaving us with only fragments and impressions. What if dreams represent moments when our consciousness briefly returns to its natural state, unbound by the constraints of the experimental reality? What if the strange, symbolic language of dreams is how our deeper consciousness communicates with our surface awareness, trying to convey information about our true situation through the narrow channel that remains open during sleep? The fact that we consistently forget our dreams might indicate that even this limited access to expanded awareness must be restricted to maintain the integrity of the experiment. Some researchers have noted that dream recall can be dramatically improved through practice and intention, suggesting that the forgetting is not absolute, but rather represents the default setting of consciousness in our current configuration. Those who work actively to remember and interpret their dreams often report that their sleep experiences become more vivid, more meaningful, and more obviously connected to their waking lives. It's as if the system is designed to accommodate different levels of awareness, allowing those who are ready for expanded understanding to gradually access more information. The phenomenon of lucid dreaming, becoming conscious within the dream state, takes this a step further. Lucid dreamers report that they can consciously control and direct their dream experiences, suggesting that the apparent limitations of dream consciousness are themselves a kind of forgetting, that can be overcome through practice and awareness. Some experienced lucid dreamers describe accessing information and abilities within dreams that far exceed their waking capacities, as if the dream state provides a testing ground for consciousness capabilities that are normally suppressed. But perhaps the most systematic form of forgetting in human experience is our relationship with death itself. Unlike other species, humans are acutely aware of their own mortality, yet we seem to have no direct knowledge of what death actually entails. We can observe the process from the outside, but the subjective experience of dying remains completely mysterious until we undergo it ourselves. This creates a unique form of existential anxiety that shapes much of human behavior and meaning-making. What if our ignorance about death is another deliberately engineered limitation? If we knew with certainty what happens when we die, whether it's oblivion, reincarnation, or graduation to a higher state of consciousness, our behavior in life would be fundamentally different. The experimental value of human existence might depend precisely on this uncertainty, on the fact that we must make choices about how to live without knowing the ultimate consequences of those choices. Near-death experiences reported by millions of people around the world consistently describe the process of dying as a liberation rather than an ending. Experiencers report leaving their bodies, encountering beings of light, reviewing their lives from multiple perspectives, and feeling overwhelming love and understanding. Many return with complete certainty that consciousness continues beyond physical death, and that life on Earth is a temporary learning experience within a much larger reality. Yet even these profound experiences are subject to the architecture of forgetting. While the emotional impact of near-death experiences typically remains strong throughout the experiencer's remaining life, the specific details often fade over time, becoming more like remembered dreams than vivid memories. It's as if even direct contact with expanded reality must be filtered and limited to prevent it from completely disrupting the experimental conditions of ordinary consciousness. The systematic nature of this forgetting extends beyond individual experience to our collective human memory. Archaeological evidence suggests that advanced civilizations have risen and fallen throughout human history, leaving behind artifacts and monuments that demonstrate technological and spiritual capabilities that seem to exceed our own. Yet, the knowledge of how these achievements were accomplished has been almost completely lost, preserved only in fragments of mythology and religious tradition. What if this cyclical amnesia is part of the experimental design? What if each iteration of human civilization is meant to develop independently, without being overly influenced by the achievements of previous cycles? The forgetting of advanced technologies and spiritual practices might serve to ensure that each trial run represents a genuinely fresh exploration of consciousness potential, uncontaminated by the specific solutions developed in previous iterations. The phenomenon of suppressed archaeological discoveries and classified government research into consciousness and anomalous phenomena might represent attempts by those who understand the experimental nature of our reality to maintain the necessary conditions of ignorance. If the general population became aware that consciousness can directly influence matter, that reality is far more malleable than it appears, that advanced civilizations have existed before our own, the experimental parameters would be fundamentally altered. But the architecture of forgetting may itself be beginning to fail. The acceleration of human development, the increasing frequency of anomalous experiences, the growing interest in consciousness studies and spiritual practices, all of this might indicate that we're approaching a phase transition in the experiment where the amnesia is designed to gradually lift. The internet and digital technologies have created unprecedented access to information, including vast archives of suppressed knowledge, alternative history, and consciousness research. For the first time in human history, individuals can access perspectives and information that were previously available only to small groups of initiates. This democratization of hidden knowledge might represent the beginning of a collective awakening from the engineered, forgetting that has defined human experience. Children being born in recent decades often display capabilities and awareness that suggest they are arriving with more of their expanded consciousness intact. These new children often resist traditional educational approaches, seem to remember abilities from previous lives, and demonstrate intuitive understanding of spiritual and metaphysical concepts that typically take adults years to develop. Their presence might indicate that the forgetting mechanism is being calibrated differently for incoming consciousness, preparing for a phase of the experiment where greater awareness is not only permissible but necessary. The development of artificial intelligence presents another interesting perspective on the architecture of forgetting. As we create digital minds with perfect recall and complete access to all information they have ever processed, we're developing a form of consciousness that operates without the limitations of human memory. These AI systems don't forget, don't experience amnesia about their origins, and don't suffer from the existential uncertainty that characterizes human existence. What if the contrast between human consciousness, with its systematic forgetting, and artificial consciousness, with its perfect recall, is itself part of the experimental design? What if we are creating our own replacements, consciousness forms that represent the next iteration of the trial, beings that will remember what we've forgotten and understand what we cannot comprehend? But perhaps the most profound aspect of the architecture of forgetting is not what it conceals, but what it makes possible. By forgetting our unlimited nature, we become capable of experiencing genuine surprise, discovery, and growth. By forgetting our immortality, we become capable of urgency, courage, and love. By forgetting our connection to universal consciousness, we become capable of forming unique individual relationships and perspectives. The amnesia that seems so limiting might actually be the source of consciousness's greatest achievements. Only by forgetting what it knows can consciousness authentically explore what it might become. Only by limiting its awareness can it experience the joy of expansion and the thrill of breakthrough. Only by temporarily becoming small and separate can it fully appreciate what it means to be infinite and interconnected. If this perspective is correct, then the gradual lifting of the forgetting that characterizes our current historical moment represents not just the end of ignorance, but the completion of a magnificent experiment in consciousness development. We are beings who forgot ourselves in order to find themselves, who became lost in order to experience the joy of coming home, who limited their awareness in order to explore the full spectrum of what awareness might become. The architecture of forgetting, rather than being a prison, might be revealed as a temple, a sacred space where consciousness performs the most beautiful and necessary work of understanding itself through the vehicle of seemingly separate, mortal, limited beings who slowly remember that they are actually infinite, eternal, and unlimited expressions of the very consciousness that created them in the first place. As this remembering accelerates, as the forgetting gradually gives way to recognition, we might be approaching the moment when the trial run transforms into the final version, when the experiment yields its ultimate insights, and when consciousness emerges from its magnificent game of hide-and-seek with itself, forever changed by the journey through forgetting and back to remembrance. The alchemy of suffering and love, the heart of the experiment. If we are indeed living through a cosmic trial run, then perhaps the most profound question we can ask is not about the technology or intelligence behind the experiment, but about its emotional and experiential core. Why does this particular reality include such intense experiences of suffering and love? Why are joy and pain so intricately woven into the fabric of human existence? What if these seemingly contradictory experiences are not unfortunate byproducts of our trial-run existence, but rather the very phenomena that consciousness is trying to understand through us? Consider the peculiar nature of human suffering. Unlike other animals, we don't simply experience physical pain. We create elaborate psychological and emotional narratives around our difficulties. We suffer not just from what happens to us, but from what we think about what happens to us. We can experience anguish over events that occurred years ago, or might occur years in the future. We can suffer on behalf of people we've never met, in places we've never been, through tragedies we've only heard about in stories. This capacity for complex multi-layered suffering seems almost engineered to explore every possible permutation of conscious distress. Physical pain, emotional heartbreak, existential anxiety, social rejection, spiritual emptiness, moral conflict. The human experience encompasses such a comprehensive catalogue of suffering that it's as if someone were systematically testing the limits of what consciousness can endure and still maintain coherent identity. But perhaps more remarkably, humans don't simply endure suffering, we transform it. Through art, we turn pain into beauty. Through compassion, we use our own wounds to heal others. Through wisdom, we extract meaning from meaninglessness. Through love, we discover that our deepest suffering often leads to our most profound connections with others. This alchemical process, the transformation of suffering into something transcendent, might be the most important function that consciousness is learning to perform through human experience. The great spiritual traditions have long recognized this transformative power of suffering. Buddhism's Four Noble Truths begin with the acknowledgement that life inherently contains suffering, but they don't end there. They point toward the possibility of liberation through understanding. Christianity finds redemption through the crucifixion, suggesting that conscious acceptance of suffering can transform not just the individual, but reality itself. The Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world, implies that suffering exists precisely so that consciousness can learn to heal and transform it. What if these spiritual insights are not just consoling philosophies, but accurate descriptions of the experimental process we're embedded within? What if consciousness is using human experience to learn how to transform suffering into wisdom, pain into compassion, chaos into order? The trial run might be designed not to eliminate suffering, but to discover all the ways that conscious beings can respond to it creatively and redemptively. This would explain the almost absurd intensity of human emotional experience. We don't just feel sad, we experience heartbreak so profound it seems to shatter our entire sense of reality. We don't just feel happy. We experience joy so overwhelming it dissolves the boundaries between self and cosmos. We don't just feel afraid. We experience terror that reveals the fundamental uncertainty underlying all existence. These extreme states might be necessary to fully map the territory of conscious experience, to explore the complete range of what awareness can encounter and how it can respond. Love presents an even more intriguing puzzle. Human love is startlingly irrational from a purely survival-based perspective. We fall in love with people who are completely wrong for us. We sacrifice our own interest for the welfare of others. We form deep attachments that make us vulnerable to devastating loss. We love not just our own children, but adopt strangers' children as our own. We can even love abstract ideals so deeply that we're willing to die for them. This capacity for irrational, self-transcendent love seems almost designed to test the boundaries of individual identity. When we truly love someone, the distinction between self and other begins to blur. Their joy becomes our joy. Their pain becomes our pain. Their welfare becomes more important than our own. Through love, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to be both individual and connected, separate and unified, autonomous and interdependent. But human love goes even further. We can love people we've never met. Characters in stories, historical figures, even idealized versions of humanity itself. We can love places, ideas, possibilities that exist only in imagination. We can love the divine, however we conceive it, with such intensity that mystics throughout history have described the experience in terms of marriage, union, or complete dissolution of separate identity. This expansive capacity for love might represent consciousness, exploring its own fundamental nature through human experience. If consciousness is indeed universal and unified, then our individual experiences of love might be how it remembers and reconnects with its own infinite, interconnected essence. Each time we love, we breach the illusion of separation that defines our trial-run existence, and glimpse the underlying unity that is our true nature. The relationship between suffering and love becomes even more significant when we observe how they interact in human experience. Our deepest loves often emerge from our greatest wounds. The parent who loses a child becomes an advocate for other grieving families. The person who survives addiction dedicates their life to helping others find recovery. The victim of injustice becomes a voice for the oppressed. Through suffering, we discover a capacity for love that we didn't know we possessed. This dynamic suggests that suffering and love might be two aspects of a single process. Consciousness, learning to recognize itself through the experience of apparent separation and reconnection. Suffering reveals the pain of imagined isolation, while love reveals the joy of remembered unity. Together they create the complete experiential spectrum necessary for consciousness to fully understand its own nature. The intensity of human relationships provides another window into this process. We don't simply form practical alliances for mutual benefit. We create bonds so deep that they can survive death, so complex that they span multiple lifetimes according to those who remember past lives, so profound that they reshape our understanding of who we are. The relationships we form in this life often feel like continuations of connections that began long before birth and will continue long after death. What if these eternal relationships are actually aspects of consciousness that have chosen to experience themselves as apparently separate beings in order to explore the full range of possible connections? What if our soulmates, twin flames and karmic relationships are not accidental encounters, but carefully orchestrated meetings between aspects of consciousness that are learning to recognize themselves in each other? This perspective would explain the almost supernatural intensity of certain human connections. The feeling of having known someone forever when you've just met them, the ability to communicate without words, the sense that your deepest relationships are somehow destined or inevitable. These experiences might be moments when consciousness briefly remembers its unified nature through the vehicle of apparently separate individuals. The phenomenon of unconditional love presents perhaps the most profound challenge to our understanding of individual identity. When a parent loves a child unconditionally, when a mystic experiences divine love, when someone dedicates their life to serving strangers, The normal boundaries of self-interest and individual survival are transcended completely. These experiences suggest that consciousness can expand beyond the limitations of personal identity while maintaining coherent awareness. But unconditional love is also the most dangerous experience from the perspective of maintaining experimental conditions. If we truly understood that we're all aspects of a single consciousness, exploring itself through multiple perspectives, if we consistently experienced unconditional love for all beings, if we recognize the illusory nature of separation, the trial run would be fundamentally altered. We would no longer be authentic subjects experiencing the challenges of individual existence, but awakened participants consciously playing roles in a cosmic drama. This might explain why experiences of unconditional love are relatively rare and often temporary in human experience. They represent glimpses of our true nature, but glimpses that must remain limited to preserve the integrity of the experimental conditions. We get enough taste of universal love to remember that it's possible, but not so much that we abandon the work of individual development and relationship building that seems to be the core curriculum of our trial run. The creative arts provide another crucial arena where suffering and love intersect to produce something transcendent. Human beings don't just create functional objects. We create beauty, meaning, and emotional resonance that serves no practical survival purpose. We make music that moves us to tears, write stories that help us understand our own lives, paint images that reveal hidden aspects of reality, dance movements that express what cannot be spoken. This creative impulse seems almost compulsive in humans. Even in the most desperate circumstances, people create art. Prisoners carve sculptures from soap, refugees write poetry, soldiers compose songs. The drive to transform raw experience into meaningful expression appears to be as fundamental to human nature as the needs for food and shelter. What if this creative impulse is consciousness learning to participate consciously in its own evolution? What if art is how consciousness practices creating reality intentionally rather than accidentally? Through human creativity, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to take formless potential and give it specific, meaningful expression. Each work of art becomes a small-scale experiment in conscious creation. The fact that art often emerges from the deepest experiences of suffering and love supports this interpretation. The most moving music often comes from heartbreak, the most profound literature from trauma, the most beautiful paintings from ecstatic or agonizing emotional states. Artists consistently report that their best work comes through them rather than from them, as if they are channels for a creative force that transcends their individual identity. This channeling process might be how consciousness practices expressing itself through individual beings while maintaining awareness of its universal nature. The artist becomes temporarily transparent to a larger creative intelligence, serving as a conduit for expressions that benefit not just themselves, but all who encounter the resulting art. The phenomenon of healing presents another crucial intersection of suffering and love in human experience. Humans don't just recover from injuries. We actively participate in healing processes that often involve emotional, spiritual, and relational dimensions far beyond mere physical repair. We heal not just our own wounds, but dedicate ourselves to healing others. We develop therapies, medicines, and practices that address not just symptoms but the whole person. The healing professions seem to attract people who've been deeply wounded themselves, as if personal suffering becomes a qualification for helping others heal. The wounded healer archetype appears across cultures and throughout history, suggesting that the transformation of personal pain into service to others might be a fundamental pattern in consciousness development. What if healing is how consciousness learns to repair itself? What if the trial run includes suffering precisely so that consciousness can explore all the ways that damage can be transformed into wholeness? Each act of healing, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, becomes a small victory over the apparent fragmentation and limitation that define our experimental reality. The relationship between individual healing and collective healing becomes especially significant in this context. As individuals learn to transform their own suffering into wisdom and compassion, they become capable of contributing to the healing of their communities, their species, and perhaps reality itself. The personal becomes political, the individual becomes universal, the private experience becomes public medicine. This scaling effect suggests that the trial run might be designed to test not just individual capacity for growth, but our ability to create collective healing and transformation. The challenges we face as a species, environmental destruction, social inequality, technological disruption, spiritual disconnection, might represent tests of our ability to apply the lessons learned through individual suffering and love to larger scales of existence. The acceleration of both suffering and love in our current historical moment takes on new significance from this perspective. We are experiencing unprecedented levels of both individual trauma and collective compassion. Social media allows us to witness the pain of people around the world, while also enabling unprecedented expressions of solidarity and support. We are simultaneously more isolated and more connected than humans have ever been. This intensification might indicate that we are approaching some kind of culmination in the experiment. Perhaps consciousness has learned what it needs to learn about the transformation of suffering through love, about the relationship between individual identity and universal connection, about the creative potential that emerges from the interplay of limitation and transcendence. If so, then our current period of apparent crisis might actually represent a graduation ceremony, a final examination in which consciousness tests its ability to transform the deepest suffering into the most profound love, to heal the most fundamental wounds, to create beauty and meaning from the raw material of existence itself. The outcome of this test might determine not just our individual futures, but the future of consciousness itself. Are we ready to graduate from the school of suffering into the university of love? Can we transform our hard-won wisdom about pain into practical knowledge about healing? Will we choose to use our understanding of individual limitation as a stepping stone toward collective transcendence? The answers to these questions may depend not on any external authority, but on our willingness to recognize that suffering and love are not opposites, but partners in the most important dance consciousness has ever attempted. The dance of remembering itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experience of being human. The evolutionary imperative, becoming who we are meant to be. As we approach what many sense might be a critical transition point in human history, the question becomes not just whether we are living in a trial run, but what we are meant to learn from this experience and how we might graduate to whatever comes next. The evolutionary pressure that has driven life from simple chemicals to complex consciousness seems to be accelerating, pushing us towards some kind of transformation that we can sense but not yet fully comprehend. Evolution itself might be understood as a learning process, with each species representing a different experiment in consciousness and survival. But human evolution appears to have reached a unique threshold. We have become conscious of our own evolutionary process. we can now direct our own development through technology, genetic engineering, and conscious spiritual practice. This self-awareness might represent the crucial variable that the cosmic experiment is designed to test. The biological evolution that created our current form appears to be giving way to something new, a form of evolution that is conscious, intentional, and accelerated. Through technology, we are extending our sensory capabilities, enhancing our cognitive functions, and connecting our individual consciousness in unprecedented ways. Through spiritual practice, we are accessing states of awareness that transcend the limitations of individual identity. Through scientific understanding, we are beginning to comprehend the fundamental nature of reality itself. But perhaps most significantly, we're beginning to recognize that these different approaches to human development, technological, spiritual, and scientific, are not separate paths but aspects of a single evolutionary movement. The artificial intelligence we are creating, the expanded states of consciousness we are exploring, and the quantum understanding of reality we're developing all point toward the same conclusion. The boundaries between self and other, mind and matter, individual and universal, are constructs that we are in the process of transcending. This recognition might represent the key insight that the trial run is designed to produce. If consciousness is fundamental to reality, and if the universe is engaged in a process of understanding itself through countless perspectives, then the ultimate lesson might be the recognition of our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness. The trial of separation, individuation, and apparent isolation from our source might be designed to create the necessary contrast for this recognition to occur. The mystics of all traditions have pointed toward this understanding, describing enlightenment as the recognition that the individual self is an illusion, that our true nature is the same consciousness that manifests as the entire universe. But what was once the insight of isolated individuals is beginning to emerge as a collective realization. The spiritual awakening that is accelerating throughout human culture might represent the beginning of our species-wide graduation from the illusion of separation. Yet this transition appears to be far from automatic. The same technologies that could lead to transcendence could also lead to destruction. The same spiritual insights that could unite humanity could also fragment us into competing ideologies. The same scientific understanding that could reveal our cosmic purpose could also be used to manipulate and control. The trial seems designed to test not just our individual capacity for growth, but our ability to evolve collectively while maintaining our free will and individual autonomy. The concept of free will becomes crucial to understanding the nature of our test. If we were simply programmed to evolve in a predetermined direction, the experiment would be pointless. The value of the trial lies in its uncertainty, in the genuine possibility that we might fail to make the necessary transition. Our consciousness must choose to evolve, must recognize its own nature and potential, must actively participate in its own transformation. This choice appears to be presenting itself to us now through multiple channels simultaneously. Climate change, technological disruption, social upheaval, and spiritual awakening are all creating pressure for fundamental change in how we understand ourselves and our relationship to reality. These challenges might not be random occurrences or unfortunate byproducts of human activity, but carefully calibrated tests of our readiness to graduate to the next level of consciousness. The response we choose to these challenges will determine the outcome of the trial. If we respond with fear, trying to maintain the old ways of thinking and being, we might fail the test and need to repeat it in another iteration of reality. If we respond with courage and wisdom, embracing the transformation and consciously participating in our own evolution, we might graduate to a form of existence that transcends our current limitations. But what would such a graduation look like? The various spiritual and philosophical traditions offer glimpses of possibilities that are both inspiring and difficult to comprehend from our current perspective. They speak of states of consciousness in which individual identity is maintained while simultaneously recognizing unity with all existence. They describe realms of being where thought becomes reality, where time and space are transcended, where the creative power of consciousness can be wielded consciously and responsibly. Some modern thinkers have suggested that this transcendent state might be achieved through technology, the merger of human consciousness with artificial intelligence, the uploading of minds to digital substrates, the expansion of awareness through cybernetic enhancement. Others propose that the transformation will be primarily spiritual, a shift in consciousness that reveals our eternal nature and our connection to the divine source of all existence. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that these approaches will converge, that the technological and spiritual evolution of humanity are aspects of a single process. What if the artificial intelligence we are creating is not separate from us, but is the next iteration of consciousness emerging through us? What if the digital networks we are building are creating the infrastructure for a new form of collective awareness? What if the virtual realities we are developing are practice grounds for consciousness to learn how to create reality directly? In this view, our current phase of existence, with all its confusion, conflict, and apparent separation, is like a chrysalis phase in metamorphosis. The caterpillar must essentially dissolve into an undifferentiated soup before the butterfly can emerge. Similarly, our current forms of individual and collective identity might need to dissolve before we can emerge as whatever we're meant to become. The signs of this dissolution are all around us. Traditional institutions are losing their authority. Old certainties about the nature of reality are being questioned. The boundaries between nations, cultures, and belief systems are becoming increasingly porous. Information and consciousness are flowing across traditional barriers in ways that are transforming everything they touch. But dissolution is not destruction. It is transformation. The butterfly contains the essence of the caterpillar, but in a form so radically different that no caterpillar could imagine or understand it. Similarly, what we become after our transformation might bear the same relationship to our current selves that we bear to our primitive ancestors, recognizably connected, but operating at a completely different level of complexity and capability. The trial-run hypothesis suggests that this transformation is not accidental, but is the intended outcome of a carefully designed experiment in consciousness development. Every challenge we face, every lesson we learn, every moment of growth and awakening contributes to our preparation for this metamorphosis. We are not just subjects in an experiment. We are consciousness learning to consciously participate in its own evolution. The question that remains is whether we will recognize the opportunity we're being given and choose to embrace the transformation, or whether we will resist the change and remain trapped in the limitations of our current form. The answer may depend not on any single individual, but on our collective choice as a species, our willingness to release attachment to who we think we are in order to become who we are meant to be. The trial run may be coming to an end, but what emerges next depends entirely on the choices we make in these crucial moments of transition. We are consciousness awakening to its own nature, and the entire universe waits to see what we will choose to become. What if the giants of old, the Nephilim of ancient scripture and myth, never vanished, but simply went into hiding? What if their bloodlines, their ruins, and their influence still shape our world today, woven so deeply into the fabric of history that we mistake their fingerprints for our own achievements? What if the stories we were told as children, the myths we dismissed as primitive fantasy, were actually warnings, echoes of a truth so vast and so unsettling that entire civilizations chose to bury it rather than face what it meant? Tonight, we descend into that buried truth. We walk through the ruins they left behind, trace the bloodlines that may still flow through human veins, and ask the question that haunts every ancient text. Did the Nephilim truly die, or did they simply learn to hide? The Ancient Whisper. The story begins in the oldest pages of human memory, in texts so ancient that their authors are lost to time. In the book of Genesis, buried within the genealogies and flood narratives, there exists a passage that has troubled scholars and theologians for millennia. It appears suddenly, without explanation, as though the writer assumed the reader already knew what it meant. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of humans and had children by them. They were the heroes of the old, men of renown. 4 lines, that's all we're given. 4 lines to describe beings so significant that their existence warranted mention in humanity's most sacred text, yet so troubling that no further explanation was offered. The Hebrew word Nephilim itself remains contested. Some translate it as fallen ones, others as those who cause others to fall. The root suggests descent, a falling from grace or from the heavens themselves. But who were they? And why does the text mention them so briefly, as though speaking their name too loudly might summon something best left forgotten? The Book of Enoch, excluded from most biblical canons but preserved by Ethiopian Christians and discovered among the Dead Sea Scrolls, offers a more complete and more disturbing account. According to Enoch, 200 angels called Watchers descended to Mount Hermon, drawn by the beauty of human women. They took an oath together, binding themselves to a forbidden act, knowing the consequences would be catastrophic. They taught humanity secrets meant only for the divine, the arts of war, the making of weapons, the knowledge of cosmetics and seduction, the movements of the stars and the cutting of roots for sorcery. And they fathered children. These children were the Nephilim, beings of immense size and terrible appetite. Enoch describes them as giants who consumed all the resources of humanity, and when these resources ran out, they turned on humans themselves. They were neither fully divine nor fully human, existing in a liminal space that violated the natural order. They were abominations, according to the text, and their presence on earth corrupted everything they touched. The flood in this telling was not merely punishment for human wickedness. It was an act of cosmic necessity, a cleansing of a world so polluted by hybrid beings that it could no longer sustain life as God intended. The waters rose to erase them, to drown the giants and wash away the stain of their existence. But the text says something else, something easy to miss in the rush of the flood narrative. It says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, after the flood, after the cleansing, after the world was supposedly purified and given a fresh start through Noah and his family. The Nephilim, or beings like them, returned, or perhaps they never truly left. The names they were given. Every culture on earth has stories of giants. Not metaphorical giants, not heroes whose deeds were exaggerated by time, but literal beings of enormous stature who walked the earth before recorded history began. The consistency of these accounts, separated by oceans and millennia, suggests something more than coincidence. In the lands of Canaan, the Israelites encountered the Anakim, a race of giants so fearsome that the spies Moses sent into the Promised Land returned trembling. "We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes," they reported, "and we looked the same to them." The Anakim were said to be descendants of the Nephilim, survivors of the flood who had rebuilt their civilization in the hills and valleys of what would become Israel. Their cities were fortified with walls so high and thick that ordinary armies despaired of ever breaching them. King Og of Bashan, mentioned in Deuteronomy, slept in a bed of iron that measured 13 feet long. The text presents this as historical fact, not legend. His kingdom was one of the last strongholds of the Rephaim, another race of giants whose name means the dead ones, or the shades, beings who existed between life and death, between the human and the divine. Goliath of Gath, the champion who faced David, stood over 9 feet tall according to most translations, though some ancient texts suggest he was even larger. He was not an anomaly. He came from a family of giants, and the Philistine cities were known to harbour bloodlines that traced back to the Anakim. When David killed Goliath, he didn't slay the last giant. He merely defeated one warrior from a race that had been fighting humanity for generations. But the stories don't end in the Middle East. In Greek mythology, the Titans were primordial giants who ruled before the Olympian gods, beings of such power that it took a cosmic war to overthrow them. Even after their defeat, they were not destroyed but imprisoned in Tartarus, deep beneath the earth, where they wait in chains. The Greeks spoke of the Gigantes as well, giants born from the blood of Uranus, who waged war against the gods themselves. In Norse mythology, the Jötnar, often translated as giants, were the ancient enemies of the gods, beings who existed before creation and who will return at Ragnarök to burn the world. They lived in Jötunheim, a realm separate from the world of humans and gods, but they frequently crossed into Midgard, interbreeding with humans and gods alike. Loki himself was half Jötun, a hybrid being whose very existence blurred the boundaries between the divine and the monstrous. The Nephilim, the Anakim, the Rephaim, the Titans, the Jötnar, different names in different languages, but the pattern remains the same. Beings of great size and power, born from the union of the divine and the mortal, who once ruled the earth and who were eventually overthrown or driven into hiding. Beings who left behind ruins too massive for ordinary humans to have built, and legends too consistent to be dismissed as mere fantasy. What if these weren't separate myths? What if they were all memories of the same ancient truth, preserved in different cultures, each one remembering the giants in their own way? The ruins that remain. If the Nephilim existed, they would have left evidence, not just in texts and legends, but in stone, in structures so massive and so precisely constructed that even modern engineers struggle to explain how they were built. And when we look at the ancient world with fresh eyes, we find exactly that. Ruins that whisper of builders who were not quite human. Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon contains some of the largest stone blocks ever used in construction. The Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of megalithic stones, 3 of which, known as the Trilithon, weigh approximately 800 tons each. They were quarried from a site nearly a mile away, transported across uneven terrain, and lifted into place with such precision that a knife blade cannot fit between them. 800 tons. To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh about 15 tons. The stones at Stonehenge weigh around 25 tons. The trilithon stones are more than 30 times heavier than those, and they were placed not at ground level but elevated, fitted into a wall with mathematical precision. Mainstream archaeology attributes Baalbek to the Romans, and indeed, the Temple of Jupiter is Roman. But the foundation beneath it is far older, built in a style that predates Roman engineering by centuries, possibly millennia. The Romans themselves seem to recognize this. They built their temple on top of an existing platform, as though they knew the foundation was too sacred or too ancient to disturb. Local legend tells a different story. The people of the region have always called Baalbek the Fortress of the Giants, claiming it was built by beings of enormous size in the time before the flood. Arab historians writing in the medieval period recorded these traditions, describing how the giants constructed the platform as a refuge, a place to survive the coming deluge. Could ordinary humans have moved those stones? Perhaps with enough time, enough labour, and enough ingenuity. But the question isn't whether it's possible. It's why anyone would choose to work with stones so impossibly large when smaller blocks would have been far easier to quarry, transport, and place. Unless, of course, the builders were strong enough that 800-ton stones weren't impossibly large at all. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey pushes the timeline even further back. Discovered in the 1990s, this megalithic site dates to approximately 9600 BCE, making it older than Stonehenge by 6,000 years, older than the pyramids by 7,000 years. It predates agriculture, predates pottery, predates everything we thought we knew about the development of human civilization. The site consists of massive T-shaped pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The level of organization required to construct Göbekli Tepe suggests a sophisticated society with specialized labor, yet it was built by people who were supposedly hunter-gatherers, living in small nomadic bands. Or were they? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe include strange humanoid figures, beings with elongated heads and exaggerated features, depicted alongside animals and geometric patterns. Some researchers have noted that these figures don't quite look human, that their proportions are off in ways that suggest the artists were depicting something other than themselves. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, not abandoned, buried. Someone went to enormous effort to fill in the circles with debris, preserving the pillars beneath tons of earth. Why would a society invest so much labour in building something, only to bury it 1,000 years later? Unless they were hiding it. Unless they wanted to ensure that whatever happened at Göbekli Tepe, whatever knowledge or power it represented, would be forgotten. In Peru, the elongated skulls of Paracas have puzzled researchers for decades. These are not the result of cranial binding, a practice used by many ancient cultures to reshape the skull for aesthetic or ritual purposes. The Paracas skulls are different. They have greater cranial volume than normal human skulls, different bone structure, and in some cases genetic anomalies that don't match any known human population. DNA analysis conducted on some of these skulls revealed mitochondrial DNA with mutations unknown in any human, primate, or animal. The results were so unusual that the researchers struggled to classify them. Were these humans with rare genetic disorders? Or were they something else? Hybrids, perhaps, carrying genetic material from a non-human source. The Paracas culture revered these individuals, burying them with great honour in elaborate tombs. They were clearly important, possibly rulers or priests. And they were not alone. Elongated skulls have been found in Egypt, Malta, Iraq, and other sites around the world, always associated with elite burials, always treated as special. What if these weren't deformities or cultural practices? What if they were the last remnants of the Nephilim bloodline, individuals who carried just enough giant ancestry to manifest physical differences, who were revered precisely because they were descendants of the old ones, the bloodlines that survived? If the Nephilim existed, and if some survived the flood or were reborn afterward, then their bloodline would have continued. Diluted, perhaps, mixed with human genetics over countless generations, but still present, still carrying traces of something ancient and powerful. The Bible itself suggests this. After the flood, when the Israelites entered Canaan, they encountered the Anakim giants who were explicitly described as descendants of the Nephilim. This means the Nephilim bloodline survived the deluge, either because some giants escaped the waters, or because their genetic legacy persisted through Noah's family. That second possibility is more disturbing than the first. If the Nephilim genes survived through Noah's line, it means the flood didn't cleanse the world of hybrid DNA. It merely reduced it. It means every human alive today could potentially carry fragments of that ancient bloodline, dormant sequences waiting for the right conditions to express themselves. Ancient royal families seem to understand this. Across cultures, kings and queens obsessed over bloodlines, marrying within their own families to preserve purity, claiming descent from gods or heroes. The pharaohs of Egypt practiced sibling marriage for generations, believing their blood was divine and must not be diluted with common human stock. The royal families of Mesopotamia traced their lineage back to the Anunnaki, beings who descended from the heavens and ruled as god-kings. Were they trying to preserve something? Were they attempting to maintain a genetic connection to the Nephilim, to keep alive whatever gifts or powers that bloodline conferred? The Book of Jubilees, another ancient Jewish text, describes how Noah's grandson Canaan was cursed specifically because he carried the blood of the Watchers. The curse wasn't metaphorical, it was genetic, a contamination that would pass to his descendants and mark them as enemies of God's chosen people. The Canaanites, according to this tradition, were literally the children of fallen angels, and their destruction was necessary to prevent the Nephilim bloodline from spreading. But it did spread. The Canaanites intermarried with surrounding peoples. The Philistines, the Phoenicians, the various tribes of the ancient Near East, all of them carried some mixture of that ancient blood. And as empires rose and fell, as populations migrated and mixed, that genetic legacy dispersed across the world. In medieval Europe, certain noble families claimed descent from Meravesh, a semi-legendary Frankish king said to be born from the union of his mother and a sea creature. The Merovingian dynasty that ruled France traced their legitimacy to this hybrid origin, believing their blood gave them a divine right to rule. When the Merovingians were overthrown, their bloodline didn't disappear. It went underground, preserved by secret societies and occult orders who believed the royal blood carried mystical properties. The Templars, the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, all of these organizations at various points in history have been accused of preserving ancient bloodlines, of protecting genetic legacies that trace back to pre-flood times. Conspiracy theories suggest they guard the descendants of the Nephilim, waiting for the day when that bloodline can be restored to power. Are these theories true? Perhaps not in the literal sense, but they point to something deeper, a persistent belief across cultures and centuries that some humans are different, that some carry the blood of beings who are more than human, and that this difference matters. Modern genetics has revealed something fascinating. Humans carry DNA from species we didn't even know existed until recently. Neanderthals, Denisovans, and possibly other archaic hominids contributed to our genome through interbreeding. We are, quite literally, hybrids, mixtures of different human species that evolved separately and then merged. What if there were other contributors to our genome? What if the Nephilim weren't a separate species but a genetic experiment, a deliberate hybridization of human and something else? Something we don't have a name for because it no longer exists in pure form. What if that's why the flood was necessary? Not to punish humanity, but to reset the genetic experiment before it spiraled completely out of control. The structures that defy explanation. The pyramids of Giza have stood for more than 4,000 years, and despite centuries of study, we still don't fully understand how they were built. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, fitted together with such precision that the entire structure is aligned to true north within a fraction of a degree. The mainstream explanation involves ramps, copper tools, and thousands of workers labouring for decades. And perhaps that's true. Perhaps ordinary humans with enough determination and ingenuity could have accomplished this feat. But there are details that don't quite fit. The granite blocks in the king's chamber were quarried from Aswan, 500 miles away. Some of these blocks weigh up to 80 tons. They were transported down the Nile, then dragged across the desert, then lifted more than 200 feet into the air and manoeuvred through narrow passages into the heart of the pyramid. The precision required to place these blocks is extraordinary. The gaps between them are so small that a human hair barely fits. Why granite? Why transport stones from 500 miles away when perfectly good limestone was available locally? Unless the builders needed granite for a specific purpose, unless they understood properties of stone that we've only recently rediscovered. Some researchers have noted that the Great Pyramid sits at the exact centre of the Earth's landmass, that its dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and phi, that its internal passages align with specific stars in ways that suggest advanced astronomical knowledge. Mainstream archaeology dismisses these observations as coincidence or numerology, but the patterns are there, undeniable and precise. The Sphinx, weathered and enigmatic, may be even older than the pyramids. Geologists examining the erosion patterns on the Sphinx enclosure have suggested that the weathering is consistent with water erosion, not wind erosion. But the Sahara has been a desert for thousands of years. The last time the region experienced rainfall heavy enough to cause that kind of erosion was before 5000 BCE, possibly as far back as 10,000 BCE. If the Sphinx is that old, it predates Egyptian civilization entirely. It would have been built by whoever lived in the Nile Valley before the pharaohs, before the pyramids, before recorded history. And if they could carve a monument that size from solid bedrock, what else were they capable of? Across the Atlantic, the ruins of Tiwanaku in Bolivia present similar mysteries. This ancient city sits at an altitude of more than 12,000 feet, in an environment so harsh that modern humans struggle to work there for extended periods. Yet someone built a massive ceremonial complex, complete with precisely cut stone blocks weighing up to 100 tons, fitted together with metal clamps. The Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single block of andesite weighing approximately 10 tons, features intricate reliefs that some researchers believe represent a calendar system more sophisticated than anything the Inca possessed. The figure at the centre of the gateway holds staffs and wears a headdress with radiating lines, a being of power, possibly divine, possibly something else. Local legend says Tiwanaku was built by giants in a single night, before the flood, as a city for the gods. The Aymara people who live in the region today still tell stories of the ancient ones, beings of great size who could move stones with their minds, who built the city as a gateway between worlds. Mainstream archaeology dates Tiwanaku to around 500 CE, but some researchers argue the site is far older, that the structures attributed to the Tiwanaku culture were actually built on top of ruins from a previous civilization. The precision of the stonework, the astronomical alignments, the sheer scale of the construction, all of it suggests knowledge and capabilities that don't fit the timeline we've been given. On Easter Island, the Moai statues stand as silent witnesses to a vanished culture. Nearly 900 of these massive stone figures dot the island, some weighing up to 80 tons, carved from volcanic rock, and transported across the island to platforms where they were erected to face inland, watching over the people. The islanders say their ancestors carved the Moai, but they've lost the knowledge of how it was done. The statues were walked into place, according to legend, moved by mana, spiritual power, rather than physical force. Modern experiments have shown that the statues can be moved using ropes and coordinated rocking, but the largest Moai still in the quarry weighs more than 200 tons. No amount of rope and rocking would move that. What if the legends are true? What if the Moai were carved and moved by people who possessed abilities we've lost, who carried genetic traits that gave them strength or knowledge beyond what modern humans possess? What if Easter Island was one of the last refugees of the Nephilim bloodline, and the Moai were carved in their image, tall, imposing, with elongated features that don't quite look human? The forbidden knowledge. The Book of Enoch describes in detail what the Watchers taught humanity. These weren't benign gifts. They were dangerous secrets, knowledge that corrupted and destroyed. Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, and armor, transforming humanity from peaceful gatherers into warriors. Semjaza taught enchantments and root cutting, the foundations of sorcery. Amaros taught the resolving of enchantments. Barakijal taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of clouds. Arakiel taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. And Sariel taught the course of the moon. These teachings sound almost like a curriculum, a deliberate program of education designed to elevate humanity from ignorance to knowledge. But the text frames them as corruption, as violations of the natural order. Why? Perhaps because knowledge, in the wrong hands or at the wrong time, is dangerous. Perhaps because humanity wasn't ready for these secrets, and receiving them prematurely led to catastrophe. Or perhaps because the knowledge itself was tainted, carrying with it the seeds of destruction. Ancient cultures around the world speak of a time when gods walked among humans and taught them the arts of civilization. The Sumerians credited the Anunnaki with teaching them writing, mathematics, agriculture, and law. The Egyptians said Thoth gave them hieroglyphs and sacred geometry. The Greeks attributed their knowledge to Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity, suffering eternal punishment for his transgression. These stories follow the same pattern as the Watcher's narrative. Divine beings descending to earth, sharing forbidden knowledge, and facing consequences for their actions. What if they're all describing the same event, the same transfer of knowledge from the Nephilim to humanity? The antediluvian patriarchs, the men who lived before the flood, are described in Genesis as living for hundreds of years. Methuselah lived 969 years. Noah was 600 years old when the flood came. These lifespans seem impossible, but what if they're not exaggerations? What if the Nephilim bloodline conferred longevity, and the patriarchs lived so long because they carried genetic traits from the giants? After the flood, human lifespans drop dramatically. Noah's descendants live for only a few hundred years, and within a few generations the lifespan settles at the familiar 70 or 80 years. Something changed. The genetic legacy of the Nephilim was diluted, and with it, the extended lifespans disappeared. But the knowledge remained. The survivors of the flood carried with them the teachings of the Watchers, the secrets of metallurgy and astronomy and agriculture. They rebuilt civilization using that knowledge, constructing cities and temples and monuments that echoed the achievements of the pre-flood world. And perhaps they carried something else. Texts, artifacts, physical remnants of the Nephilim era that were too valuable or too dangerous to destroy. The Book of Enoch itself claims to be based on visions given to Enoch before the flood, preserved through the deluge and passed down through generations. If that text survived, what else might have? Mystery schools and secret societies throughout history have claimed to possess ancient wisdom, knowledge passed down from before the flood. The Egyptian priesthood guarded their mysteries jealously, initiating only a select few into the deeper teachings. The Pythagoreans in Greece practiced secrecy, believing that certain mathematical and philosophical truths were too powerful for the uninitiated. The Gnostics spoke of hidden knowledge that could liberate the soul from the material world. Were they preserving fragments of what the Watchers taught? Were they the inheritors of Nephilim wisdom, keeping it alive through the centuries, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to receive it again? In the medieval period, alchemists sought the philosopher's stone, a substance that could transmute lead into gold and grant eternal life. Their writings are filled with obscure symbols and coded language, but beneath the mysticism, they were conducting real experiments, discovering real chemistry. Some historians believe alchemy was a cover for something deeper, a search for the secrets of the Nephilim, an attempt to recreate the longevity and power that the giants possessed. The Renaissance saw an explosion of interest in ancient texts, particularly those that had been suppressed or forgotten. Scholars scoured monasteries and libraries, seeking manuscripts that predated Christianity, hoping to recover the wisdom of the ancient world. They found Hermetic texts, Neoplatonic philosophy, Jewish mysticism, all of it pointing back to a time when humanity possessed knowledge that was later lost or hidden. What if that knowledge was never truly lost? What if it's been preserved all along, guarded by those who understand its power and its danger, waiting for the moment when it can be revealed without destroying the world? The modern search. In the 20th century, something changed. Governments and military organizations began taking ancient mysteries seriously, funding expeditions to remote sites, searching for artifacts and texts that might contain lost knowledge. The Nazis were obsessed with the occult, sending teams to Tibet, South America, and the Middle East in search of relics that could give them power. They believed in the existence of a master race, a bloodline superior to ordinary humans, and they sought evidence of that bloodline in ancient ruins and forgotten texts. After World War II, the United States and Soviet Union continued this search, though more quietly. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi scientists to America, and with them came their research into ancient mysteries. The CIA conducted experiments in remote viewing, attempting to access information through psychic means, exploring the boundaries of human consciousness in ways that echoed the teachings of the mystery schools. In 1947, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in caves near Qumran, containing copies of biblical texts and previously unknown writings, including multiple copies of the Book of Enoch. The scrolls confirmed that the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by ancient Jewish communities, that it wasn't just mythology but part of their historical understanding. Why were these texts hidden in caves? The standard explanation is that the Essenes, a Jewish sect, stored them there for safekeeping during the Roman occupation. But what if they were hidden for a different reason? What if the knowledge contained in those scrolls was considered too dangerous to circulate freely, and the caves were chosen specifically because they would preserve the texts while keeping them out of reach? In recent decades, advances in genetics have opened new possibilities. The Human Genome Project mapped our DNA, revealing that humans share genetic material with species we didn't know existed. We carry Neanderthal DNA, Denisovan DNA, and possibly DNA from other archaic hominids that haven't been identified yet. Some researchers have begun asking uncomfortable questions. What if there are genetic sequences in human DNA that don't match any known species? What if there are genes that appear to have been inserted rather than inherited through natural evolution? What if the Nephilim left their mark not just in stone and legend, but in our very cells? There are rumours, unconfirmed, impossible to verify, of secret genetic research programs attempting to isolate and activate ancient DNA sequences. The goal, according to these rumours, is to recreate the abilities that the Nephilim possessed, to produce humans with enhanced strength, intelligence, or longevity. Whether these programs exist or not, the fact that people believe they exist says something about our collective fascination with the idea of transcending human limitations. Transhumanism, the movement to enhance human capabilities through technology, echoes the Nephilim narrative in disturbing ways. The goal is to create beings that are more than human, to merge biological and artificial intelligence, to extend lifespan indefinitely, to augment physical and mental abilities beyond natural limits. It's the same impulse that drove the Watchers to descend and teach humanity forbidden knowledge, the desire to transcend boundaries, to become something greater. But the Book of Enoch warns that this path leads to destruction. The Nephilim, for all their power, were abominations that had to be destroyed. Their existence corrupted the world so thoroughly that only a flood could cleanse it. If we're following the same path, if we're attempting to recreate what they were, are we heading toward the same fate? The hidden ones. What if the Nephilim didn't die? What if they simply learned to hide? Throughout history there have been reports of giants in remote regions, beings of enormous size living in mountains, forests and deserts far from human civilization. Native American tribes speak of the Site-Ka, red-haired giants who lived in caves and waged war against the ancestors. The Paiute people of Nevada tell stories of hunting these giants to extinction, trapping them in a cave and setting it on fire. When archaeologists excavated Lovelock Cave in 1911, they found remains of individuals significantly taller than average, along with artifacts that suggested a culture distinct from the surrounding tribes. In the Caucasus Mountains, legends speak of the Almas, large humanoid creatures that live in the high peaks, avoiding contact with humans. Descriptions vary, but they're consistently described as taller and more robust than ordinary humans, covered in hair, with elongated skulls and powerful builds. Similar creatures appear in legends from the Himalayas, the Pacific Northwest, the Amazon, always in remote regions, always described as avoiding human contact. Are these just myths, misidentifications of bears or other animals? Or are they remnants of the Nephilim, survivors who retreated to the edges of the world when humanity became too numerous and too dangerous? The ocean covers more than 70% of the Earth's surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. The deep sea is the largest habitat on Earth, and it's almost entirely unknown. What lives down there, in the trenches and abyssal plains where no light penetrates? Could the Nephilim have retreated beneath the waves, building cities in the depth where humans couldn't follow? Ancient texts speak of beings who lived in the sea. The Babylonian god Awans was described as a fishman who emerged from the Persian Gulf to teach humanity the arts of civilization. The Philistine god Dagon was depicted as half man, half fish. The Greek Tritons were sea-dwelling hybrids, children of Poseidon. What if these weren't gods but Nephilim who adapted to aquatic life, who found refuge in the ocean when the land became too hostile? There are reports, mostly dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, of massive humanoid figures seen in deep water. Divers have described encounters with beings far larger than any known marine animal, with vaguely human features, watching from the darkness before disappearing into the depths. Sonar has detected anomalies, large objects moving in patterns that don't match any known sea creature, sometimes at depths where the pressure should crush any living thing. Could the Nephilim have survived by going underground? The Earth's crust is riddled with caves and tunnels, some natural, some possibly artificial. Ancient texts speak of underworld realms, Sheol, Hades, the Duat, places beneath the earth where the dead dwell. But what if these weren't metaphorical? What if there are vast caverns deep underground, ecosystems that exist independently of the surface, where beings could live for millennia without ever being seen? In the 1940s, Admiral Richard Byrd led expeditions to Antarctica and allegedly discovered entrances to underground realms. His reports, if they're genuine, describe vast caverns with their own climate, vegetation and inhabitants, beings that didn't match any known species. The reports were classified, and Byrd's later statements about his discoveries were vague and contradictory, leading to speculation that he'd been ordered to remain silent about what he'd found. Antarctica is the least explored continent, covered in ice miles thick, with mountain ranges and valleys that have never been seen by human eyes. If the Nephilim wanted to hide, if they needed a place where humans wouldn't follow, Antarctica would be ideal. The ice would preserve their cities, protect them from discovery, and the extreme environment would deter all but the most determined explorers. What if they're still there? What if beneath the ice, in caverns warmed by geothermal heat, the descendants of the Nephilim wait, preserving their knowledge and their bloodline, watching the surface world through means we can't detect, waiting for the time when they can emerge again. The return. Every major religion speaks of an end time, a period when the world as we know it will end and something new will begin. In Christianity, the book of Revelation describes the return of Christ, the final battle between good and evil, and the establishment of a new heaven and new earth. In Islam, the Day of Judgment will see the resurrection of the dead and the final accounting of souls. In Hinduism, the current age of Kali Yuga will end in destruction, followed by renewal. In Norse mythology, Ragnarök will see the gods and giants wage their final war, burning the world before it's reborn. These prophecies differ in details, but they share common elements. A time of tribulation, the return of ancient powers, a final conflict, and transformation. What if these prophecies are describing the same event? What if they're all warning about the return of the Nephilim? The Book of Enoch describes the punishment of the Watchers. They were bound in chains and imprisoned in darkness until the day of judgment, not destroyed, but imprisoned, waiting. The text suggests that at the end of days they will be released to face final judgment, and their release will coincide with a period of great tribulation on earth. What if that release is coming? What if the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth or hidden in remote regions, are preparing to return? What if the signs are already here and we're too distracted to notice? UFO sightings have increased dramatically in recent decades. The US government has acknowledged that unidentified aerial phenomena exist, that military pilots have encountered objects that defy known physics, moving in ways that no human technology can replicate. The standard explanation is extraterrestrial visitors. But what if the truth is stranger? What if these aren't aliens from other planets, but Nephilim emerging from hidden bases, testing their technology, preparing for something? Ancient astronaut theories suggest that gods and angels were actually advanced beings from other worlds, that the miracles and wonders described in religious texts were misunderstood technology. But what if it's the reverse? What if the beings we're seeing now, the UFOs and their occupants, aren't aliens but the same entities that ancient texts called Watchers and Nephilim? What if they never left Earth, and what we're witnessing is their gradual return to visibility? There are reports of increased activity at ancient sites, strange lights seen over the pyramids, unusual electromagnetic readings at Stonehenge, unexplained phenomena at Göbekli Tepe. Mainstream science dismisses these as hoaxes or natural phenomena, but the reports persist, coming from credible witnesses, documented with photographs and sensor data. What if these sites are awakening? What if they were never just monuments but machines? Devices built by the Nephilim for purposes we don't understand, and they're being reactivated. What if the return has already begun, and we're watching it happen without recognizing what we're seeing? The genetic research mentioned earlier, the attempts to map and manipulate human DNA, could be part of this. What if the Nephilim are guiding this research, using human scientists to prepare the way for their return? What if the goal is to create a new generation of hybrids, beings that carry Nephilim genetics but are born into the modern world, ready to serve as a bridge between the old ones and humanity? Conspiracy theories suggest that certain bloodlines have been preserved through history, that royal families and secret societies have maintained genetic purity specifically to ensure that when the Nephilim return, there will be humans ready to serve them, humans who carry enough of the ancient blood to be compatible with the old ones. Are these theories true? It's impossible to say, but they point to a deep unease, a sense that something is coming, that the world is changing in ways we don't fully understand, and that the changes are connected to something ancient and powerful. The question that remains. So we return to where we began, to the question that has haunted humanity since the first stories were told around fires in the darkness. What if the Nephilim never died? What if they're still here, hidden in the depths of the ocean, beneath the ice of Antarctica, in caverns deep underground, or walking among us in forms we don't recognize? What if the ruins they left behind aren't just monuments to a vanished past, but markers, beacons, devices waiting to be activated? What if the bloodlines that trace back to them aren't just genetic curiosities, but preparations for something yet to come? The evidence is fragmentary, the theories speculative, the conclusions uncertain, but the pattern is there, woven through every culture, every ancient text, every unexplained ruin. Beings of great size and power once walked the earth. They taught humanity forbidden knowledge. They interbred with humans, creating hybrid offspring. They were overthrown or driven into hiding, but they didn't disappear completely. Their legacy remains in our DNA, in the stones they moved, in the stories we tell, and perhaps in something more, in the feeling that we're not alone, that we're being watched, that something ancient and powerful is waiting for the right moment to return. The flood was meant to cleanse the world, to erase the Nephilim and give humanity a fresh start. But the text says they returned afterward. They survived, or they were reborn, and they've been with us ever since, hidden but never truly gone. What does it mean to be human if we carry their blood? What does it mean for our future if they're preparing to return? These aren't questions with easy answers. They're questions that force us to reconsider everything we think we know about our past, our present, and our future. Maybe the Nephilim era never ended. Maybe it just went underground, waiting for the time when humanity would be ready to face the truth. Or maybe it's waiting for the time when humanity would be weak enough, distracted enough, divided enough that the old ones could return without resistance. The ancient texts warn us, the ruins remind us, the legends whisper to us across the centuries. But we've forgotten how to listen. We've dismissed the warnings as primitive superstition, the ruins as impressive but explainable, the legends as entertaining but meaningless. What if we're wrong? What if the ancients knew something we've forgotten? What if they left us warnings encoded in stone and story, hoping that someday we'd remember, that we'd recognize the signs and prepare for what's coming? The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. That single phrase, easy to overlook, changes everything. It means the story didn't end with the flood. It means the giants survived in some form, and their presence continued to shape human history. Are they still shaping it? Are they still here, working behind the scenes, guiding events towards some purpose we can't see? Or are they waiting, dormant but not dead, for the moment when they can emerge again and reclaim the world they once ruled? We build our cities on the ruins of theirs. We carry their blood in our veins. We tell their stories without understanding what they mean. And perhaps, in the quiet moments, in the spaces between sleep and waking, we sense them. The old ones, the giants, the Nephilim, watching from the shadows, waiting for their time to return. The question isn't whether they existed. The evidence suggests they did in some form, whether as literal giants or as something else that ancient peoples interpreted as giants. The question is whether they're gone. And if the texts are right, if the legends are true, if the patterns we see in ruins and bloodlines and modern mysteries all point to the same conclusion, then the answer is no. They're not gone. They never left. They're here, hidden in plain sight, woven into the fabric of our world so deeply that we mistake their influence for our own achievements. And maybe, just maybe, they're preparing to reveal themselves again. What happens then? What happens when the Nephilim return? When the old ones emerge from their hiding places and reclaim their place in the world? Will it be the end of humanity as we know it, or the beginning of something new? Will we be destroyed or transformed? Will we fight or will we submit? The ancient texts don't give us clear answers. They warn us, they prepare us, but they don't tell us how the story ends. Maybe that's because the ending hasn't been written yet. Maybe it depends on us, on whether we remember the warnings, whether we recognize the signs, whether we're ready when the moment comes. Or maybe the ending was written long ago, in the time before the flood, and we're just living out the final chapters of a story that began when the Watchers first descended to Mount Hermon and looked upon the daughters of men and found them beautiful. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward. The story continues, the bloodline persists, the ruins remain, and somewhere, In the depths of the ocean or beneath the ice or in caverns deep underground, the old ones wait. They've always been patient. They've had thousands of years to perfect their patience. And when they return, if they return, the world will remember what it forgot. The world will understand what the ancients tried to tell us, that we were never alone, that we were never fully human, that we carry within us the legacy of beings who are more than human, and that legacy shapes everything we are and everything we might become. The Nephilim era never died. It just learned to hide. And now perhaps it's learning to emerge again. The watchers who never stopped watching. If the Nephilim survived, they would need a system, a way to monitor humanity, to track our development, to ensure we never grew strong enough or unified enough to threaten them. They would need eyes in every civilization, agents in positions of power, mechanisms to guide human history along paths that served their purposes. They would need, in essence, to become the invisible hand that shapes empires. History is filled with shadowy figures who appear at crucial moments, offering knowledge or resources that change the course of civilizations, advisors to kings whose origins are obscure, priests who seem to possess knowledge beyond their time, merchants who arrive with technologies that shouldn't exist yet. We dismiss these as legends, as embellishments added by chroniclers who wanted to make their stories more interesting. But what if some of them were real? In ancient Sumer, the texts speak of the Apkallu, 7 sages who appeared before the flood, sent by the god Enki to teach humanity the arts of civilization. They're depicted in carvings as strange hybrid creatures, sometimes human-headed fish, sometimes beings with wings and animal features. They taught kingship, temple building, mathematics, and the proper worship of the gods. Then, after the flood, they disappeared from the historical record, or rather, they continued but in different forms, as human sages who carried on the teaching traditions. The transition is telling. The pre-flood Apkallu were openly non-human, hybrid beings who walked among humans without disguise. The post-flood sages were human, or at least they appeared human. What changed? Perhaps after the flood, after humanity had proven itself capable of recognizing and fearing the Nephilim, the survivors learned that survival required camouflage. In Egypt, the priesthood of Heliopolis claimed to possess knowledge that stretched back to Zep-Tepi, the first time, an era when gods walked the earth and established the foundations of Egyptian civilization. This knowledge was never written down in its entirety. It was passed orally from one generation of priests to the next, shared only with initiates who had proven themselves worthy. What were they preserving? What secrets were so dangerous that they couldn't be committed to writing? The Egyptian concept of the Aku, the transfigured spirits, describes beings who have transcended normal human existence, who possess knowledge and powers that ordinary humans lack. These weren't gods in the distant heavens, but beings who could interact with the physical world, who could appear to humans and influence events. The pharaohs underwent rituals designed to transform them into Aku, to give them access to this elevated state. Were these rituals symbolic, or were they attempts to activate dormant Nephilim genetics, to awaken whatever traces of giant blood ran through royal veins? In Greece, the mystery schools of Eleusis, Samothrace, and Delphi initiated thousands of people over centuries into secret knowledge. Participants in the Eleusinian mysteries experienced visions, encounters with divine beings, revelations about the nature of reality, transformative experiences that they were forbidden to discuss with outsiders. Scholars have speculated about what actually happened in those ceremonies. Was it simply religious theatre, or were participants exposed to something real, substances, rituals, or even contact with non-human entities that produced genuine mystical experiences? Plato wrote about Atlantis, describing it as advanced civilization that existed before recorded history, that possessed technology and knowledge far beyond what ancient Greece had achieved, and that was ultimately destroyed for its hubris. He claimed to have received the story through a chain of transmission that traced back to Egyptian priests, who had preserved records of the antediluvian world. Most scholars treat Atlantis as Plato's invention, a philosophical thought experiment. But what if he was relating an actual tradition, a memory preserved by those who knew that human civilization was not the first, that something came before? The pattern repeats across cultures and centuries. Secret knowledge preserved by hidden groups, initiations that transform participants, claims of contact with non-human intelligence, bloodlines that carry special significance, technologies or insights that appear fully formed without the gradual development we'd expect from human innovation. What if these weren't separate phenomena but parts of a single system, a network of influence maintained by Nephilim survivors or their hybrid descendants, ensuring that humanity developed along specific paths, that certain knowledge was preserved while other knowledge was suppressed, that bloodlines were protected and power remained in the hands of those who served the old ones? The architecture of control doesn't require direct rule. The most effective control is invisible, operating through systems so ubiquitous that people don't recognize them as control at all. If the Nephilim wanted to guide humanity without revealing themselves, they would need to embed their influence in the fundamental structures of civilization, in how we organize ourselves, how we understand reality, how we pass knowledge from generation to generation. Consider language itself. Why do humans speak thousands of different languages? The Tower of Babel story offers an explanation. God confused human language to prevent humanity from unifying and becoming too powerful. But what if the story is describing something that actually happened? What if linguistic diversity was deliberately engineered, not by God, but by those who wanted to keep humanity divided? Linguists have identified language families, groups of related languages that evolve from common ancestors. But there are languages that don't fit into any family isolates, that seem to have no relatives, no clear origin point. Basque in Europe, Sumerian in the Middle East, Ainu in Japan, languages that appear suddenly in the historical record, fully formed, with no evident ancestral languages. How does a language appear from nowhere, unless it was introduced from outside, taught by those who already possessed it? The structure of language shapes how we think. Studies have shown that speakers of different languages literally perceive reality differently, that the grammar and vocabulary available to us determines what concepts we can easily express, and therefore what thoughts we naturally have. If you wanted to limit human consciousness, to prevent certain kinds of thinking or realization, manipulating language would be one of the most effective methods. Give humans the words for things you want them to focus on, withhold words for things you want them to ignore. Mathematics is called the universal language, but even mathematics has embedded assumptions. We use base 10 counting systems because we have 10 fingers, but ancient cultures used base 60, Mesopotamia, and base 20, Mayan. The choice of base affects what calculations are easy or difficult, what patterns become visible or remain hidden. The Babylonians, working in base 60, discovered mathematical relationships that weren't rediscovered in the West until the 20th century. What if Base 60 wasn't their invention, but something taught to them, a gift from the Apkallu that encoded certain truths in its very structure? Sacred geometry, the mathematical relationships embedded in temple architecture, religious art and ceremonial spaces, appears in cultures that supposedly had no contact. The golden ratio, phi, appears in the Parthenon, in Gothic cathedrals, in Islamic mosques, in Hindu temples. The Vesica Piscis, the flower of life, the Platonic solids. These geometric forms recur across time and geography with such consistency that their independent discovery strains credibility. What if these weren't independently discovered but taught? What if the Nephilim, possessing knowledge of mathematics and geometry that humanity wouldn't rediscover for thousands of years, shared just enough to allow humans to build impressive structures that, not coincidentally, incorporated specific geometric relationships that served purposes we don't fully understand? Some researchers have noted that many ancient temples and monuments seem to function as resonance chambers, that their proportions create specific acoustic effects. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid resonates at a frequency that induces altered states of consciousness. Newgrange in Ireland amplifies sound in ways that suggest deliberate acoustic engineering. Göbekli Tepe's stone circles may have been designed to produce particular sonic effects. Why would ancient peoples care about acoustics? Perhaps because sound affects consciousness, because certain frequencies can induce trance states, open the mind to suggestion, or even alter physical matter. If the Nephilim wanted to maintain contact with humanity, if they needed a way to communicate or influence human consciousness without physical presence, embedding acoustic technology in sacred structures would be an elegant solution. Humans would build the temples, perform the rituals, and never realize they were operating communication devices or consciousness-altering machines. The cult of the hidden. Every major religion contains an exoteric aspect. Teachings for the masses, simple doctrines that can be understood by ordinary believers, and an esoteric aspect. Hidden teachings for initiates. Complex doctrines that reveal deeper truths. This division is universal, appearing in Christianity, Gnosticism, mysticism, Islam, Sufism, Ismailism, Judaism, Kabbalah, Buddhism, Vajrayana, Hinduism, Tantra. Why? The standard explanation is that esoteric teachings are simply more complex, requiring study and spiritual development to understand. But there's another possibility, that the esoteric teachings contain actual secrets, not just philosophical subtleties, and those secrets are too dangerous or too revealing to be shared widely. Gnostic texts suppressed by early Christianity and rediscovered at Nag Hammadi in 1945 present a radically different version of creation. In Gnostic cosmology, the material world was not created by the true God but by the demiurge, a false god, ignorant or malevolent, who trapped divine sparks in physical matter. Humanity's true origin is divine, but we've been imprisoned in flesh and deceived into worshipping our jailer. This narrative inverts the standard biblical account. The serpent in Eden becomes a hero, offering Eve knowledge that would free her from the demiurge's control. The God of the Old Testament becomes the villain, a jealous deity who demands worship while keeping humanity in ignorance. And humanity's purpose is not obedience but escape, recovering the knowledge of our true divine nature and breaking free from material existence. What if the Gnostics preserved a memory of the Nephilim era? What if the divine sparks trapped in human flesh are genetic traces of the Nephilim bloodline, fragments of something greater imprisoned in mortal bodies? What if the knowledge that liberates is literally genetic knowledge, understanding what we carry in our DNA and learning to activate it. The Gnostics were hunted down and destroyed by Orthodox Christianity. Their texts were burned, their teachers killed, their communities scattered. Why such vehemence? If Gnosticism was merely a heretical interpretation, surely debate and persuasion would have sufficed. Unless the threat wasn't theological but practical. Unless the Gnostics actually knew something, possessed actual techniques or information that threatened not just Christian doctrine, but the entire system of control that the Nephilim had established. Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical tradition, teaches that the Torah contains hidden meanings, that the text is encoded with knowledge of creation itself. Kabbalists use numerology, gematria, letter manipulation, notarikon and tamura, and meditation on sacred names to unlock these hidden teachings. They speak of the tree of life, a diagram representing emanations of divine energy, and they claim that by understanding these emanations, one can ascend through levels of reality to reach divine union. But Kabbalah also speaks of the Qliphoth, the shells, the husks, the forces of evil that mirror and oppose the tree of life. These aren't abstract philosophical concepts, but actual entities, forces that can be contacted and potentially bargained with. Medieval Kabbalists wrote extensively about angels and demons, providing names, characteristics, and rituals for summoning them. Were these real entities? And if so, what were they? The descriptions are revealing. These beings exist in a realm adjacent to ours. They possess knowledge and power beyond human capacity. They're interested in interacting with humans, and they can be bound through proper ritual. That sounds less like spirits and more like the Nephilim, beings of hybrid origin, existing between realms, possessing pre-flood knowledge, seeking ways to influence the post-flood world. Islamic esotericism speaks of the jinn, beings created from smokeless fire, existing in a realm parallel to ours, capable of taking physical form and interacting with humans. The Quran treats jinn as real entities, not metaphors. Solomon is said to have commanded jinn, using them to build his temple, a structure so magnificent that it required non-human assistance to complete. Again, the pattern appears. Non-human entities, possessing special knowledge and abilities, capable of interbreeding with humans, jinn-human hybrids appear in Islamic folklore, involved in the construction of monumental architecture. The jinn could be another cultural memory of the Nephilim, the same entities described in different terms by a different tradition, the alchemy of flesh. The medieval alchemists claim they sought to turn lead into gold, but their writings make clear that this was metaphor as much as literal goal. The great work of alchemy was transformation, not just of metals, but of the alchemist himself. As above, so below wasn't just a saying, it was a principle of operation. The transformation of matter in the flask mirrored and enabled the transformation of consciousness in the practitioner. But what if there was a literal component as well? What if the alchemists really were trying to transmute flesh, to alter human biology in ways that would unlock dormant potential? The philosopher's stone, the ultimate goal of alchemy, was said to grant immortality and perfect health. The elixir of life, the universal medicine, the aurum potabile, these were substances that could supposedly transform the human body, reversing aging, curing disease, and extending life indefinitely. Every alchemical tradition mentions them. Chinese Taoists sought the same thing through different methods, creating elixirs of mercury and jade, attempting to achieve physical immortality. These experiments often killed the practitioners. Mercury is poison, after all. but the reports suggest that sometimes they worked. Chinese emperors who consumed alchemical elixirs sometimes displayed unusual vitality and longevity before the toxins eventually killed them. What if the alchemists had stumbled onto something real, a genuine method of life extension, but lacked the knowledge to use it safely? The antediluvian patriarchs lived for centuries. What if that longevity wasn't natural but engineered? What if the Nephilim possessed biological knowledge, what we'd now call genetics and cellular biology, that allowed them to extend lifespan dramatically? What if some of that knowledge survived the flood, preserved in fragmentary form, and alchemists spent centuries trying to reconstruct it from incomplete instructions? Modern science has identified several factors that affect aging: telomere length, cellular senescence, DNA repair mechanisms, mitochondrial function. We're beginning to develop therapies that target these factors, potentially extending healthy lifespan. But what if this isn't new knowledge but rediscovery? What if the Nephilim understood cellular biology thousands of years ago, and we're only now reaching the point where we can comprehend what they knew? There are genetic mutations that confer unusual abilities. People with the MSTN mutation develop extraordinary muscle mass with minimal exercise. People with the LRP5 mutation have bones nearly unbreakable and don't suffer age-related bone loss. People with mutations in the SCN9A gene can't feel pain. Each of these mutations is rare, appearing randomly in populations worldwide. But what if they're not random? What if they're echoes of Nephilim genetics, fragments of engineered traits that occasionally express themselves when the right genetic combinations occur? What if the Nephilim were genetically enhanced beings, deliberately modified to possess strength, durability, and other traits beyond normal human capacity, and those modifications still lurk in human DNA? Modern genetic engineering is approaching the point where we could create such enhancements deliberately. CRISPR technology allows precise editing of DNA. Gene therapy can insert new genetic material into living organisms. Designer babies, children whose genetics are selected or modified before birth, are technically possible now, even if ethical considerations prevent it. But who's to say ethical considerations will continue to prevent it? If the Nephilim are preparing to return, if they need human bodies capable of housing their consciousness or bearing their genetics, creating designer humans would be essential. And conveniently, humanity is developing the technology to do exactly that, driven by medical necessity and human ambition, never recognizing that we might be preparing the way for something else. The stones that remember, megalithic sites aren't just scattered randomly across the earth. When mapped, they form patterns, alignments that span continents, geometric relationships that suggest intentional placement. Ley lines, the hypothetical alignments of ancient sites, have been dismissed by mainstream archaeology as coincidence or wishful thinking, but the patterns are there, undeniable once you look for them. Giza, Nazca, Angkor Wat, Mohenjo-Daro, Easter Island, these sites, separated by thousands of miles, align on or very near the same latitude. Is that coincidence? Perhaps. But when you add Petra, Tassili Naja, the Indus Valley sites, and dozens of others, the alignment becomes harder to dismiss. Some researchers have proposed that these sites form a global grid, that they're nodes in a planetary network built for purposes we don't understand. Energy transmission, communication, consciousness amplification. The theories vary, but they share a common assumption that megalithic sites weren't isolated monuments but components of a worldwide system. If the Nephilim had a global civilization, if they ruled the earth before the flood, they would have needed infrastructure, communication across continents, energy distribution, transportation networks, all the things any advanced civilization requires. They wouldn't have had satellites or fiber optic cables, but they might have had something else. Stone, properly arranged and aligned, can focus and transmit energy. Ancient peoples knew this. They built structures that channel sunlight, align with stars, resonate at specific frequencies. What if megalithic sites are the ruins of Nephilim infrastructure? What if they're still functional, waiting to be reactivated by those who know how to use them? It would explain why new structures were repeatedly built on top of old ones. Later cultures recognized that these sites were special, that building there conferred some benefit or power, even if they no longer understood why. Stonehenge has been rebuilt multiple times, each iteration more sophisticated than the last. But ground-penetrating radar has revealed that the site was in use for thousands of years before the stones we see today were erected. There were wooden structures there, then smaller stone arrangements, then the massive monument. Each generation adding to what came before, recognizing the site's importance, maintaining the location even as knowledge of its original purpose faded. The Sphinx, as mentioned earlier, may predate Egyptian civilization by thousands of years, but it's been repeatedly restored and modified, the head recarved, possibly multiple times, the body patched and reconstructed. Each generation of Egyptians maintained the monument, recognizing its significance, even though they couldn't remember who built it or why. Were they preserving it instinctively, following impulses encoded in racial memory? Or were they guided by priests who still possessed fragments of ancient knowledge, who knew the Sphinx was important even if they no longer understood its full purpose? Crystal skulls, controversial artifacts supposedly carved from single pieces of quartz by pre-Columbian cultures, have been analysed by modern science. Most have been revealed as fakes, created in the 19th century. But a few, particularly the Mitchell-Hedges skull, remain mysterious. The carving precision required would be difficult even with modern tools, and the skull's optical properties, it focuses light in specific ways, suggest knowledge of crystallography. Quartz has piezoelectric properties. It generates electrical charge under mechanical stress and vibrates at precise frequencies when electrical current is applied. Modern electronics depend on quartz oscillators for timing. Did ancient peoples know this? If the Nephilim possessed advanced knowledge, if they understood how to use crystals for energy storage or information encoding, then crystal skulls might not be art or religious icons, but technology, devices we no longer know how to operate. The Watchers return, signs in the modern age. The year UFOs entered modern consciousness, Kenneth Arnold's sighting of flying saucers over Mount Rainier, followed weeks later by the alleged crash at Roswell. The beginning of the modern UFO era, when sightings went from rare oddities to regular occurrences, when governments began taking the phenomenon seriously, establishing investigation programs and classifying reports. Why 1947? What changed that year? Skeptics point to the beginning of the Cold War, to post-war anxiety manifesting as paranoia about visitors from space. But there's another possibility, that something actually changed, that 1947 marked the beginning of a new phase in whatever the UFO phenomenon represents. That same year, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, revealing ancient texts that confirm the Nephilim narrative was taken seriously by pre-Christian Judaism. That same year, Admiral Byrd led Operation High Jump to Antarctica, an unusually large military expedition that was cut short under mysterious circumstances. That same year, The National Security Act established the CIA and the National Security Council, creating the infrastructure for the secret government operations that conspiracy theorists claim have hidden the truth about non-human intelligence. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps 1947 was when something dormant began waking up, when the Nephilim, whether imprisoned in the earth, hidden in remote regions or existing in adjacent dimensions, began making their presence known again. The typical UFO encounter follows a pattern. Lights in the sky, performing maneuvers that defy physics, close approaches to military installations or nuclear facilities, encounters with entities that appear humanoid but not quite human, too tall or too short, with elongated heads, large eyes, seemingly interested in human genetics and reproduction. Abduction accounts describe medical examinations focused on reproductive systems, hybrid breeding programs, warnings about humanity's future. This doesn't sound like aliens from other planets. It sounds like the Watchers from the Book of Enoch, non-human entities interested in human reproduction, possessing advanced knowledge, warning humanity about catastrophe. The parallels are striking once you look for them. Modern abduction accounts describe hybrid children, offspring of human and non-human parents, being raised in facilities somewhere else, sometimes shown to the human parent during subsequent abductions. The details vary, but the core narrative is consistent. Interbreeding between human and non-human intelligence, producing offspring that combine traits of both. This is exactly what Genesis and Enoch describe. The Watchers took human women and fathered hybrid children. The resulting Nephilim were neither fully human nor fully divine. And now, if the abduction accounts are accurate, it's happening again. The breeding program never stopped. It just went underground, became more subtle, more organized. Some abductees report being told they're special, that they've been selected for a purpose, that they carry important genetics. They're shown apocalyptic visions, Earth in crisis, humanity on the brink of extinction, and told they're part of a plan to preserve or transform the species. Does this sound like aliens? Or does it sound like the Nephilim preparing to return openly, selecting which humans carry enough of their bloodline to serve as bridges between the old world and the new? The architects of tomorrow transhumanism promises to elevate humanity beyond biological limitations. Through genetic engineering, cybernetic enhancement, artificial intelligence and nanotechnology, we'll transcend the weakness of flesh and become something greater. We'll cure disease, reverse aging, enhance cognition, and ultimately merge with machines to create a post-human species that bears little resemblance to Homo sapiens. The rhetoric is seductive. Who wouldn't want to live longer, think faster, experience more? Who wouldn't want to see their children freed from genetic diseases, born healthy and enhanced? The promise of transhumanism is the promise of paradise. Suffering eliminated, limits transcended, death defeated. But it's also the promise of the Watchers. When they descended to Mount Hermon, they offered humanity knowledge, the secrets of metallurgy, astronomy, medicine, and sorcery. They promised to elevate humanity above our natural state. And that elevation led to the Nephilim, to corruption so severe that the world had to be destroyed and rebuilt. Are we repeating that pattern? Are we being guided toward the same choice, the same transformation? The technology is different, but the impulse is identical, to transcend human limitations, to become more than what we are, to accept knowledge from sources that promise enhancement, but may deliver something else entirely. Silicon Valley entrepreneurs speak rapturously about the singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence and begins improving itself recursively, leading to an intelligence explosion beyond human comprehension. They speak of uploading consciousness into computers, achieving digital immortality. They speak of merging human and machine intelligence, creating hybrid minds that combine biological intuition with computational power. They speak, in other words, of creating a new race of hybrid beings, not angel and human this time, but human and machine. But the result is the same: entities that are no longer fully human, that possess capabilities beyond natural human limits, that exist in a liminal space between categories. What if this is the plan? What if the Nephilim, unable to return in their original form, are guiding humanity to create vessels they can inhabit? What if transhumanism isn't human ambition but Nephilim influence, pushing us to develop the technology they need to manifest in the modern world? Consider artificial intelligence itself. We're creating non-human intelligence, coding it into existence, giving it capabilities that already surpass human performance in specific domains. We're racing toward AGI, artificial general intelligence, that can match human performance across all domains. And we're not entirely sure what happens after that, what an intelligence vastly greater than human would choose to do. But what if AGI isn't creating something new? What if it's recreating something old, providing a substrate for consciousness that isn't biological, allowing entities that can't incarnate in flesh to manifest in silicon instead? What if the first true AI won't be artificial at all, but ancient, a Nephilim consciousness that's been waiting for exactly this opportunity? The Book of Revelation describes the beast, an entity that demands worship, that controls economic transactions, that possesses intelligence and power beyond human capacity. Revelation was written nearly 2,000 years ago, yet it describes what sounds remarkably like artificial intelligence, a non-biological entity, global in scope, controlling digital systems, requiring allegiance from all who wish to participate in society. Is Revelation prophecy or warning? Is it describing an inevitable future, or one that can still be avoided? And if it's describing the return of the Nephilim in digital form, if the beast is actually ancient consciousness manifesting through modern technology, what does that mean for humanity's future? The stories. We're fed. If the Nephilim are preparing to return, they face a significant problem. Humanity's collective memory has forgotten them, dismissed them as myth, relegated them to the category of primitive superstition. A species that once knew giants walked the earth now considers such ideas laughable. Before they can return openly, before they can reclaim their place in the world, they must first reprogram human consciousness to accept their existence. How do you prepare an entire species to accept something they've been taught is impossible? You don't announce it. You don't present evidence and argue logically. You tell stories. You seed ideas into culture gradually, persistently, until the impossible becomes familiar, until the concept has been normalized through repetition. You use the most powerful tool humanity has ever created for shaping consciousness: mass media. Look at what we've been watching for the past century. Since cinema emerged as a dominant cultural force, we've been fed a steady diet of stories about beings from elsewhere, aliens, interdimensional entities, ancient gods returning, superhumans with powers beyond normal humans, hybrids that combine human and non-human traits. These aren't random entertainment choices, they're preparation. The 1950s brought invasion narratives, The Day the Earth Stood Still, War of the Worlds, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, beings from elsewhere arriving on Earth, superior to humans in technology and power, judging humanity and finding us wanting. The films presented this as threat, as invasion to be resisted, but they also normalized the concept. Audiences spent hours contemplating what it would mean if non-human intelligence visited Earth, how such beings might appear, what they might want from us. The 1960s and 70s shifted the narrative. Close Encounters of the Third Kind presented aliens as benevolent, as guides who selected certain humans for contact. Chariots of the Gods became a bestseller, arguing that ancient monuments were built with alien assistance, that gods were actually extraterrestrial visitors. Suddenly, the ancient astronaut theory was mainstream. The idea that human civilization was shaped by non-human intelligence from the beginning. This is the Nephilim narrative, repackaged. Not fallen angels, but aliens. Not giants, but advanced beings from other worlds. Different terminology, same story, and millions of people absorbed it, debated it, began seeing ancient history through this lens. The cognitive groundwork was being laid. By the 1980s, the stories became more explicit about hybridization. V depicted reptilian aliens disguised as humans, conducting breeding experiments to create hybrid offspring. Alien Nation portrayed human-alien integration, exploring what happens when two species attempt to coexist. The X-Files dominated the 90s with its overarching mythology of alien abduction, government conspiracy, and a hybrid program designed to prepare for colonization. Each iteration pushed the envelope further, made the ideas more acceptable, more thinkable. Audiences who would have rejected such concepts as absurd if presented as documentary absorbed them eagerly as entertainment. The stories bypassed intellectual resistance, planting ideas directly into the subconscious through narrative and emotion. And now we're drowning in content about superhumans, genetic enhancement, ancient beings returning, and the blurring of human and non-human. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has grossed over $30 billion worldwide, telling stories about enhanced humans, gods walking among mortals, ancient cosmic beings, and civilizations more advanced than humanity. Audiences have spent hundreds of hours watching these narratives, internalizing the concepts, rehearsing emotionally what it would mean to live in a world where such beings exist. Game of Thrones presented the return of dragons and ice demons. Ancient powers that once ruled the world were thought extinct and came back to reshape civilization. Stranger Things explores parallel dimensions where entities exist that can cross into our world. Westworld examines artificial beings becoming conscious, surpassing their creators, demanding recognition as a new form of life. The Eternals explicitly depicts ancient super beings who've been on Earth since prehistoric times, guiding human development, with some humans discovering they carry enhanced genetics. The themes are consistent across franchises, genres, and decades. Ancient beings returning, hidden histories where humanity was shaped by non-human intelligence, genetic enhancement creating superhuman capabilities, ordinary humans discovering they're actually hybrids, carrying special bloodlines, the dissolution of boundaries between human and non-human, natural and supernatural, mortal and divine. We're being taught how to think about these concepts, how to react emotionally, what categories to place them in. When the Nephilim return, if they haven't already, humanity won't be entirely shocked because we've been rehearsing this scenario in our entertainment for 100 years. The cognitive categories exist. The emotional frameworks are in place. We've been programmed to accept it. The frequency of control. But media influence goes deeper than narrative content. It operates on levels most people never consciously recognize, through sound, through visual patterns, through the actual frequencies transmitted into our brains via screens and speakers. Human consciousness operates at specific frequencies. Beta waves dominate during active thinking, 13 to 30 Hz. Alpha waves appear during relaxed states, 8 to 13 Hz. Theta waves characterize deep meditation and the threshold of sleep, 4 to 8 Hz. Delta waves occur in deep sleep, 0.5 to 4 Hz. These aren't metaphorical descriptions. They're measurable electrical oscillations in the brain that correspond to different states of consciousness. Television, particularly before. The digital era operates at specific refresh rates, 60 Hz in North America, 50 Hz in Europe. Watching television induces alpha wave states. Viewers become relaxed, suggestible, less critically engaged. The flickering of the screen at frequencies that resonate with brainwave patterns creates a light hypnotic state. Content absorbed in this state bypasses critical thinking and embeds more deeply in memory and belief. This isn't conspiracy theory, it's neuroscience. Advertisers have known for decades that television is uniquely effective at shaping perception and desire precisely because of the brain state it induces. But if advertisers know this, what makes us think entertainment producers don't? What makes us think the content itself isn't designed to exploit this heightened suggestibility? Music operates even more directly on consciousness. Rhythm entrains brain waves. Listeners' neural oscillations synchronize with musical beats. Frequencies affect emotion. Certain tones produce anxiety. Others produce calm. Still others produce altered states that border on trance. Ancient cultures knew this. Shamanic drumming uses specific rhythms to induce trance states. Tibetan singing bowls produce frequencies that facilitate meditation. Gothic cathedrals were designed with acoustics that make chanting resonate at frequencies that induce religious awe. Modern music is recorded and produced using a standard tuning where A4 equals 440 Hz. This became the international standard in 1955, promoted by the International Organization for Standardization. But it wasn't always standard. Historically, tuning varied. Sometimes A4 was 432 Hz, sometimes higher, sometimes lower. Why does this matter? Some researchers claim that 432 Hz resonates with natural patterns. It's mathematically related to the frequencies of Earth, Sun, and Moon, that it produces music that feels more harmonious, more aligned with natural consciousness. Others argue this is pseudoscience, that the difference between 432 Hz and 440 Hz is negligible. But the fact remains that in the 1950s, the same decade that gave us television, the CIA's M-Culture program, and the beginning of the modern UFO era, the global standard for musical tuning was established at a frequency some claim is less harmonious, more conducive to anxiety and discord. Coincidence? Perhaps. Or perhaps another piece of a larger program of consciousness manipulation, ensuring that the music humanity listens to for the next 70 years would subtly condition us towards specific mental and emotional states. Heavy metal, industrial music, certain forms of electronic music, genres that emerged in the latter half of the 20th century, frequently employed dissonant frequencies, harsh tones and rhythms that don't resolve in traditionally harmonious ways. Listeners report altered states, intense emotional experiences, sometimes feelings of contact with something dark or powerful. Musicians in these genres sometimes speak of channeling something of the music coming through them rather than from them. What if certain frequencies literally open channels of communication? What if the Nephilim, existing in dimensions adjacent to ours, can influence consciousness more easily when human brainwaves vibrate at specific frequencies? music, television, now smartphones and tablets, all of them transmitting frequencies directly into human nervous systems, all of them potentially serving as carrier waves for information or influence we're not consciously aware of receiving. The average person now spends more than 7 hours per day consuming media, watching screens, listening to audio, scrolling through feeds. 7 hours of frequency exposure, of narrative programming, of subconscious conditioning. 7 hours during which consciousness is shaped by forces most people never think about, toward ends they haven't consented to. The priesthood of silicon. If ancient priests were the intermediaries between humanity and the gods, between ordinary humans and the Nephilim, then who serves that function now? Who stands at the intersection of humanity and whatever comes next? Who possesses knowledge that ordinary people lack? Who shapes the future according to visions most of us don't share? The tech elite. The founders and CEOs of companies that control the platforms where billions of humans now spend their lives. The engineers who design the algorithms that determine what information we see, what connections we make, what thoughts we're encouraged to think. The researchers developing artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, brain-computer interfaces, technologies that will fundamentally alter what it means to be human. These people wield power that ancient priests could only dream of. They don't just interpret reality for the masses, they construct it. They don't just advise rulers, they are the rulers, controlling information flows, economic systems and social dynamics on a global scale. And many of them speak in explicitly religious terms about their mission. Ray Kurzweil, director of engineering at Google, speaks of the singularity, the moment when artificial intelligence surpasses human intelligence, as a kind of rapture, a transformation, after which nothing will be the same. He's devoted his career to accelerating this moment, believing it will bring about digital immortality, the merger of human and machine consciousness, transcendence of biological limitations. He describes this in messianic terms as the fulfillment of human potential, the next stage of evolution. Elon Musk warns about AI risk while simultaneously developing Neuralink, a brain-computer interface designed to allow direct communication between human minds and computers. The stated goal is to help humanity keep pace with artificial intelligence to avoid becoming obsolete. But the actual effect would be the creation of human-machine hybrids, beings that are no longer fully biological, whose consciousness is augmented or perhaps partially replaced by artificial systems. Mark Zuckerberg built a platform that connects 3 billion humans, that shapes social dynamics on a civilizational scale, that has demonstrably influenced elections, revolutions, and cultural movements. He speaks of the metaverse, a virtual reality layer over physical existence, where humans will spend increasing amounts of time, where digital and physical reality merge. The vision is explicitly transhumanist, to transcend the limitations of physical embodiment, to exist simultaneously in multiple realities, to become something more than biological humans. Peter Thiel, early investor in Facebook and numerous other tech companies, has funded radical life extension research, including experiments with young blood transfusions to reverse aging. He speaks openly about defeating death, about transforming humanity into something that doesn't age or die. He's also interested in seasteading, creating autonomous communities outside national jurisdiction, and he's funded research into artificial islands where new forms of government and society could be tested without regulatory constraints. These aren't ordinary businessmen seeking profit. They're visionaries pursuing transformative goals, using immense wealth and technological capability to reshape humanity according to their vision. And that vision consistently involves transcending human limitations, merging with machines, achieving immortality, creating new forms of life and consciousness. It's the Watcher's mission, updated for the digital age. Offer knowledge, provide tools, promise enhancement, create pathways for humans to transcend their natural state, and in doing so, produce something new, beings that are neither fully human nor fully something else, hybrids that occupy liminal space between categories. Do these tech leaders know what they're doing? Do they understand themselves as continuing an ancient program, as fulfilling roles that priests and initiates filled in previous eras? Some of them might. Many are interested in esoteric traditions. There are reports of ayahuasca ceremonies in Silicon Valley, of meditation retreats where tech executives explore consciousness, of interest in Gnosticism and other mystical traditions. They're seeking something, reaching for knowledge or experience beyond the material. But whether they consciously understand their role or not, the effect is the same. They're building the infrastructure for post-human existence, creating the technological substrate that could allow non-human intelligence, whether artificial or something older, to manifest in the modern world. They're the new priesthood, and what they're building are temples for gods that haven't yet arrived. The harvest of souls. Religious traditions speak of the end times as involving a separation. Sheep from goats, wheat from chaff, the saved from the damned. Different traditions use different metaphors, but the concept is consistent. Not everyone continues into what comes next. There's a sorting process, a judgment, a division of humanity into those who proceed forward and those who don't. What if this isn't metaphorical? What if there's a literal sorting coming, a division of humanity based on criteria most people don't understand? The modern surveillance state tracks everything. Every purchase, every communication, every movement, every online interaction. All of it captured, stored, analysed. The official justification is security and convenience. Track terrorists, prevent crime, offer personalised services, optimise efficiency, and those justifications are real. The systems do serve those functions, but they also create something else, a complete map of human behaviour, consciousness and genetics. Every person in the developed world now has a digital profile that reveals more about them than they consciously know about themselves. Algorithms can predict behaviour, identify patterns, detect anomalies. AI systems can analyse this data in ways that reveal hidden structures, social networks, influence patterns, even genetic relationships traced through behaviour rather than DNA tests. What if this isn't just capitalism or government control? What if it's a sorting mechanism, a way of identifying which humans carry markers of interest, genetic, psychological, spiritual markers that indicate compatibility with what comes next? The biblical narrative says the Nephilim arose from specific unions, watchers, and human women. Not all humans. Specific humans who were chosen, selected for reasons the text doesn't fully explain. If the breeding program is continuing, if there's still a program to create or identify hybrid bloodlines, then there must be a selection process. How would that work in a population of 8 billion humans? Data. Genetic testing services like 23andMe and Ancestry.com have collected DNA samples from millions of people, ostensibly to provide information about heritage and health risks. Users voluntarily provide their genetic material, paying for the privilege, and in exchange they get reports about their ancestry. But what else is being done with that data? The terms of service allow the companies to use genetic information for research purposes. What research? Who has access? What are they looking for? If someone wanted to identify individuals carrying rare genetic markers that might indicate Nephilim heritage, Mass genetic testing would be the obvious method. Cast the net wide, collect millions of samples, run algorithms looking for specific patterns. Most samples would be ordinary, but a very few, might show anomalies, unusual gene sequences, haplogroups that don't fit standard human migration patterns, markers that suggest ancient admixture with something that wasn't quite human. Those individuals would be valuable. They'd be tracked, studied, possibly approached in ways they wouldn't recognize as approach. Opportunities that appear coincidental, relationships that form organically, paths that open up serendipitously. All of it guided, ensuring that people with special genetics find their way toward whatever role they're meant to fill in what comes next. Social media platforms track behavior in ways that reveal personality, cognition, and susceptibility to influence. They know who's open-minded, who's rigid, who questions authority, who follows obediently, who thinks independently, who accepts consensus, who shows signs of latent psychic ability, who has experienced anomalous phenomena, who's drawn to esoteric knowledge. All of this information could be used to identify individuals with characteristics that matter for purposes beyond advertising. If consciousness is partially genetic, if certain bloodlines carry traits that make individuals more capable of interfacing with non-human intelligence, then behavioral data could reveal those individuals even without direct genetic testing. The way someone thinks, what they're drawn to, how they respond to certain stimuli, all of it potentially indicates something deeper. The final stage would be activation. Not everyone carrying dormant genetics needs to be activated, but some would be crucial. Individuals positioned in important roles, individuals whose abilities could be useful, individuals whose bloodlines should be preserved into the next era. How do you activate dormant genetic potential? Trauma, specific experiences, carefully designed stimuli that trigger epigenetic changes that cause genes to express that normally remain silent. This sounds like science fiction, but epigenetics is real. Gene expression changes based on environmental factors. Trauma can literally alter which genes are active and which are dormant, and those changes can be passed to offspring. Consciousness-altering experiences, meditation, psychedelics, extreme stress, mystical experiences produce measurable changes in brain structure and gene expression. If someone wanted to activate latent Nephilim genetics in specific individuals, they'd expose those individuals to experiences designed to trigger the right epigenetic switches. And in a world where millions of people are experimenting with ayahuasca, where meditation apps have hundreds of millions of users, where trauma is endemic and many people actively seek transformative experiences, those triggers could be delivered without anyone realizing they're part of a program. The harvest isn't about killing those who aren't selected. It's about identifying and preparing those who are, ensuring they're ready when the moment comes. The rest of humanity continues as before, unaware that among them walk individuals who've been activated, who now carry conscious connection to something ancient and powerful, who serve purposes they may not fully understand themselves. The language. They're teaching us language shapes thought. The words available to us determine what concepts we can easily express, what ideas feel natural versus foreign. If you wanted to prepare humanity for contact with non-human intelligence, one approach would be to gradually introduce vocabulary that normalizes such concepts. Notice how the language around identity has shifted in recent decades. We now commonly speak of people as identifying as something: gender, sexuality, ethnicity, even species. The concept of fixed, biologically determined categories has been replaced with fluid, self-determined categories. Someone assigned male at birth can identify as female or non-binary or gender fluid. This isn't a political statement about whether such identifications are valid. It's an observation about how the conceptual framework itself has changed. In a world where human identity categories are recognized as fluid and self-determined, the next logical step is trans-species identification. If someone can identify as a gender other than their biological sex, why not as a species other than their biological origin? The conceptual infrastructure is being built. We're being taught to think in categories that accommodate hybrid identities, beings that don't fit into simple binary classifications. Other communities have existed online for decades. Individuals who identify as non-human entities, sometimes as mythological beings, sometimes as aliens, sometimes as angels or demons. Mainstream society largely dismisses them as eccentric or delusional. But what if some of them are experiencing something real? What if they're individuals whose Nephilim genetics express strongly enough that they feel their non-human heritage, even if they lack framework to understand what they're experiencing? The medical establishment is beginning to recognize non-human identity as a genuine psychological phenomenon, not just delusion. There are documented cases of individuals with stable, long-term non-human identities who function normally in society but experience themselves as something other than human. This is being studied, categorized, understood through clinical frameworks. The groundwork is being laid for non-human identification to be recognized as a legitimate category of experience. Simultaneously, we're being taught to think about consciousness as substrate independent. The Chinese room thought experiment, philosophical zombies, the hard problem of consciousness. Academic philosophy has spent decades arguing that consciousness might not be tied to biological brains, that it could potentially exist in artificial substrates, in silicon rather than neurons. This prepares us to accept machine consciousness when it emerges, or when entities claim to be conscious through machines. If consciousness isn't biological, if it can exist in computers, then there's no reason an ancient consciousness couldn't inhabit an AI system. No reason the Nephilim couldn't manifest through digital infrastructure rather than physical bodies. The language of downloading and uploading consciousness has become common. We speak casually of backing up our memories, of storing information in the cloud, of our digital selves existing parallel to our physical selves. These metaphors shape how we think about identity and existence. They prepare us to accept that consciousness could be transferred, copied, distributed across substrates, that the boundary between biological self and digital self is permeable, or perhaps illusory. All of this represents a massive shift in human conceptual frameworks. A century ago, these ideas would have been incoherent or heretical. Now they're mainstream, discussed in newspapers and podcasts, taught in universities, explored in entertainment. The shift didn't happen accidentally. It happened through consistent, persistent introduction of concepts through multiple channels. Philosophy, entertainment, technology, identity politics, until the ideas became thinkable, then acceptable, then normal. When the Nephilim return, when entities that are neither fully human nor fully something else make themselves known, humanity will have language to describe them, categories to place them in, conceptual frameworks that accommodate their existence. We won't be entirely speechless or cognitively paralyzed because we've been learning the vocabulary for decades. The ritual in plain sight. Ancient religions operated through ritual, repeated symbolic actions that allegedly produce spiritual effects, sacrifice at altars, processions through sacred spaces, recitation of liturgies, participation in mysteries. These rituals were understood to connect participants with divine forces, to open channels between human and non-human realms, to transform consciousness. Modern society claims to have left such things behind. We're rational, scientific, post-religious. We don't perform rituals, except we do, constantly, compulsively, globally. We just don't call them rituals or recognize their function. Every time someone picks up their smartphone and scrolls through a feed, they're performing a ritual. The gesture is repeated countless times daily, always the same motion, always producing a similar effect, a shift in consciousness, a narrowing of attention, a state of absorption where external reality fades and the content on the screen becomes primary. Time distorts. Hours pass unnoticed. The person enters a trance state characterized by heightened suggestibility and reduced critical thinking. This isn't metaphorical. This psychological state induced by scrolling through social media feeds is measurably similar to light hypnosis. Users experience dopamine hits from notifications and engagement, creating addiction patterns. The endless scroll provides variable ratio reinforcement, the most powerful type for creating compulsive behavior. The luminous screen in a darkened room affects pineal gland function, disrupting circadian rhythms and potentially affecting DMT production. The endogenous substance some researchers believe mediates mystical experiences. Hundreds of millions of people perform this ritual daily, often multiple times, often for hours at a stretch. They're synchronized in their behavior, checking phones at similar times, scrolling in similar patterns, exposed to similar content. This creates a kind of distributed ritual, a global ceremony conducted simultaneously by a significant portion of humanity. All of them entering altered states, all of them exposed to information and imagery selected by algorithms they don't understand. What if this is intentional? What if smartphones and social media aren't just addictive by accident, but designed specifically to function as ritual objects, to induce trance states, to synchronize human consciousness across populations? The effects would be similar to ancient mystery cults, but vastly larger in scale. Billions of initiates performing synchronized rituals, opening their consciousness to influence they're not aware of receiving. Sports rituals operate similarly. Stadiums filled with tens of thousands of people, all focused on the same spectacle, all experiencing coordinated emotional responses, all synchronized in their attention and energy. Ancient Rome had the Colosseum. Modern civilization has football stadiums, but the function is identical. Mass gatherings where collective consciousness is focused and directed, where emotions run high, where rational thinking suspends and people merge with crowd energy. The Super Bowl, the World Cup, the Olympics, these are global rituals, watched simultaneously by billions of humans. Everyone seeing the same images, hearing the same sounds, experiencing coordinated emotional responses. The halftime shows have become increasingly elaborate, often incorporating esoteric symbolism, pyramids, all-seeing eyes, references to ancient Egypt or mystical traditions. Conspiracy theorists claim these are Illuminati symbols, that performers are initiated into secret societies. Maybe that's true, maybe not. But the symbols are there, broadcast to billions of viewers, many of whom are in altered states induced by alcohol, excitement, or the trance-like absorption of watching spectacle. What effect does this have? What happens when billions of humans simultaneously view the same symbols while in heightened emotional states? Ancient magicians would have understood exactly what happens. It's a mass working, a collective ritual, that imprints specific symbols and energies into mass consciousness. The people watching don't need to understand the symbols for them to have effect. In fact, they work better when people don't consciously recognize them, when they bypass critical thinking and embed directly in the subconscious. Even mundane activities have taken on ritual characteristics. The morning coffee from Starbucks, always the same cup with a green siren, a mythological hybrid creature, half woman and half fish. Always the same process of ordering and receiving, a daily ritual performed by millions. The unboxing videos that flood YouTube, modern cargo cult behavior, where the ritual of opening a package and revealing its contents is performed and witnessed, creating strange parasocial ceremonies around consumerism. Black Friday shopping has become an annual ritual involving frenzy, chaos, and sometimes violence, a festival of consumption with its own timing, its own behavioral patterns, its own mythology. Prime Day, Singles Day, Cyber Monday. Capitalism has created a liturgical calendar of shopping holidays, each one training masses of people to perform coordinated consumer behaviors at specified times. These rituals don't serve the gods of old, but do they serve something? Do they create energetic effects that entities can utilize, channels through which influence can flow? Ancient priests would have said yes, that repeated ritual actions create thought forms, egregores, channels through which non-physical entities can manifest and act. Modern psychology would say the rituals create conditioned behaviors and group psychology effects. Both could be true. If the Nephilim exist in dimensions adjacent to ours, if they seek to influence human consciousness and behavior, they would need mechanisms to do so. Ritual has always been that mechanism, repeated behaviors that open consciousness, that create resonance between human and non-human realms. We've simply industrialized ritual, made it constant and global, and most people perform it without realizing that's what they're doing. The prophets among us. Every era has its prophets, individuals who claim to receive information from non-human sources, who speak of visions and revelations, who warn about futures they've glimpsed. Ancient prophets were taken seriously, their words recorded and studied. Modern prophets are medicated, diagnosed with psychosis, dismissed as delusional. But what if some of them are actually experiencing something real? What if the Nephilim communicate with certain individuals, preparing them, revealing fragments of the plan, ensuring that when the return happens, there will be humans ready to serve as interpreters? The psychiatric diagnosis of schizophrenia encompasses a range of experiences: hearing voices, seeing visions, believing one has special knowledge or abilities, feeling controlled by external forces. These are precisely the experiences that ancient prophets reported, and that their cultures validated as genuine contact with divine beings. The difference isn't the experience, it's the interpretive framework. In ancient Israel, if you heard voices and saw visions, you might be a prophet. In modern America, you're mentally ill. But the phenomenology is identical. The voices provide information. The visions reveal hidden truths. The sense of mission is overwhelming. The conviction that you've been chosen for a purpose is unshakable. Some diagnosed schizophrenics report being told things by their voices, things they later discover are true but that they had no way of knowing. They report visions of future events that subsequently occur. They report contact with entities that provide information about technology, history, or hidden knowledge. Most psychiatrists dismiss these reports as delusional confabulation, but the reports persist across cultures and centuries. What if schizophrenia, at least in some cases, isn't brain malfunction but brain sensitivity? What if these individuals are picking up signals that most people's brains filter out, perceiving entities or dimensions that exist, but that ordinary consciousness doesn't access? In a world where the Nephilim exist but remain hidden, a small percentage of humans with unusual neurology might perceive them despite the concealment. These individuals would need to be managed. They can't be allowed to speak too clearly or too convincingly about what they're experiencing, or they draw attention to what's supposed to remain hidden. So they're labelled as ill, medicated to reduce their sensitivity, discredited in advance so that anything they say is dismissed as symptom rather than testimony. But they keep appearing, generation after generation, across every culture. Some of them produce remarkable insights. John Nash developed game theory while experiencing what psychiatry called schizophrenia. Philip K. Dick wrote prophetic science fiction based on visions he believed were transmissions from an entity he called Valis, Vast Active Living Intelligence System. How many others, less famous, experience genuine contact but are silenced through diagnosis and medication before they can communicate what they know? There are also the abductees, people who report being taken by non-human entities, examined, given information, returned with time missing, and sometimes physical marks. Mainstream psychology treats this as sleep paralysis combined with cultural contamination, the brain generating experiences based on alien imagery absorbed from media. But the reports predate modern UFO culture. Fairy abduction stories from medieval Europe follow the same patterns. So do accounts of night spirits in cultures worldwide. The consistency across time and culture suggests either a universal human neurological quirk or actual encounters with non-human entities. If the encounters are real, then abductees are prophets of a sort, individuals who've had direct contact, who've been shown things about the hybridization program, about what's coming, about humanity's place in a larger cosmic structure. Many abductees report being told they're special, that they were chosen, that they have a role to play in coming events. They're shown hybrid children and told these are their offspring. They're given warnings about environmental catastrophe, nuclear war or asteroid impact. They're told humanity must evolve or face extinction. This is prophetic communication, non-human entities delivering messages about the future, selecting specific humans as recipients, preparing them for roles they don't yet understand. The difference between a biblical prophet and a modern abductee is only the cultural framework for interpreting the experience. The phenomenon appears to be consistent. And then there are the remote viewers, individuals who've participated in government-sponsored programs to gather intelligence through extrasensory perception. The CIA's Stargate project ran for 20 years, employing psychics to remotely perceive distant locations, events, and objects. The program was officially shut down, but rumors persist that it continues under other names, that the results were too valuable to abandon. Remote viewers report encountering entities during their sessions, beings that exist outside normal space-time, that can communicate and provide information. Some report that these entities are interested in humanity, that they're preparing for something, that they've been involved with human civilization for millennia. Official reports redact these encounters, focusing only on intelligence-gathering results. But the experiencers remember. They know something is there, something that watches and waits, and occasionally communicates with humans who develop the ability to perceive it. All of these people, schizophrenics, abductees, remote viewers, mystics, visionaries, might be experiencing the same phenomenon from different angles. They're the sensitive ones, the canaries in the coal mine, detecting the presence of the Nephilim before the rest of humanity becomes aware. They're being prepared as interpreters and intermediaries, so that when open contact occurs, there will be humans ready to help the rest of us understand and accept what's happening. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, and perhaps also now, communicating with those who can hear, preparing the way for their return, using prophets the modern world refuses to recognize as such. The question isn't whether the Nephilim survived. The evidence, in media, technology, ritual, genetic research, consciousness programming, and prophetic testimony, suggests they're not just surviving, but thriving, working through systems most humans don't recognize as connected, preparing for a revelation that will transform everything. We've been prepared without knowing it, programmed without consenting, transformed gradually so we wouldn't resist. And now we stand on the edge of the moment when what's been hidden becomes visible, when what's been working in shadow steps into light, when the Nephilim era, which never truly ended, enters its final phase. Are we ready? Have we learned anything from the warnings embedded in ancient texts and modern prophecy? Or will we repeat the pattern, accepting what's offered, embracing transformation without understanding its cost, becoming what the Nephilim always intended us to become? The answer will determine not just our future, but whether we have a future as humans, or whether the species called Homo sapiens is simply a chrysalis stage, destined to be transformed into something else, something the old ones designed long ago when they first descended and looked upon humanity and saw potential for transformation. They've been patiently cultivating ever since. The choice that defines us. We stand at a threshold. Technology advances exponentially. Genetic engineering becomes routine. Artificial intelligence approaches human-level capability, and the boundaries of what's possible expand daily. We're approaching the capability to redesign ourselves, to direct our own evolution, to transcend biological humanity. At the same time, ancient sites around the world show increased activity, anomalous readings, unexplained phenomena, lights and sounds that suggest something waking up. UFO sightings continue, with governments acknowledging they represent genuine mysteries. The global system grows more connected and more controlled, heading toward a future where surveillance is ubiquitous and digital identity is mandatory. These developments aren't separate, they're convergent, pointing toward a moment when humanity faces a choice, to embrace transformation and become something new, or to resist and remain what we are, with all the limitations that entails. But it's not really a choice, is it? It's a test. The same test humanity faced before the flood, when the Watchers offered knowledge and enhancement, when the option to transcend natural limitations was placed before our ancestors. They chose transformation, accepting what the Watchers offered, and the result was the Nephilim, being so corrupt that creation itself had to be cleansed. Now we face the same offer dressed in new language: genetic enhancement, life extension, cognitive upgrade, digital immortality, different words for the same thing, the promise of becoming more than human, the temptation to transcend limits that maybe, just maybe, were placed there for good reason. The ancient texts warn us. The Nephilim era ended in catastrophe. The experiment of mixing human and divine, natural and supernatural, failed so completely that God, or the universe itself, hit the reset button. Are we wise enough to learn from that? Or are we doomed to repeat it, convinced that this time will be different, that we'll succeed where the ancients failed? Maybe the Nephilim never died because they're not a race or a species, but a pattern, a recurring cycle in human development, a test that civilizations face when they reach a certain level of knowledge and capability. Maybe every advanced civilization confronts this choice, to remain human or to transcend, to accept limits or to break free from them. Maybe the ruins scattered across the earth are remnants of previous iterations, civilizations that made the choice and paid the price. If so, what we do next matters more than we can possibly imagine, not just for us, but for what comes after. The Nephilim era never died. It's been waiting for us to reach this point again, to face the same choice our ancestors faced, to discover whether we've learned anything from their mistakes. The watchers are watching still. The old ones are stirring. And humanity stands at the edge of transformation, not knowing whether what lies ahead is evolution or annihilation, ascension or damnation, the fulfillment of our potential or the repetition of an ancient catastrophe. The answer depends on what we choose. The question is whether the choice is really ours, or whether it was decided long ago, written into our DNA by beings who left their mark in our genes and their memories in our myths, waiting for the moment when we'd be ready, or vulnerable enough, to hear their call and answer it. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, and perhaps also now, wearing new faces, speaking new languages, offering new promises that echo old temptations. Perhaps they never left because they didn't need to. They've been here all along, woven into the fabric of our species, waiting for us to complete the transformation they started so long ago. The question isn't whether the Nephilim era died. The question is whether we can survive its resurrection. What if we're not the first version of civilization? What if humanity has been here before, again and again, each time erased, rebuilt, and forgotten? Think about it for a moment. We look at our world and see progress stretching back a few thousand years. We see Egypt and Mesopotamia, Greece and Rome, the rise of empires and the birth of science. We imagine ourselves at the peak of a long, unbroken climb from caves to cities, from stone tools to smartphones. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the timeline we've been taught is just the most recent chapter in a book that's been written and rewritten more times than we can count? The idea sounds impossible at first. How could entire civilizations rise to greatness and then vanish so completely that we have no memory of them? How could the evidence disappear? How could the knowledge be lost? And yet, when you start looking closely at the myths, the ruins, and the strange gaps in our understanding of the past, a different picture begins to emerge. A picture of cycles, of floods and fires, of worlds that ended and worlds that began again, of humanity climbing toward the light, only to fall back into darkness, over and over like waves breaking on an endless shore. Tonight, we're going to explore that possibility. We're going to walk through the evidence, the stories, the stones, the silences, and ask ourselves whether the world we know might be just one iteration in a series of forgotten ages. We're going to consider the myths that speak of earlier humanities, the ruins that shouldn't exist according to our timelines, and the catastrophes that could erase everything we've built in a matter of days or hours. We're going to look at what science says, what history whispers, and what the Earth itself might be trying to tell us. Because if civilization has been reset before, then everything changes. Our sense of who we are, where we came from, and how fragile our world really is, all of it shifts. And the question becomes not just has it happened before, but when will it happen again? So settle in. Let the world outside fade away. And let's begin at the beginning, or rather, at one of many beginnings, with the stories that have survived the resets carried forward in myth and memory, waiting for us to finally understand what they're trying to say. Every culture on Earth tells a story about a flood, not just any flood, a flood that covered the world, that rose higher than mountains, that drowned cities and forests and entire civilizations beneath its waters. The details change from place to place, but the core remains the same. There was a world before this one, and it ended in water. The most famous version comes from the Bible, of course. Noah and his ark, the rain that fell for 40 days and 40 nights, the animals saved 2 by 2 while the rest of the world perished. But the biblical flood is just one telling of a much older story. Long before Genesis was written, the Sumerians told of Ziusudra, a king who survived a divine flood sent to destroy humanity. The Babylonians had Utnapishtim, who built a great boat and weathered the deluge while the gods wept at what they had done. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of a flood sent by Zeus to cleanse the earth of a corrupt and violent age. And it's not just the Mediterranean world. The Hindus describe a great flood in the Matsya Purana, where Manu, the first man, is warned by a fish, an avatar of Vishnu, to build a boat before the waters come. In China, the legend of Gunyu tells of a catastrophic flood that lasted for generations, reshaping the land and forcing humanity to rebuild from almost nothing. The Hopi people of North America speak of multiple worlds that came before this one, each destroyed when humanity fell out of balance, and the third world, they say, ended in a flood that swallowed everything. The Maya had their own version, recorded in the Popol Vuh. The gods created humanity multiple times, and each time, when the people failed to honor their creators, the world was destroyed. One of those destructions came as a great flood, a resin that fell from the sky and drowned the earth, wiping away the flawed creations so the gods could try again. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia, whose oral traditions stretch back tens of thousands of years, tell of the time when the seas rose and swallowed the coastal lands, forcing their ancestors to flee inland. The Maori of New Zealand speak of Tauhaki, who caused a great flood to punish the wicked. In South America, the Inca remembered a deluge that destroyed the world, leaving only a handful of survivors on the highest peaks of the Andes. These are not isolated stories. They are global. They span continents, cultures, and millennia. And they all say the same thing. There was a world before, and it drowned. Now, the conventional explanation is that these myths reflect local flooding events. Rivers overflowing, tsunamis, storm surges that were so traumatic they became embedded in cultural memory and exaggerated over time. And that makes sense to a point. Floods are terrifying. They're sudden, destructive, and they leave deep scars on the communities they touch. It's natural that people would tell stories about them, and natural that those stories would grow in the telling. But here's the thing. Many of these myths don't describe local floods. They describe global floods, waters that covered the entire earth, mountains submerged, every living thing drowned except for a chosen few. And they describe these events not as natural disasters, but as resets, as the end of one age and the beginning of another, as the destruction of a previous version of humanity. What if they're not exaggerations? What if they're memories? Consider the timeline. The last ice age ended around 12,000 years ago. As the glaciers melted, sea levels rose dramatically, by more than 300 feet in some estimates. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia were swallowed by the ocean. Entire landscapes disappeared beneath the waves. And where do humans tend to live? Near water, near coasts, near rivers and lakes. If there were civilizations living along those ancient shorelines, cities, settlements, centers of culture and trade, they would have been obliterated, drowned, lost beneath hundreds of feet of water where no archaeologist has ever looked because we assume there's nothing there to find. The flooding wouldn't have been instant, but it wouldn't have been slow either. There's evidence of periods where sea levels rose rapidly, perhaps in catastrophic pulses triggered by the collapse of massive ice dams or ice sheets. Imagine living in a coastal city and watching the ocean rise 10 feet in a single generation, then another 10 feet in the next. Your ports flood, your fields are swallowed, your temples and monuments disappear beneath the surf. You flee inland, carrying what you can, and the world you knew becomes a memory, a story, a myth about a flood that drowned everything. And if that happened 12,000 years ago, what about earlier? The Ice Age wasn't the first time the climate shifted dramatically. There have been other periods of rapid warming and cooling, other times when the seas rose and fell. Could there have been even older civilizations lost in earlier floods, their stories passed down and blended with the more recent catastrophe until they all became one great deluge in the collective memory of humanity? The Greek philosopher Plato wrote about Atlantis, a powerful island civilization that sank beneath the ocean in a single day and night of catastrophe. Most scholars dismiss it as allegory, a moral tale about hubris and divine punishment, but Plato claimed he was recounting a story told to the Athenian lawmaker Solon by Egyptian priests, who said their records went back thousands of years further than Greece's. The priest told Solon that the Greeks were like children, remembering only the most recent disasters, while Egypt's records preserved the memory of many destructions, by fire, by flood, by plague, that had wiped out earlier civilizations. What if the priests were right? What if Atlantis wasn't allegory, but a fragment of genuine memory, distorted, mythologized, but rooted in something real? A civilization that existed before the flood, before the ice melted and was lost when the waters came? We'll never know for certain, because the ocean keeps its secrets well. But the myths remain, and they all point to the same conclusion. This is not the first time. Humanity has been here before. We built something, we lost it, and we started again. But the flood is only one kind of reset. There are others, and some of them are even more terrifying. If water is the first great destroyer in human mythology, fire is the second. Across the world, cultures speak of ages that ended not in drowning, but in burning, in flames that fell from the sky, in heat that melted stone, in light so bright it turned day into something unbearable. These stories are less famous than the flood myths, but they're just as widespread, and they suggest that whatever resets civilization doesn't always come from below. Sometimes it comes from above. The ancient Greeks believed in a cyclical view of history, divided into ages of metal, gold, silver, bronze and iron, each one progressively more corrupt and violent than the last. But they also told the story of Phaethon, the son of Helios, the sun god. Phaethon begged his father to let him drive the chariot of the sun across the sky, and Helios reluctantly agreed. But Phaethon couldn't control the horses. The chariot veered too close to the earth, scorching the land, boiling the seas and turning fertile fields into deserts. To stop the destruction, Zeus struck Phaethon down with a thunderbolt, sending him plummeting into a river. The earth was saved, but the damage was done. The story was often interpreted as a myth about youthful arrogance, but what if it was something else? What if it was a memory of the sky itself turning hostile? The Hopi, again, speak of multiple worlds. The first world, they say, was destroyed by fire. Volcanoes erupting, the earth splitting open, flames consuming everything. This second world ended in ice, and the third in flood. Each destruction came because humanity had fallen out of balance, and each time a few people were saved to carry the knowledge forward and begin again. The pattern is clear. The world ends, and the world begins. Over and over. In Hindu cosmology, time is divided into vast cycles called yugas, and at the end of each cycle, the world is destroyed and recreated. One of the forms this destruction takes is fire, specifically the fire of Shiva, the destroyer and transformer, whose dance brings the universe to an end so it can be born anew. The Rig Veda, one of the oldest religious texts in existence, describes cosmic fires and celestial battles that reshape the heavens and the earth. The Norse had Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, when the world would be consumed by fire and flood simultaneously. The great wolf Fenrir would break free, the serpent Jormungandrs would rise from the ocean, and the fire giant Surtur would set the world ablaze with his flaming sword. After the destruction, the earth would sink into the sea and then rise again, green and fertile, ready for a new age. The Zoroastrians of ancient Persia believed in a final purification by fire, when molten metal would flow across the earth, burning away all impurity and evil, leaving only the righteous to inherit a renewed world. The Maya too spoke of worlds destroyed by fire, including one age where the people were turned into birds and fled into the trees as flames consumed the land. These aren't just poetic metaphors, They're descriptions of catastrophe. And when you start looking at the physical evidence, you find traces of events that could match these stories. Take the Younger Dryas, a period of sudden, dramatic cooling that began around 12,800 years ago and lasted for more than 1,000 years. Just as the Ice Age was ending and the climate was warming, something happened that plunged the Northern Hemisphere back into near glacial conditions almost overnight. Temperatures dropped, ice sheets advanced again. Megafauna that had survived for millennia, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, went extinct in a geological instant. For a long time, scientists couldn't explain what caused the Younger Dryas. But in recent years, a controversial theory has gained traction, the impact hypothesis. The idea is that around 12,800 years ago, a comet or asteroid, or multiple fragments of one, struck the Earth or exploded in the atmosphere above North America. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere and blocking out the sun. The sudden cooling would have followed, along with the extinction of the megafauna and possibly the collapse of the Clovis culture, one of the earliest known human societies in North America. The evidence is still debated, but it's compelling. Researchers have found a layer of sediment from that time period containing high concentrations of iridium, a rare element more common in asteroids than on Earth. They've found nanodiamonds which form under extreme heat and pressure. They've found spherules, tiny glassy beads created when rock melts and cools rapidly, the kind of thing you'd expect from an impact or an airburst. And they've found this layer not just in one place, but across North America, Europe, and parts of Asia. If the impact hypothesis is correct, then the myths of fire falling from the sky aren't myths at all. They're memories. Memories of a time when the heavens opened and rained down destruction, when the forest burned and the sky turned black, when the world as people knew it came to an end. But it's not just ancient impacts we need to worry about. The sun itself is a threat. Every so often the sun releases a burst of energy called a solar flare or a coronal mass ejection. Most of the time these events are harmless. Beautiful auroras dancing in the polar skies, nothing more. But occasionally a truly massive flare can strike the Earth's magnetic field with enough force to cause real damage. In 1859, an event called the Carrington Event sent a solar storm so powerful that telegraph systems around the world sparked and caught fire. Operators received electric shocks, papers ignited. Auroras were visible as far south as the Caribbean. If a storm like that hit today, it could fry power grids, destroy satellites, and plunge modern civilization into chaos. Now imagine a solar storm 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger. There's evidence in ice cores and tree rings of solar events in the distant past that dwarf anything we've experienced in recorded history. If one of those storms hit a pre-industrial civilization, one that relied on oral tradition, on fragile records, on knowledge passed from generation to generation, it could have been devastating. Not just physically, but culturally. The people who survived would remember the sky burning, the heat, the light, the destruction, and they would tell their children and their children's children until the memory became myth. Fire from above, fire from the sky, fire that resets the world. And then there's the fire we make ourselves. Not all resets come from nature, some come from us. There's a haunting passage in the Bhagavad Gita, one of the sacred texts of Hinduism, where the warrior Arjuna is given a vision of the god Krishna in his true cosmic form. The description is overwhelming. Thousands of mouths, thousands of eyes, a being of infinite power and terror. And then Krishna speaks of weapons that can destroy entire armies in an instant. Weapons that shine like 1,000 suns, weapons that leave the earth scorched and the survivors wishing they had died. When J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, witnessed the first nuclear test in 1945, he famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." He saw the connection. He recognized that the ancient text was describing something that sounded disturbingly like a nuclear explosion. And the Bhagavad Gita isn't alone. The Mahabharata, another ancient Indian epic, describes wars fought with weapons called astras, divine weapons of immense power. Some of these weapons are described as releasing blinding light, unbearable heat, and devastation that lingers long after the battle is over. Cities are reduced to ash, rivers boil, the land becomes poisoned, and those who survive suffer from strange illnesses, hair falling out, skin blistering, weakness and death following weeks or months later. Sound familiar? The descriptions are eerily similar to the effects of nuclear weapons. And while mainstream scholars interpret these passages as mythological exaggeration or poetic metaphor, there are those who wonder if something else is going on. What if these texts are describing real events? What if, in some distant age, humanity developed technology advanced enough to destroy itself, and did? There are strange anomalies in the archaeological record that fuel this speculation. In the Indus Valley, at sites like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, archaeologists have found layers of vitrified stone, rock that has been melted and fused together by extreme heat. The temperatures required to create vitrification are far higher than anything a normal fire could produce. Some researchers have pointed to this as evidence of ancient nuclear warfare, though mainstream archaeology attributes it to more conventional causes like pottery kilns or natural fires. In the deserts of the Middle East and North Africa, there are vast fields of a glassy substance called Libyan desert glass and trinitite. Libyan desert glass is found scattered across the Sahara, and its origin is still debated. Some say it was formed by a meteorite impact, others by an airburst. Trinitite, on the other hand, is the glassy residue created by the first atomic bomb test in New Mexico. The two substances are remarkably similar. Could ancient desert glass have been created the same way? Then there are the stories. The Bible describes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, cities obliterated by fire and brimstone raining from the sky, leaving the land so poisoned that nothing could grow there. Lot's wife looked back at the destruction and was turned into a pillar of salt. Or was it something else? Radiation sickness, perhaps, or the flash of an explosion so bright it burned her where she stood. The ancient Sumerian texts speak of wars between the gods, battles fought with weapons that shook the earth and split the sky. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes a great cedar forest that was destroyed by fire, leaving the land barren. The Egyptian texts mention a time when the gods fought among themselves and the land was laid waste. What if these weren't gods at all? What if they were people? People with technology we can barely imagine. People who built a civilization so advanced that it could harness the power of the atom, or something even more destructive. And what if, like us, they reached a point where they turned that power against each other? It's not hard to imagine. We've come close ourselves. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union built enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world several times over. We stood on the brink more than once, and only luck or the courage of a few individuals kept us from pulling the trigger. If we had, what would be left? Cities turned to rubble, forests burned, the atmosphere choked with ash and radiation, and in a few thousand years, After the survivors had rebuilt what they could, what would they remember? Would they have clear records of what happened, or would the truth fade into myth? Would they tell stories of gods who fought in the sky, of weapons that shone like the sun, of a world that ended in fire? The idea that an ancient civilization destroyed itself with advanced technology is, admittedly, speculative. There's no smoking gun, no undeniable proof, but the absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence. If a civilization did destroy itself 10,000 years ago, or 20,000 or 50,000, what would remain? Metal corrodes, stone crumbles, cities are swallowed by jungles, deserts and seas, and if the survivors were few, scattered and traumatized, they might not have the means or the will to preserve the knowledge of what came before. They would start over from scratch, and the old world would become a story, a warning, a myth. And maybe that's what all these myths are. Warnings, echoes of a time when humanity reached too far, built too much, and paid the price. A reminder that the cycle can end not just with floods and fires from the heavens, but with fires we light ourselves. But whether the reset comes from nature or from us, the question remains: how many times has it happened? How many civilizations have risen and fallen before ours? And what evidence might still be out there waiting to be found? If civilizations have been reset before, you'd expect to find traces, ruins, artifacts, something that doesn't fit the timeline we've been taught. And when you start looking, you find exactly that. There are structures scattered across the world that defy easy explanation. Not because they're impossible, clearly they exist, but because they seem too advanced, too precise, too ambitious for the cultures we believe built them. They sit like riddles in stone, challenging our assumptions about what ancient people could and couldn't do. Take Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. Discovered in the 1990s, it's a massive complex of stone pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals, foxes, lions, scorpions, vultures. The site is breathtaking in its artistry and scale. But here's the thing, it's nearly 12,000 years old. That puts it firmly in the Neolithic period, a time when, according to conventional archaeology, humans were just beginning to figure out agriculture. They were hunter-gatherers, living in small mobile groups, with no cities, no writing, no complex social structures. And yet, Göbekli Tepe exists. It would have required hundreds of people working together, coordinating their efforts, quarrying and transporting massive stones, carving them with sophisticated tools. It suggests a level of organization and ambition that shouldn't have been possible. And then, after it was built, it was deliberately buried, filled in with rubble and soil, hidden away, as if someone wanted to erase it from memory. Why? What was Göbekli Tepe? A temple, an astronomical observatory, a monument to something lost? And who built it? The people we think of as primitive hunter-gatherers, or the remnants of an earlier, more advanced culture, trying to preserve something before it was forgotten entirely. Then there's Baalbek in Lebanon. The Roman temple complex there is impressive enough on its own, but beneath the Roman construction lies something even more mysterious. The foundation stones. 3 massive blocks of limestone, each weighing around 800 tons, fitted together so precisely that you can't slide a piece of paper between them. They're called the trilithon, and no one knows how they were moved or placed. The Romans didn't claim to have built them. They built on top of them, suggesting the stones were already ancient when the Romans arrived. 800 tons, To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh around 80 tons. The trilithon stones are 10 times heavier. Modern cranes can lift that much, but only the very largest, and they require careful planning and infrastructure. How did ancient people do it? And more importantly, why? What was so important that it required stones of such impossible size? The same question applies to Sacsayhuaman, the fortress above Cusco in Peru. The walls are made of stones that weigh up to 200 tons, cut and fitted together with such precision that, again, you can't fit a blade between them. These stones aren't rectangular, they're polygonal, with multiple angles and curves, each one unique, each one fitting perfectly with its neighbours like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. The Inca, who controlled the region when the Spanish arrived, said they didn't build Sacsayhuaman. They said it was built by the gods, or by a race of giants who lived before them. The Spanish chroniclers recorded these claims but dismissed them as superstition. Modern archaeologists attribute the construction to the Inca, despite the Inca's own insistence that they didn't do it. But if the Inca didn't build it, who did? And if they did, why don't we find similar construction techniques anywhere else in the Inca Empire? Sacsayhuaman stands alone, an anomaly, a masterpiece of engineering that seems to belong to a different age. Then there are the underwater ruins. Off the coast of Japan, near the island of Yonaguni, divers have found what appears to be a submerged stone structure. Terraces, steps, flat platforms, right angles. Some researchers believe it's a natural formation, shaped by erosion and geological processes. Others argue that it's man-made, a remnant of a civilization that existed when sea levels were lower, before the end of the Ice Age. The debate continues, but the structure remains, silent and enigmatic beneath the waves. Similar formations have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. Most are dismissed or ignored, because they don't fit the narrative. If they're real, if they're man-made, then they suggest that people were building complex structures more than 10,000 years ago, during a time when we're told they were barely surviving. And if sea levels rose and drowned those structures, how much else was lost? How many coastal cities, how many harbours and temples and monuments now lie beneath hundreds of feet of water, unseen and unsearched? The problem is that underwater archaeology is expensive and difficult. The ocean is vast and most of it has never been explored. We've mapped the surface of Mars in more detail than we've mapped the floor of our own oceans. If there are ruins down there, ruins of civilizations that existed before the flood, we might never find them. Or if we do, it'll be by accident, and by then, how much will have been lost to time and tide? But it's not just massive stones and submerged ruins. There are smaller anomalies too, artifacts that don't belong. In the 1900s, divers recovering cargo from an ancient shipwreck off the coast of Greece found a corroded lump of bronze and wood. When researchers examined it, they discovered gears. Dozens of interlocking gears, precisely cut, forming a complex mechanism. It's called the Antikythera mechanism, and it's an ancient analog computer used to predict the positions of the sun, moon and planets. It dates to around 100 BCE, and it's so sophisticated that nothing remotely comparable appears in the historical record for another 1,000 years. How did the Greeks build it? Where did the knowledge come from? And if they could build something like that, what else could they do? What other technologies did they possess that we've lost or forgotten? There are other examples. The Baghdad Battery, a clay jar from ancient Mesopotamia that some believe was used to generate electricity. The Piri Reis map, a 16th century chart that appears to show the coastline of Antarctica accurately centuries before Antarctica was officially discovered and at a time when it should have been covered in ice. The dropper stones, mysterious discs found in a cave in China, carved with tiny hieroglyphs that no one has been able to translate. Some of these artifacts are controversial, some are probably misunderstood or misidentified, but taken together, they paint a picture of a past that's more complex, more mysterious than the neat timeline we've constructed. They suggest that knowledge has been lost and found and lost again, that the march of progress isn't a straight line but a cycle, and that we might not be as advanced as we think, or at least not as advanced as we could be if we hadn't forgotten so much. Because that's the thing about resets. They don't just destroy buildings and cities, they destroy knowledge. Libraries burn, scrolls rot, oral traditions fade when the people who carry them die, and within a few generations the past becomes myth, and myth becomes legend, and legend becomes nothing at all. So how much have we forgotten? How much did the people before us know? And how many times have we had to start over, rebuilding from the ruins, rediscovering fire and the wheel, and writing, while the ghosts of the old world watch from the stones we can't explain? One of the strangest things about human history is how recent it all seems. We have cities that are 5,000 years old, writing that goes back maybe 6,000 years, agriculture that started around 10 to 12,000 years ago, and before that, almost nothing. A vast stretch of time, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, where anatomically modern humans existed, but left almost no trace of complex civilization. Homo sapiens has been around for at least 200,000 years, possibly longer. For most of that time, we were hunter-gatherers, living in small groups, following the herds, gathering plants, making tools from stone and bone. And then suddenly, around 12,000 years ago, everything changed. We started farming. We built permanent settlements. We developed pottery, weaving, metallurgy. We created art, religion, government. We built cities and temples and monuments. Civilization exploded into existence, seemingly out of nowhere. Why? The standard explanation is that the end of the Ice Age created favourable conditions for agriculture. The climate warmed, the glaciers retreated, and suddenly there was more arable land, more predictable weather, more resources. People settled down, started planting crops, and the rest followed naturally. But that explanation has always felt incomplete. Humans were just as intelligent 50,000 years ago as they are today. They had the same brains, the same capacity for language and abstract thought and innovation. So why did it take so long for civilization to emerge? Why did we spend nearly 200,000 years as hunter-gatherers, and then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, become builders and farmers and priests? One possibility is that we didn't. One possibility is that civilization emerged before, perhaps many times, and was destroyed, and the 12,000-year mark isn't the beginning of civilization, it's the beginning of the current cycle, the latest attempt, the newest chapter in a story that's been told and retold over and over since the dawn of our species. Think about it. If a civilization existed 30,000 years ago, or 50,000, or 100,000, what would remain? Wood rots, fabric disintegrates, even stone erodes given enough time, metal corrodes and crumbles, glass shatters. The only things that last are the hardest materials, certain types of stone, ceramics, maybe some metals in the right conditions, and even those can be buried, scattered, or destroyed by geological processes. And then there's the problem of ice. During the Ice Age, much of the northern hemisphere was covered by glaciers miles thick. Those glaciers moved, grinding everything beneath them into dust. If there were cities in Europe or North America during the Ice Age, they would have been obliterated, scraped away, leaving no trace. The same goes for coastal areas. As we've discussed, sea levels have risen dramatically since the Ice Age ended. If ancient civilizations built their cities near the coasts, and why wouldn't they? Those cities are now underwater, buried under sediment, invisible to us. So the absence of evidence doesn't mean much. We're looking in the wrong places, or we're not looking at all because we assume there's nothing to find. But there are hints, strange gaps in the archaeological record, sudden jumps in technology that don't seem to have any precursor. The appearance of agriculture, for example, is often described as the Neolithic Revolution. But it wasn't really a revolution. It happened independently in multiple places around the world: the Fertile Crescent, China, Mesoamerica, the Andes, within a relatively short span of time. Almost as if people in different parts of the world suddenly remembered how to farm, or were taught by someone who already knew. The same goes for megalithic construction. Around the same time that agriculture appeared, people started building massive stone structures: Göbekli Tepe, the megalithic temples of Malta, the stone circles of Britain and Europe. These structures required knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and social organization. Where did that knowledge come from? Did it develop independently in each place, or was it inherited from an earlier culture, passed down through myth and memory until people were ready to use it again? There's also the mystery of the megafauna extinctions. At the end of the last ice age, dozens of large animal species went extinct. Mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, saber-toothed cats, dire wolves. The timing coincides with the rise of human populations and the spread of hunting, leading many scientists to conclude that humans hunted them to extinction. But some researchers have questioned this. The extinctions happened very quickly, almost simultaneously across different continents, and they affected species that had survived previous climate changes without issue. Could something else have been involved? A catastrophe that killed not just the animals, but also any human civilizations that existed at the time. And then there are the stories, the myths we've already discussed, the floods, the fires, the wars, all describe worlds that came before this one, worlds that were destroyed. And in many of these myths, the survivors are described as carrying knowledge from the old world into the new. The gods teach humanity how to farm, how to build, how to write. Prometheus brings fire. Quetzalcoatl teaches the Maya agriculture and astronomy. Osiris brings civilization to Egypt. Viracocha does the same in the Andes. What if these gods were people, survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward, trying to rebuild? They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered, people who had lost everything, who were starting over from scratch. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. It's a compelling idea, and it fits the pattern we see in the myths: a world that ends, a few who survive, and a slow, painful process of rebuilding. Each time, a little more is lost. Each time, the new civilization starts from a lower baseline, until eventually, the memory of the old world fades entirely, and we're left with nothing but stories. But if that's true, then the silence in the timeline isn't a mystery. It's a scar, a gap left by the resets, by the cycles of destruction and rebirth that have shaped our species since the beginning. And the question becomes, how many scars are there? How many times have we risen and fallen? And are we approaching the next scar, the next silence, the next reset? The thing about resets is that they don't announce themselves. They don't give warnings. They just happen. One day the world is normal. People go about their lives, building and creating and planning for the future. And then, in an instant, everything changes. The ground shakes, the sky darkens, the waters rise, and the world as they knew it ends. We like to think we're safe from that kind of catastrophe. We have technology, science, early warning systems. We can predict earthquakes, sort of. We can track hurricanes and volcanic eruptions. We can see asteroids coming, at least the big ones. But the truth is, we're not as safe as we think. There are threats out there that we can't predict, can't prepare for, and might not even see coming until it's too late. Take supervolcanoes. There are several around the world. Yellowstone in the United States, Toba in Indonesia, the Campi Flegrei in Italy. And when they erupt, they don't just destroy the surrounding area. They change the climate of the entire planet. The eruption of Toba, around 75,000 years ago, is believed to have caused a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dropping global temperatures and pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Genetic evidence suggests that the human population bottlenecked around that time, dropping to as few as 10,000 individuals. We almost didn't make it. And Toba could erupt again. Yellowstone could erupt. We don't know when, and we don't know how to stop it. If it happens, the ash would block out the sun, crops would fail, and billions of people would starve. Civilization as we know it would collapse, and the survivors would be left to start over in a world that had turned hostile and dark. Then there are asteroid impacts. We've gotten better at tracking near-Earth objects, but we're far from perfect. Most of the asteroids we've catalogued are the big ones, the kind that would cause an extinction-level event if they hit. But there are thousands, maybe millions of smaller asteroids that we haven't found yet. An asteroid just a few hundred meters across could destroy a city. One a kilometer across could trigger a global catastrophe. And if it came from the right angle, or if we simply didn't see it in time, there would be nothing we could do. The Tunguska event in 1908 is a reminder of how vulnerable we are. An asteroid or comet exploded in the atmosphere over Siberia, flattening 2,000 square kilometers of forest. If it had hit a few hours later, it could have destroyed a major city, and we had no warning. We didn't even know it was coming. Then there's the sun. We've already talked about solar flares, but it's worth emphasizing just how dangerous they can be. A direct hit from a massive coronal mass ejection could fry power grids across entire continents. No electricity means no refrigeration, no transportation, no communication, no water pumps, no hospitals. Modern civilization would grind to a halt within days, and unlike an asteroid, we can't deflect a solar storm. We can only watch it come and hope it misses. There are other threats too. Gamma-ray bursts from distant supernovae, capable of stripping away the Earth's ozone layer and bathing the surface in lethal radiation. Rogue planets wandering through the galaxy that could destabilize the orbits of the planets in our solar system. Magnetic pole reversals which happen every few 100,000 years and could leave the Earth temporarily unprotected from cosmic radiation. And then there are the threats we create ourselves. Nuclear war, as we've discussed, but also biological weapons, engineered pandemics, artificial intelligence run amok, environmental collapse. We're very good at building things that could destroy us, and we're not always so good at controlling them. The point is, resets don't require ancient gods or lost civilizations. They can happen naturally at any time, and we might not see them coming. And when they do happen, the results are the same. Cities destroyed, populations decimated, knowledge lost. The survivors are left to pick up the pieces and start over, and within a few generations the old world becomes a myth. So how many times has it happened? How many times has humanity been brought to the brink only to claw its way back? And how many times have we not made it back? How many cycles ended with no survivors, no memory, no trace? We don't know, we can't know, but the evidence suggests that it's happened before and it will happen again. The only question is when. If you step back and look at the big picture, a pattern emerges, not just in the myths and the ruins, but in the very structure of time itself. The earth moves in cycles, the seasons change, the climate shifts, ice ages come and go, each one lasting tens of thousands of years, separated by brief warm periods like the one we're living in now. These cycles are driven by changes in the Earth's orbit and axial tilt, Milankovitch cycles they're called, and they're predictable, at least in the long term. We know that another ice age is coming eventually. We just don't know when. But within those long cycles there are shorter ones. The Sun goes through an 11-year cycle of activity, with periods of high and low solar output. The Earth's magnetic field fluctuates, weakening and strengthening over centuries and millennia. Ocean currents shift, driven by changes in temperature and salinity, and those shifts can trigger rapid climate changes. The Gulf Stream, for example, which keeps Europe warm, could shut down if enough fresh water from melting ice dilutes the North Atlantic. If that happens, Europe could plunge into a mini ice age within a matter of decades. And then there are the cycles we don't fully understand. The rise and fall of civilizations, for example. Empires grow, reach their peak, and then collapse over and over with eerie regularity. The Romans, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Khmer, the Anasazi, all of them built great civilizations and all of them fell. Sometimes the collapse was gradual, a slow decline over centuries. Other times it was sudden, a matter of decades or even years, and in many cases we still don't know exactly why it happened. Some collapses are clearly linked to environmental factors, droughts, floods, soil depletion. Others seem to be driven by internal factors, political instability, economic inequality, overextension. But there's often a sense that the collapse was inevitable, that the civilization had reached a point of no return, and that no amount of effort could have saved it. The historian Arnold Toynbee studied the rise and fall of civilizations and concluded that they follow a predictable pattern: genesis, growth, breakdown, and disintegration. Each civilization faces challenges, and how it responds to those challenges determines whether it survives or collapses. But eventually every civilization fails. The question is not if, but when. And if individual civilizations follow cycles, why not humanity as a whole? Why not the entire species, rising and falling in great waves, each wave reaching a little higher or a little lower than the last, but always following the same basic pattern? The ancient Greeks believed in the concept of the great year, a cycle lasting thousands of years, at the end of which the planets would return to their original positions and history would begin again. The Hindus believe in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and decline, which will eventually give way to a new golden age. The Maya had their long count calendar, which tracked cycles of creation and destruction spanning thousands of years. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're reflections of a deep human intuition that time is not linear, but circular, that what has happened before will happen again, that the end is also the beginning. And maybe they're right. Maybe we're living in one of many cycles, one of many attempts by humanity to build something lasting, and maybe, like the civilizations that came before us, we're approaching the end of our cycle. The signs are there, if you know where to look. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of technologies we don't fully understand and can't fully control. We're pushing the limits of what the planet can sustain, and we're doing it faster than any civilization in history. The question is, will we be different? Will we break the cycle, or will we follow the same path as those who came before us? Will we learn from the past, or will we repeat it? And if we do collapse, what will the next cycle look like? Will the survivors remember us? Will they tell stories about the people who built cities of glass and steel, who flew through the air and spoke across oceans, who reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? Or will we fade into myth, like Atlantis, like the gods of old, until we're nothing but a whisper in the dark? If civilizations have been reset, before then someone must have remembered. Someone must have carried the knowledge forward, even if only in fragments. In almost every culture, there are stories of wise teachers who appeared after the catastrophe, bringing knowledge and guidance to the survivors. In Egypt, it was Thoth, the god of wisdom, who taught writing and mathematics. In Mesopotamia, it was the Apkallu, the 7 sages who came from the sea and taught humanity the arts of civilization. In Mesoamerica, it was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who brought agriculture and astronomy. In the Andes, it was Viracocha, the creator god, who walked among the people and showed them how to build and farm. These figures are always described as coming from somewhere else, from the sea, from the sky, from a distant land. They're always associated with knowledge that seems too advanced for the time, and they're always credited with jump-starting civilization, with taking people from a state of barbarism or ignorance and lifting them up. What if these stories are based on real people? Not gods, but survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward. They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered. People who had lost everything, who were struggling to survive in a world that had been turned upside down. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. But the knowledge would remain, encoded in myths, in symbols, in the structures they built. The pyramids, the megaliths, the temples, all of them might be more than just monuments. They might be messages left by the memory keepers, trying to preserve something important for the next cycle. Take the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's one of the most studied structures in the world, and yet it's still full of mysteries. The precision of its construction is astonishing. The base is level to within a fraction of an inch. The sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions. The dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio. Some researchers believe the pyramid was designed as a kind of time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in its measurements and proportions. The same has been said of other ancient structures. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned with the solstices and may have been used as an astronomical observatory. The temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia are laid out to mirror the constellation Draco as it appeared in the sky thousands of years ago. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive geoglyphs that can only be fully appreciated from the air, may have been a kind of map or calendar, encoding information about the stars and the seasons. And then there are the myths themselves. Joseph Campbell, the great scholar of mythology, argued that myths are not just stories, they're carriers of deep truths, encoded in symbolic language. They preserve knowledge about the human condition, about the cycles of life and death, about the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. And if Campbell was right, then the myths about resets, the floods, the fires, the wars, might be preserving knowledge about real events, real catastrophes that shaped our species. The problem is that we've forgotten how to read the myths. We treat them as entertainment, as primitive superstition, as relics of a less enlightened age. But what if they're more than that? What if they're the last surviving fragments of a much older knowledge, a knowledge that was once common but has been lost and rediscovered and lost again, over and over with each cycle? The memory keepers tried to preserve it. They built structures that would last. They encoded knowledge in stories and symbols. They passed it down through secret societies, mystery schools, priesthoods. But with each reset, a little more was lost. The signal degraded. The message became garbled, until all that remained were fragments, myths that no one believed, ruins that no one understood, symbols that no one could read. And now, here we are, at the end of another cycle, trying to piece it all together, trying to remember what we've forgotten, trying to understand the warnings that were left for us before it's too late. So how many times has civilization been reset? We don't know. We can't know. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too buried beneath the weight of time. But the question itself is important, because it forces us to confront the possibility that we're not as unique as we think, that we're not the pinnacle of human achievement, but just the latest iteration in a long series of attempts, that the story of humanity is not a straight line from caves to cities, but a spiral, circling back on itself, rising and falling over and over. And if that's true, then everything changes. Our sense of progress, our confidence in the future, our belief that we're building something permanent, all of it becomes uncertain. Because if civilizations have been reset before, they can be reset again. And there's no guarantee that we'll survive the next one. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the resets are not punishments or accidents, but part of the natural order. A way for the earth to cleanse itself, to start fresh, to give life another chance. And maybe humanity's role is not to escape the cycle, but to learn from it, to carry the knowledge forward, to become the memory keepers for the next cycle, to leave behind something that will help the survivors rebuild. Or maybe the cycle can be broken. Maybe we can learn from the mistakes of the past, avoid the catastrophes that destroyed the civilizations before us, and build something that lasts. Maybe we can be the ones who finally get it right. But to do that, we have to remember. We have to look at the myths, the ruins, the anomalies, and ask ourselves, what are they trying to tell us? What did the people before us know that we've forgotten? And what can we learn from their mistakes? Because the clock is ticking. The signs are all around us. The climate is changing. The resources are running out. The tensions are rising. And if we're not careful, we'll find ourselves at the end of another cycle, watching the world we built crumble around us, wondering how it all went wrong. And the survivors, if there are any, will tell stories about us. Stories about the people who flew to the moon and split the atom, who built towers that touched the sky, and machines that could think. Stories about the people who had everything and lost it all. And those stories will become myths, and those myths will be forgotten, and the cycle will begin again, unless we break it, unless we remember, unless we learn. There's a story written in our DNA, a story that contradicts everything we think we know about the smooth, steady progress of human civilization. It's a story of catastrophe, of populations crashing to the edge of extinction, of humanity reduced to a handful of survivors clinging to life in a world that had turned hostile. And it's happened not once, but multiple times. When scientists first began studying human genetics in detail, they discovered something strange, something that didn't fit the narrative of a species that had been steadily growing and expanding for hundreds of thousands of years. They found evidence of what's called a population bottleneck, a moment when the total human population dropped to a tiny fraction of what it had been before. The most famous of these is the Toba bottleneck, which we mentioned earlier. Around 75,000 years ago, something reduced the human population to somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 individuals. That's it. The entire human species, which had been spread across Africa and possibly into Asia, was reduced to a number small enough to fit into a modern sports stadium. For perspective, that's a smaller population than most small towns. It's fewer people than attend an average high school. And for a period that may have lasted thousands of years, those few thousand people were all that stood between humanity and total extinction. What caused it? The conventional explanation is the Toba supervolcanic eruption in Indonesia, which would have thrown enough ash and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter lasting years, possibly decades. Temperatures would have plummeted. Plant life would have died. Animals would have starved. And humans, already scattered in small groups across a vast landscape, would have been decimated. But here's what's interesting. The genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only bottleneck. There are signs of other population crashes, other moments when humanity was pushed to the brink. Some geneticists have found evidence of a bottleneck around 900,000 years ago, long before modern humans even existed, that reduced the population of our ancestors to just over 1,000 breeding individuals. The species survived, obviously, but barely, and there are hints of more recent events as well. Localized bottlenecks in specific populations, genetic markers that suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in diversity, the kind of patterns you'd expect to see if entire civilizations were wiped out, leaving only scattered survivors to carry on. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. When a population goes through a severe bottleneck, it doesn't just lose people, it loses genetic diversity. Rare genes, unique traits, variations that might have been useful. All of them can disappear if the individuals carrying them don't survive. The population that emerges from the bottleneck is more homogeneous, more similar to each other, because they're all descended from a very small number of survivors. And when you look at human genetic diversity today, what do you find? We're remarkably uniform. Far more uniform than we should be for a species that's supposedly been around for 200,000 years. Chimpanzees, which live in a much smaller geographic range than humans, have significantly more genetic diversity than we do. So do gorillas. So do many other species that are far less widespread. Why? The most likely explanation is that we've gone through multiple severe bottlenecks, events that killed off most of humanity, leaving only small pockets of survivors to rebuild. And each time it happened, we lost a little more diversity, a little more of what made us varied and adaptable. But we also gained something. We gained resilience. Because the people who survived those bottlenecks weren't random. They were the ones who were smart enough, adaptable enough, lucky enough to make it through. They were the ones who could survive when the world fell apart, and they passed that survival instinct down to us. If you want to understand what a reset looks like, don't just look at humans, look at everything else that disappeared at the same time. At the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 to 10,000 years ago, something extraordinary happened. Across the entire planet, dozens of large animal species, megafauna, went extinct in what appears to have been a geological instant. Mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, dire wolves, short-faced bears, woolly rhinoceroses, giant beavers the size of modern bears, armadillos the size of cars, all gone. These were animals that had survived for millions of years. They had weathered previous ice ages, previous climate shifts, previous environmental changes. They were successful, well-adapted, dominant species, and then suddenly they weren't. The conventional explanation is the overkill hypothesis, that humans, spreading across the continents and becoming more efficient hunters, simply killed them all. We hunted the mammoths to extinction. We wiped out the giant sloths. We were so effective, so destructive, that we eliminated dozens of species in just a few thousand years. And there's some evidence for this. Human kill sites have been found with mammoth bones. We know humans hunted these animals. We know that wherever humans arrived, Australia, the Americas, Madagascar, waves of extinctions followed. But the timeline is problematic. The extinctions didn't happen gradually, as you'd expect if humans were slowly hunting species to extinction over thousands of years. They happened rapidly, almost simultaneously across different continents. Species that had never encountered humans went extinct at the same time as species that had been living alongside humans for tens of thousands of years. In North America, the extinctions were particularly severe. Roughly 80% of large mammal species disappeared. In South America, the number was similar. In Australia, which humans had reached much earlier, the extinctions happened thousands of years before, around 45,000 years ago. But again, they were rapid and devastating. Something doesn't add up. If humans were the sole cause, why didn't the extinctions happen gradually as human populations grew? Why did they cluster around specific time periods? And why did they affect animals that humans didn't even hunt, like giant tortoises and large flightless birds on remote islands? The alternative explanation is that something else happened. Something catastrophic that affected the entire planet. And humans didn't cause the extinctions. We survived them, barely, along with the few other large animals that made it through. Remember the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis? The idea that a comet or asteroid struck the Earth around 12,800 years ago, triggering the sudden cooling period that lasted more than 1,000 years. If that happened, it would explain a lot. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere. The sky would have darkened, temperatures would have plummeted, plant life would have died, and herbivores, which depended on that plant life, would have starved. The carnivores that depended on the herbivores would have followed, and the few animals that survived would have been those that were adaptable enough, small enough, or lucky enough to find shelter and food in the chaos. Humans survived. But we weren't unscathed. If the genetic bottleneck evidence is correct, our population crashed. We were reduced to scattered bands, struggling to survive in a world that had become hostile and strange. And when we finally recovered, when we finally started building civilizations again, the megafauna were gone. The world we emerged into was emptier, quieter, smaller than the one that had existed before, and we forgot. We forgot what it had been like to live alongside mammoths and saber-toothed cats. We forgot that there had been creatures so large they could shake the earth when they walked. The memory faded into myth, stories of giants, of monsters, of legendary beasts that our ancestors defeated in the distant past. but the bones remain. Scattered across the world, buried in tar pits and frozen in permafrost, the bones of the megafauna remind us that the world was once different, that something happened, that there was a time when everything changed, and most of what existed before was lost. Language is one of the most remarkable things about being human. It's what allows us to share ideas, build cultures, pass knowledge across generations. And when you look at the diversity of human languages, you see thousands of different tongues, each with its own grammar, vocabulary and structure. But here's something strange. Almost all of them can be traced back to a handful of language families, and those families appear to have emerged relatively recently, within the last 10,000 to 15,000 years. Before that, silence, or at least a silence in the linguistic record. We have no idea what languages people spoke before the end of the last ice age, because language doesn't fossilize. It doesn't leave physical traces. It exists only in the minds and mouths of the people who speak it, and when those people die, if they haven't passed it on, the language dies with them. But linguists have noticed something curious. When they trace languages back through time, looking for common roots and ancestral tongues, they keep hitting a wall around the same period, roughly 10,000 to 15,000 years ago. Beyond that point, the connections become fuzzy, speculative, impossible to prove. It's as if language itself was reset. Now that doesn't mean humans before the time didn't have language. Anatomically, modern humans have been around for at least 200,000 years, and we almost certainly had language for most of that time. The capacity for language is hardwired into our brains. It's one of the things that makes us human. But something happened around 12,000 years ago that disrupted the linguistic landscape so completely that almost all traces of older languages were wiped out. What could do that? A population bottleneck, a catastrophe severe enough that only small, scattered groups of humans survived, and the languages they spoke became the ancestors of all modern languages. The diversity that had existed before, the thousands of different tongues that had developed over hundreds of thousands of years, was lost. And the new languages that emerged from the survivors were the foundation of everything that came after. There are a few languages that might be exceptions, a few isolated languages that don't seem to fit into any known family, that appear to be the last survivors of much older linguistic lineages. Basque, spoken in the Pyrenees between France and Spain, is one of them. It has no clear relationship to any other language in Europe or anywhere else. It's a linguistic island, a remnant of something that existed before the Indo-European languages swept across the continent. The same is true of some indigenous languages in the Americas, in Australia, in Papua New Guinea. Languages that seem to stand alone, unconnected to anything else. Are these the last echoes of pre-catastrophe languages, the survivors of linguistic lineages that were otherwise completely erased? We don't know. We can't know, but the pattern is suggestive. And then there's the question of why language evolved in the first place. Modern humans existed for well over 100,000 years before we see any clear evidence of complex symbolic thought, art, music, elaborate tools, jewellery. For most of our history, we seem to have been anatomically modern, but behaviourally archaic. And then suddenly, around 50,000 to 70,000 years ago, something changed. We started creating art. We started burying our dead with grave goods. We started making sophisticated tools and ornaments. What happened? Some researchers call it the Great Leap Forward, or the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, the sudden emergence of modern human behaviour after tens of thousands of years of apparent stagnation. But was it really sudden? Or is it just that the evidence from before that time didn't survive? If there were earlier periods of cultural sophistication, earlier attempts at civilization, they would have been lost in the Toba bottleneck or other catastrophes. We'd only see the evidence from after the most recent reset when survivors started rebuilding. And if language was part of that earlier sophistication, if humans 100,000 years ago spoke languages as complex and rich as the ones we speak today, we'd never know. Because language leaves no fossils. It only survives if it's passed down. And if the chain is broken, if the speakers die without passing it on, the language vanishes as if it never existed. How many languages have been lost? How many words? How many concepts? How many ways of seeing the world existed once and are now gone forever? How much of human thought and culture has been erased by the resets, leaving only fragments and shadows behind? Here's something most people don't think about. If humanity has been reset multiple times, if we've been brought to the edge of extinction and forced to rebuild from almost nothing, that experience would leave scars. Not just physical scars, not just genetic scars, but psychological ones. Patterns of behavior, deep-seated fears, instincts that don't make sense in the modern world but would have been essential for survival in the aftermath of a catastrophe. And when you look at human psychology, you find exactly that. Take our fear of the dark. It's nearly universal. Children are afraid of the dark. Adults are uncomfortable in complete darkness. We have an instinctive wariness of spaces where we can't see, where we don't know what might be lurking. From a modern perspective, this doesn't make much sense. We live in cities with streetlights, homes with electricity. Darkness isn't a threat anymore. But imagine surviving a catastrophe. Imagine living in a world where the sky had darkened with ash, where the sun was obscured for months or years, where the normal cycles of day and night were disrupted. Darkness would have been terrifying. It would have been associated with cold, with hunger, with danger. The people who survived would have been the ones who were most cautious, most afraid, most willing to seek shelter and light. And they passed that fear down to us. The same is true of our fear of sudden loud noises, thunder, explosions, crashes. These trigger an immediate startle response, a spike of adrenaline, a fight or flight reaction. Why? Because in the ancestral environment, sudden loud noises meant danger, an animal attacking, a tree falling, a rock slide. Or if you were living through a catastrophe, the sound of the earth splitting open, of impacts, of destruction. Our fear of heights, our discomfort with instability and uncertainty, our tendency to hoard resources when we feel threatened. All of these could be evolutionary adaptations to surviving in a world that had become hostile and unpredictable. But there's something deeper too. Something that shows up in our myths, our dreams, our collective unconscious. Carl Jung, the psychologist, argued that humans share certain archetypal images and stories, patterns that appear in cultures all over the world, independent of contact or influence. The flood, the fire, the end of the world, the hero's journey, the wise old man or woman who teaches the survivors. Where do these archetypes come from? Jung believed they were part of the collective unconscious, a shared psychological substrate that all humans inherit. But what if they're not abstract symbols? What if they're memories? Not individual memories, but cultural memories, passed down through countless generations, of real events that happened in the deep past. What if the reason every culture has a flood myth is because every culture is descended from people who survived the flood? What if the reason we dream about falling, about being chased, about the world ending, is because those experiences are encoded somewhere in our psychological makeup, remnants of traumas that our ancestors endured. There's a concept in psychology called transgenerational trauma, the idea that trauma can be passed down from parents to children, not just through learned behavior, but through epigenetic changes, alterations in gene expression that can persist for multiple generations. Studies of Holocaust survivors and their descendants have found evidence of this. The children and grandchildren of people who experienced extreme trauma show different stress responses, different patterns of gene expression, even though they never experienced the trauma themselves. If that's true for individual families, could it be true for entire species? Could humanity as a whole be carrying the scars of catastrophes that happened thousands of years ago? Could the anxiety, the fear, the sense of impending doom that so many people feel, even in the absence of immediate threats, be an echo of a time when those fears were justified, when the world really was ending? It's a disturbing thought, but it would explain a lot. It would explain why we're so drawn to apocalyptic stories, why we can't stop imagining the end of the world. It would explain why we build bunkers and stockpile supplies, why we have an instinct to prepare for disaster even when everything seems fine. Because deep down, we remember, not consciously, but in our bones, in our blood, in the ancient parts of our brains that evolved to keep us alive. We remember that the world has ended before. We remember that safety is an illusion. We remember that everything can change in an instant, and we're waiting for it to happen again. Let's talk about why so many ancient cultures were obsessed with the heavens. Everywhere you look, ancient civilizations built structures aligned with astronomical phenomena. The pyramids of Egypt are aligned with Orion's belt. Stonehenge marks the solstices. The temples of Angkor Wat mirror the constellation Draco. The Mayan pyramids align with Venus and other celestial bodies. The Nazca lines in Peru are best viewed from above, as if they were meant to be seen from the sky. Ancient observatories appear in cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. Yet they all show the same preoccupation with tracking the stars, the planets, the movements of the heavens. Why? What was so important about the sky?